So we have rediscovered Neopets, and we are addicted again. Currently, we are working to earn Neopoints. Ooh, looks like we've got enough. Let's zap ourselves over. To Fairyland. Spin the Wheel of Excitement. I remember I was fucking addicted to the Wheel of Excitement back in the day. Ooh, a mystery prize? 208 Neopoints. Okay. So we got like a half of it back. Neomail from the Neopets team. Make this user your Neo friend. Bam. Back. Well, I tried. July's collectible premium collectible Void Cloud. Yee. Okay. Let's go to my inventory. Bum 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 bum. Huh. Okay, that's weird. Let's try this again. Changing Neopet species. Oh. You know what, I'm gonna... Let's do it. Bam. Okay. See all events. Okay. Inventory. Okay. Gallery. Must be 24 hours old. Transfer log. Food. Books. Wearables. Huh. Let me look up where collectibles go. Because that's a thing. meow. BNC Collectibles. No. Okay. Let me check my chat. Okay. Nothing going on in chat. Let's zap ourselves back over to the main page. Okay. So as you can see, I have one that is named after one of my alters, who specifically requested to be re-Neopetified because he originated as a loop fictive. As you can see, we have a bunch of loops. We used to have a Gellert, but I turned it into a loop. Ooh, wait, I've unlocked a new Neopet slot? Add Neopet. Adopted Neopet. And I have like 4,000 Neopoints, so like I can afford to be picky. But Colby Metz looks so sad. Adopt. Yes. Dying of hunger. Okay. Right. Explore. Food shop in Neopia Central. Let's buy. Okay. Chocolate milkshake. Okay. see if I can see if I'm eligible for the food kitchen again. Okay. Bank and shop till. Okay. So I need to spend some. I need to spend some Neopoints. Let's look for. Let's see. Already has a pet. So let's go to Altador. Lustrous Armory. Okay. Let's go to Fairyland next. Okay, already visited the plushie today. There are Neopets that can currently be painted with a fairy paintbrush if you don't see your pet here. Okay. Can loops be painted? Gellards can. Okay, so my next pet's gotta be a Gellert if I want to use the fairy paintbrush. But I don't have one, so... Let's check, see if I can use... Let's see if me buying that is enough to drop me down. So, explore. Let's look for another weapon. Let's start by looking at wondrous weaponry. Kaziru bow. I don't have enough for it. Okay. Check the pyramids. Okay. Move all cards from the pyramid and you can win big. If you aren't familiar with how the game plays, please be sure to click on the rules button. You can now win 2 different types of trophies. One from the high score table, the other type is given out special items during the game. 50 Neopoints per play. Rules. Okay. They are in consecutive plays. In pile, high score, consecutive plays, track the number of plays. One higher or one lower. 115 Neo points. Yay. Play pyramids again. So I won 50 Neo points. Now that I know the rules, I can be a bit more selective. No moves. Queen. Okay, I have to run to the restroom, but I will be right back. Okay, so for context, I am suffering from heat exhaustion, which is why I'm streaming this early in the morning instead of working outside on anything. Okay, we'll try again. Let's see if we can get something from the money tree. Ooh. Try again. Try again. Try again. Try again. Basically, as soon as things load, there are enough players of this game that there's a chance that literally anything that displays is going to disappear. You know what? Let's go to the wishing well. 863 Neo points. Let's go to Neopia. Neopian Bazaar. Main shops. Neopian Plaza. Wishing well. Alright. 863. Paint brush. Make a wish. If the well grants your wish, it will be in touch via Neomail. Okay. And now we should be able to go to the soup kitchen. The goal is to get everyone bloated and happy. Alright, everyone is bloated, very bloated, or very, very bloated. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and start playing some games. Reload page. I am at 0 Neopoints. The 2 times featured game is Sutex Tomb, which is basically Bejeweled without any of the fancy perks. Or sound effects. Well, I mean, it has sound effects, but I remember spending 2 hours playing this minigame. Too literally. Patterns. Let's see. God damn it. So I went for the wrong hole. That was just a trap. God damn it. Ah. God damn it. Ah. I'm gonna do something stupid here. Adopt. See if there are any Gellerts in the adoption shop. Because I gotta have at least one Gellert. Since I got rid of my Gellert by accident. Hello? And you're a rare color, too. Adopt. Yes. Let me get you some food. Yippee Central. Food shop. Sushi rolls. Yes. Let's push the price a little lower. Okay. Girl crackers. Let's get you more food. Do I have enough? I got 881 left. Let's do some serious haggling. Okay. Unfortunately, I've got a pet stuck in battle at the moment. So we're gonna have to fix that. We're gonna be here a while. So, as you can see, it's going to take us a while to get the punching bag down to the point it's actually defeated. This is why I should have been more careful. Okay, I just heard a hiss pop. I should have picked a Neopet that I had a weapon equipped to, but no, in my haste, I picked the wrong one. We've got 2,400 more hits to go. So yeah, we're gonna be here a while. You know what, while we're here...
My name's Dennis Knahan, and I've recently been asked, what is my number?
Hello, my wonderful, beautiful friends. Guys, welcome back to our /pro revenge, where people get back at others who've wronged them. And in this episode, oh boy, strap yourselves in because it's life. I hope you enjoy the stories. Hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. And as always, you can send or link your post to this email right here. Let's dive in. So this story takes place like 5 years ago, when my husband and I were broke college students with a young baby. We worked hard to afford our crappy little duplex, like $600 a month and necessities, while trying to finish our degrees to one day get ahead. Our duplex was one in an entire neighborhood owned by a large company and managed by a super sketchy married couple who lived on the same street. Before our kid was born, we did the normal excited new parent thing of painting his nursery and decorating, blah blah. Our lease stated that we needed permission to paint, which we obtained from the property manager, the husband of the couple. The guy insisted it would be fine, and being young and naive, we did not get it in writing because he was so chill about it. So we paint and move on with our lives. A little while later, our lease was up, and we had given notice to vacate as we were moving closer to my husband's school. The property manager was understanding. Everything was fine, and we scheduled our move-out inspection. Prior to this
Okay, so the
inspection,
auto
we
battle
specifically
doesn't
asked
work,
him for the
right?
name of the paint color we needed to use when repainting the nursery. The guy flat out refused to give it, saying it was unnecessary to paint as we'd been there so long that they'd be painting the whole duplex anyway. And we're thinking, okay, cool. So move-out inspection day comes and goes. We leave the house in better shape than we found it, aside from a small area of torn carpet right along the seam in the doorway. The property manager inspected and said everything looked great, and that we should get our whole deposit back, which was $400, minus a few bucks for the torn carpet, and we're thinking, sounds good, boss. Enter a period of weeks where we waited and waited for our deposit, eventually leaving messages upon messages with false promises or no return calls at all. Eventually, over a month later, this culminates in a phone call with the property manager, where he said, and I remember this almost verbatim, "I don't know what you're so worried about anyways, it's only like $200 you're getting back." He cited the painted nursery and the huge mess we left behind as deductions, and I coldly informed him that we would be going to court because we didn't feel we owed for those reasons. The place was spotless when we left, aside from the 6-pack of beer we left him in the fridge for being such a good guy. Not 1 hour later, he called back, and miraculously, our refund check had just shown up in the mail. Already knowing that he was trying to F us, we installed a recording app on my phone, as we live in a one-party consent state, and we went to the office. The check indeed was only for $200 of our deposit, and included no list of what they charged us for, which is an important detail. We intentionally goaded him into admitting that he told us not to paint, and that the house looked great on move-out, and then went on our happy way. Revenge plan already unfolding. We didn't cash the check. Instead, we emailed the CEO of the entire property company, copying in the property manager and detailing the entire process. The CEO then sends back a smart-ass email with a cute little typed-up list of deductions, including all the things we were specifically told we wouldn't be on the hook for. A fun detail was that even by his own math, they owed us $230 of our deposit. No one really had an answer for why they tried to issue a check for $200, but whatever. The joke was on him because we began digging through all the state regulations on security deposits and refunds, hoping to prove that our length of stay meant that he couldn't charge us for wear and tear things like carpet cleaning, etc. And in our search, we instead happened upon a statute requiring landlords to return security deposit refunds and an itemized list of deductions within 30 days, or they lose the right to withhold for actual damages, and they would be subject to treble damages if the landlord is thought to be maliciously withholding the refund. So we typed up a demand letter for our entire security deposit, citing the statute, which he had broken because we didn't receive any
you for
refund
reminding
offer
me how to
or
withdraw.
itemized list until 6 weekends later. And when
Okay.
he sent a smart-ass reply, we filed in a small claims court for our entire deposit, plus treble damages and court costs. Now, I don't know if it's clear at this point, but I can be really effing petty if I feel like someone's trying to mess with me. And it was clear that this guy made a career out of stealing money from low-income renters who likely could never afford to fight it, and I was pissed. So I spent the next month before our court date compiling all email correspondence, in which he'd effed himself over numerous times by providing written documentation that he exceeded time limits, charged incorrect amounts, etc. I also compiled phone records showing dozens upon dozens of unanswered and unreturned calls to the property manager. I then printed out a screenshot from the company's own website, detailing the CEO's role as legal advisor, so I could innocently claim, shouldn't he have known the statutes for these issues? I printed all the relevant statutes and highlighted the important parts, and then I made 3 effing copies of everything, and nicely compiled each in a binder, complete with sleeve protectors and page numbers. One for our reference, one for the a-hole property manager and CEO, and one for the judge himself. We also took our handy little recording of the property manager, admitting to all the stuff he lied about, and then pretending to never have said. Needless to say, the judge laughed at how prepared we were and asked if we were law students, and then awarded us treble damages and court fees as well as interest. And I will never forget the CEO's face when we looked over and smiled at him. All his a-hole emails and disregard for the law were on the table, and rather than giving us the original $350 or so that we were promised from our deposit, he ends up paying us over $1,300 a month later. It was glorious. Oh man, it sure frickin' was, wasn't it? And guys, I've dealt with shady landlords before, and I've been in the exact same situation as OP, where a landlord literally bullied us and threatened to take us to court to keep our deposit. My roommates and I were so young and naive at the time that we literally just surrendered our deposit, guys, because we were so afraid of going to court. Like, I'm so glad OP did some digging and decided that fighting back was the best course of action, and it was well worth it. And if I could go back, knowing what I know now, I would have fought the guy in court and ended up with the same outcome, probably. Because F landlords who try to take advantage of young tenants. Like, seriously, thinking back, I would have buried the guy. Like, he kept our $2,000 deposit because he's like, oh, there was a scratch in my hardwood floor. You know how expensive it is to fix this? We gotta pull up the whole floor to replace this one floorboard, and it will cost tens of thousands. Or you can surrender your deposit. Like, this happened over 10 years ago, guys, and I'm still mad thinking about this guy. Like, I could go on forever about the shady landlords I've dealt with. And in the next post, oh boy, OP absolutely destroys a landlord who went a bit too far. So this is a long one, but it may be worth your time to read. I regretfully got an apartment with what is, in my opinion, the worst landlord ever. This man, who I'll call Entitled Dick, or ED, has the audacity to call himself a good person in court. Let me fill you in. So I moved into my new apartment and all was well for the first few months. And then winter hit and the heat went out. It took my landlord 3 days to even answer his phone. By that time, his voicemail was full of complaints from his freezing cold tenants. He told me that the law gave him reasonable time to fix it. So we went 2 more weeks with no heat, using our stoves and camping in the kitchen in our apartments. When the landlord got his electricity bill, he attempted to raise the rent on the apartment. Now, obviously, he wasn't allowed by the city, so he refused to pay his electricity bill, thus denying all of us heat at all. I was sick and tired of this, and I knew this isn't something that should happen, so I went full research mode. I studied the city landlord-tenants laws and rights, and I found so many violations that it was no longer funny but scary. I also studied building code, and I studied the condition of all of his apartments. This was easier, due to the fact that I was friends with his tenants or had gone there to repair damages caused by frozen pipes. The landlord had pissed off all of his tenants, and everyone was pissed off to the point where they wanted to testify against him in court, but couldn't, due to the financial hardships the living conditions we were in had been causing. So I formulated a plan to get him to repair the buildings he owned. But the guy had his own plan. On January 2nd at 2 a.m., I was awoken by the smoke detectors in the whole building going off. I quickly ran to the back hall because no smoke was in my apartment yet, but I was on the top floor. I opened the door and I was greeted by a thick wall of smoke. I quickly ran downstairs and I pounded on every door screaming fire. I got as many people as possible to evacuate, but the floor with the fire, no one was answering, and to my knowledge, it contained children, so I panicked. At this point, the fire department was there and they began breaking in doors. I evacuated. After the fire was out and the investigation started, I witnessed the landlord giving the tenant of that apartment an envelope. 2 weeks later, the results were released, and it was arson. We found out the tenant had used hairspray to start the fire, and then hid the evidence in a hole that she punched into the wall. She was the very person who had been given the envelope, I'm assuming money by the landlord. I then thought to myself that I wasn't going to rest until the guy lost all of his buildings. I then began asking his tenants for their stories about their interaction with the landlord. And this is where things got real. The guy had been accused of everything, from ripping off employees, theft, grand theft auto, fraud, and so much more. I don't know how he became a landlord. Using the knowledge that I gained from my research of tenants' rights and laws, I contacted code enforcement with all the violations of code for the building, including the illegal electrical installation in his new office, without permits or even an electrician, as we knew he did it himself. The guy was immediately investigated. That night, after he was investigated, I find a 7-day notice to quit on my door. I don't know if someone snitched on me or what, but my roommate was worried, but I filled him in on the plan. I studied all those laws and rights, so I knew how to defend myself. Well, we get to court, and I argued everything that was wrong with my apartment, how the living conditions were terrible, citing a clear violation of the Warranty of Habitability Act. The eviction was thrown out, and the guy was forced to repair my apartment with me in it, immediately. The next month, I was given another eviction notice. Still, the landlord's losing money due to the fact that I was teaching his tenants' rights and laws associated with it. The guy kept losing his court dates, and he kept being told to fix stuff, and he was continuously fined by the courts and the code enforcement. He was sinking fast. Now back to that fire. The woman living there was arrested for arson, and she was charged with 2 counts due to the accidental electrical fire that turned out to be ruled intentional. The guy was under investigation for conspiracy to arson and other charges. But I wasn't done yet. We went to court again for my non-payment of rent. And I won again, based on the Landlord Retaliation Act, because I contacted code enforcement and can prove this blatant retaliation. The judge didn't even listen to the landlord. Needless to say, spending the winter without heat took a toll on us tenants. We bought electric heaters and informed the power company that the landlord had shut off all the power to his building and was requiring all the tenants to pay for their own power. Well, apparently his illegal wiring caught up to him. He had wired the apartments to run off each other, and the common areas were now attached to wiring in every apartment. This put the landlord in a rough position, as local law states it's the landlord's responsibility to supply power to the common areas. This means that his shoddy workmanship and illegal wiring prevents him from legally disconnecting the power. The power company turned on all the power and then locked his ability to shut it off until the wiring of the common areas was repaired and separated from the apartments. And this would cost thousands of dollars, thousands we knew he didn't have. At this point, the landlord was panicking. The guy kept losing in court, people were legally withholding rent, he couldn't shut off the services, and the fines were debilitating. He kept blaming his tenants and refused to repair things, and one by one, the buildings he owned were condemned, and the guy was required to pay for relocation of his tenants by law. Well, the guy didn't because he couldn't. He was arrested for attempting to sell 3 buildings the city confiscated from him, and for selling one that was condemned. The guy got what he deserved. He lost every building he owned, and he got charged with all kinds of fraud and was investigated for other crimes I'm still unaware of. But in an anonymous tip to the IRS. The guy was so screwed if they investigate and pursue this matter. I've since gotten a new apartment, and everything the guy owned has been taken away from him by the city, the state, and maybe the IRS. I never saw the guy again. I'm pretty sure he's serving multiple sentences for the crimes he's committed, and he's not getting out anytime soon. He's probably somewhere in some prison regretting meeting this tenant. Holy guys, did OP ever go scorched earth on this landlord? The fallout was absolutely ridiculous. And guys, it always baffles me how some people can be this level of crappy human, and how some people being this crappy can own so many properties. With that said, what an idiot though. The guy totally deserved everything that he got. Like, how can you own so many apartment buildings and rent out to so many people and not know tenants' rights, building codes, and all that stuff? Like, how did he expect to get away with this? And in my opinion, if it wasn't OP, sooner or later, it would have caught up with him for sure. OP was just the person who decided that it was time to end him right then and there. And I'm glad he did. So I lived briefly in Florida about a decade ago, which is where I met my partner. It wasn't long after we met that we moved in together, due to my not so great living situation. We found a nice little 2-bedroom house that was owned by this elderly couple that lived just a few blocks away. Everything was okay. We did find cockroaches after we moved in, which is quite shocking as I'm extremely clean and never had roaches before. And when we told the landlord, they told us that they weren't roaches but palmetto bugs, and refused to have an exterminator come in, which is bad sign number 1. And then a hurricane blows in. This was Florida, after all. It was only a Category 1 or Cat 2. I don't really remember, but there was substantial damage to the roof and a lot of water had gotten in. Being northerners, we had no real idea how to prepare properly, and the landlords just told us to lower the hurricane shutters, so that's all we did. It wasn't long after that we had mold on our walls, especially in the laundry room. So we reported to the landlords, and they told us to wash it down with bleach water. So we did, and it came right back, so it was a constant cleaning process. When we complained, we were told that that's what life in Florida is like. They also came and took a look at the roof, and from the yard, they told us, "You two are young people, just go up there and fix it, and let us know when you're done." And we're thinking, yeah, no. And that's when another hurricane blows through. Again, only a Cat 1 or Cat 2. But this time, we had windows broken during the storm. And since our roof was still not repaired or even tarped off from the last storm, the carpets and furniture were soaked. Here comes the black mold again, but this time not only on our walls, but on the carpets and furniture too. I spent the days outside with our dog, and we were sleeping in my partner's office. Our landlords once again told us to clean it up with bleach water, and that the damage was our fault, since we didn't repair well or we hadn't fixed the roof ourselves, like we were told. So we called the city, and we had an inspector come by. The guy walked in, and he balked at what he found. Black mold all over the carpets and walls, and the roach population was booming. He then looked at the roof that was in need of repair prior to the storm. It hadn't been tarped. And the best part is, when I was standing at the open door with the inspector inside, the old man comes walking up, and he talked about how we better have repaired the roof, and how they were going to charge us for the repairs, the carpet replacement, and the mold removal. Yada yada yada. Cue the city worker who comes around the corner and asked if he was the owner. He said yes, and the inspector told him that he was condemning the house because it wasn't habitable, and that it was not our responsibility as tenants to make or pay for the repairs. He also recommended that we be released from the lease, and I've never seen an old man wobble away so fast. Later that night, his wife calls us, raising high holy hell. How she was suing us for damages, how we weren't getting the money back, how she was going to make us homeless, blah blah blah. She also said she removed the condemned/danger signage that was placed on the door because, quote, it was embarrassing. People knew it was their property. But she made one mistake. She wrote us a strongly worded letter how we were taking advantage of the elderly, and how all the damages were our fault since we didn't do any repairs, and how she wouldn't release us from the lease, and how many lawsuits she was going to hit us with. After contacting the inspector who saw our house, we took another trip to the house to replace the signage. We turned all of this in. The guy just laughed and sighed, and he said he knew exactly how to handle this since he saw this all the time after hurricanes, and if they actually sued, he would testify in our favor, since what they were doing was highly illegal. He then told us that he was going to pay them a little visit and make sure the letters got into the hands of the right people, as well as how he had to replace the signs, another thing she admitted in the letters. About a week later, we got this really pleasant call from the landlady, saying we were such wonderful tenants and how she was refunding our security deposit, and how she was graciously going to let us out of the lease and not pursue any charges or rent for the last few months, which we had refused to pay since we couldn't live there. She also said if we need help finding a new place, to let her know, that she would refer us to some of her friends who owned property too. And we were thinking, no. We did learn, because we were watching the situation, that the house had to be gutted and completely remodeled. We actually parked up the road with some takeout, and we watched the crew haul out sheetrock and carpet. They could have saved themselves thousands if they just called a roofer and somebody to clean up the mold, instead of making us call the city and have the house condemned, and then do whatever they did to make them change their minds on everything else. I still wish I could have been there when they were confronted by the inspectors the second time, because the first was glorious. I just love how the landlords changed their tune real fast after the visit from the inspector, and I would bet the inspector reminded the landlords that OP could sue them for a lot of money and get their lease broken by the court. Again, it's incredible how many landlords out there do not know about rental laws. Like, a lot of them just expect a paycheck every month, no matter what living conditions their tenants have to live in. And since we're on the topic of landlords not knowing the rights of tenants, listen to what this person has to say. A couple of years back, I moved into this exclusive apartment building in the Miami Beach area. I had no clue at the time that my landlord was a fascist dictator. After she took my deposit and we moved in, the problem started. The woman had all sorts of crazy rules, like shirts on for the men at the pool, no talking on cell phones in the hallway, no overnight visitors, and a whole list of stuff that the woman made up and applied whenever she wanted. Now, I knew she was messed in the head, and we generally tolerated it, until one day she decides kids were not allowed to play in the courtyard. She starts harassing my son on a regular basis, telling him that he wasn't allowed to play in the courtyard. However, I had an ace up my sleeve. See, I took a real estate course a few years back, and I knew that discrimination against kids in any way, shape, or form was against federal law. So here's my revenge. I told my son to ignore her and to play as much as he wants, as late as he wants. One day, the woman had enough, and she snapped, even going as far as to scream at the kids in the courtyard. She then knocked on every door who had a kid and informed them that playing in the courtyard by kids was not allowed. When she came to me, I simply asked her to hand it to me in writing, and she did. Needless to say, I hired an attorney and won. It was a six-figure sum, of which 30% went to my son's trust in his name. The owner of the building stood by her side the entire time, and so rightfully, the suit cost him the building. The guy was forced to sell the building. That is my pro-revenge. I had a landlord who was pretty absent. I lived in this building, a high-rise, like 20 stories, for 10 plus years. And he, despite living next door to me, was absent and cold personally, but cool enough. Rent was good, and our agreement was to never bother him about anything, unless it's an absolute emergency. If the shower head's wonky, go buy a new one. The fridge breaks, get it fixed, or just buy a new one. Take it out of what you pay in rent. Lost the receipts, I don't care. I know more or less what a fridge costs, just take it out of rent. Finally, his wife decides she wants more rent, and she wants to rent the place out as an office, which is not legal, and she wants us out as soon as possible. I agree to move out a month early and get a month's rent back, plus deposit. Cue a complete 180 on their part. They start saying, the place is ruined. We can't give you anything until you fix all this stuff. So with that said, two main things. My cats did scratch up the leather legs of the dining table, and the pull-up bar made 2 dents on the doorframe of the kitchen, which was really nice hardwood. They come to me with this list of tons of stuff, like, oh, you hung a photo frame here, or this tile is slightly chipped, etc., etc. This is the busiest work time of the year for me, but I'm trying to be cooperative here. So I got the table legs re-leathered, spackled the photo frame wall hole, patched the tile, like dozens of little everyday wear and tear things, but I did them all because I trusted the guy. I gotta get my money. At the end, he should have been giving me $2,500, but he gave me $5, saying I still need to use the money to fix all that stuff. If you can't accept the $5, I can't give you anything at all. I was super pissed off, but I took the $5. Now, people in my building are gossipy. I don't participate, but I did tell this one older lady about my frustration, and she told everyone. The wife went from being the star of the mommies group of the building to nobody wanting to talk to her, and people shunned the guy too. Now, I originally told them that I was planning to move to another city, but some opportunity came up and I ended up renting a similar unit in the same building, so they thought they could screw me over and not have to see me. But now they did. Often. A year later, I see the light at my old place is still on at 3 a.m., and I'm thinking that's odd. So I go check, and the door's open, and the place is just trashed. It's ruined, the cabinets are broken, there's stuff on the walls, there's writing that says lazy landlord, and the dents on the kitchen door frame are still there. So the guy never fixed anything, he just kept my money. By this time, smartphones were popular, and we had a chat group for the whole building, so about 500 people. I took pictures and posted everything. Apparently, he had also taken these people's deposit, and there was a huge ruckus when they trashed the place, and the cops were called. All these people chime in with complaints and pictures, and the guy got fined a lot for 1, creating a public disturbance, 2, degrading the quality of the living space, 3, illegally renting a residence as an office, and to top it off, the building management wouldn't grant him permission to have workers in to fix the place. So it sat there empty for like 6 months, and the fines were big too. So the guy took 1.5 months rent from me, and he lost a year's rent. And that, my friends, brings us to another end of our /pro revenge, where people get what they deserve in the end. Guys, if you enjoyed today's stories, hit that thumbs up, and if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing so you don't miss these crazy stories. And if you missed yesterday's episode on the channel, it's in our /malicious compliance episode, where smug HOA Karens are getting destroyed left and right. Guys, go check it out if you haven't, and myself and Stevie Boy will see you guys in the next one. We love you.
let's queue up another one.
So this is a World of Warcraft hardcore randomizer. All your abilities and talents are random, and you only get one life.
Well, beautiful friends, guys, welcome back to r/entitled people, where people truly believe that they deserve everything because they're special. And in today's episode, guys, what is more entitled than wanting family members to die to get their money? And Obi tells a story about his super greedy family. Guys, your heads will be shaking so hard in this one. I hope you enjoy the stories. Subscribe if you're not subscribed, and story submissions can be sent to this email right here. So here's a little backstory. I come from a highly dysfunctional family, and I tried to spend as much time away from them as possible. In 3rd grade, I met a set of twins that would become lifelong friends, and their family is second to my own. At the head of their family was their grandfather. He was an extremely rough around the edges, no BS given or taken, my way or the highway kind of guy. Every one of us boys at the house was scared to death of him, and no one wanted to go out of town with him to work. When I was 21, I ended up helping him on a job outside of Fort Worth. And during this time, we bonded. I called him Pop, and he called me Son. A couple of months after we started the Fort Worth job, Pop received a call that his aunt had passed away. We ended up having a few drinks, and he told me stories about her until the rooster crowed. He described her to me in the same manner that us boys would describe him to others. Now, this woman would drink a fifth of bourbon, and she would smoke 5 cigars every day until the day she died. But she made it to nearly 100 before she croaked. During the last 20 years or so of her life, the majority of her family had absolutely nothing to do with her, with the exception of one grandson, who I'll call George. She had also amassed a nice little fortune, having a 100-acre ranch, a large farmhouse, and a 7-figure bank account. Pop decided that we should attend the funeral. The funeral was going as all funerals go, with people sobbing, others binge drinking, and most of the kids looking bored. As Pop and I are sitting quietly, minding our own, we hear this increasingly loud conversation behind us. Enter the cast, the entitled family, most likely the daughters. We hear behind us daughter number 1 saying, "Really? Everything? What do you mean he gets everything?" Daughter number 2, George's mom, said, "That's what the lawyer said." Daughter 3 says, "She can't do this to us, can she? We're her kids." That's when daughter number 4 says, "There's got to be something we can do about this. It's his fault she died. If he hadn't given her all that whiskey and cigars all those years, she would still be alive. He's in on this." We then hear, "Don't worry, George is my son and he'll do whatever I say. I'll make him hand over what he gets and we'll sell everything and split it evenly, just between the 4 of us." It was at this point Pops caught on to what was being discussed, and I'm sure everyone else around had. And he, being a man to not hold his tongue, absolutely lost it. It went something like this. Pop spoke up and said, "Y'all need to shut y'all's asses. This woman lived to be nearly 100 years old, and you're gonna try to say that her own grandson killed her? Over what? Money? If you cared so much about her, where were y'all the last 20 years of her life?" He didn't do it for the money. He did it because it was his grandma, and it was the right thing to do. Before the daughters could regain their composure, the son came up. He then looked his mom in the eye and said, "Goodbye, Mom. This is the last time any of y'all will see me again," and then simply walked out the door. The last I heard about any of this, he was enjoying his life out on the ranch, and he refused to have any contact with his immediate family. I spent another 6 months traveling with Pops, working construction and learning masonry. He passed about 7 to 8 years back, and I miss that man. Even if no one reads this or cares, it felt really nice to talk about Pop. Guys, Pop does sound like an absolutely amazing man, and I'm glad to hear that OP got to be so close to him. With that said, it never ceases to amaze me how family members will ghost for decades and just come crawling back expecting a giant inheritance when a family member passes. I'm glad the daughters got absolutely nothing because clearly they only saw mom as a way to get rich quick. Like the way they were all talking at the funeral was disgusting. And I love how even the son was sick of his mom's BS and just ran far, far away from her when he got the chance. I guess it turned out he won't do what she says just because she's mom. Love it. So 2 years ago, I got married to a wonderful and intelligent woman. She's a surgeon. Her father is a very successful artist. He's done well, and he earns a great deal of money. In addition to my wife, the oldest, he has 3 sons, Larry, Mo, and Curly, and a daughter. Sister-in-law's the youngest. My father-in-law Phil is in his mid-60s and he's still going strong. He enjoys his work and he doesn't want to stop for another 5 to 6 years. He's got enough put away that he could live comfortably the rest of his life. My sister-in-law is the youngest at 22 and in university, and she's a pre-law student. Her father pays for everything: tuition, books, an apartment, car, fuel, a food allowance, etc. The two of them also fight constantly as Phil's divorced from sister-in-law's mom. Well, sister-in-law was already upset because Phil took her credit card away after she tried to buy a last-minute business class seat home from Greece, which is another entitled story. Even though it's been 4 years since they divorced, she hasn't quite accepted that her father's okay to see other women, and she's very catty about them. Phil has an older brother, Jeff, and Jeff's finally decided at the age of 67 to settle down and tie the knot. They're having the ceremony in Norway, where their family heritage dates back to. But here's the thing. When Phil announced that he was going to fly out to his brother's wedding, sister-in-law absolutely lost it. She started yelling that he was spending her inheritance and it was wrong. How dare he spend his own money? She just launched into this huge tirade how he's always going places. He went to Canada, New York, etc. And then she tried to convince her 3 brothers and my wife to back her up and that he needs to not go to save her inheritance. Like she actually, I kid you not, said to him, "You're spending my money." She then threw a small tantrum when nobody would back her. My wife had to take her into the other room and sternly explain that the money belonged to Phil and none of them had any right to it. She seemed to calm down and she came up with a compromise. She said she'd be okay with it if he would take her too, and then they'd spend a couple of weeks in Norway on vacation. Well, this started an even bigger argument, as one brother, Curly, thought it was a great idea and he could go too. So Larry, Mo, and my wife tried to point out that due to the church size and remoteness, only Phil was invited. Everything ended when sister-in-law drove off crying because we were being mean to her, and her dad was going to make her poor. And if you're wondering what I did during this escapade, I stayed my happy self in the kitchen next door, preparing dinner, where I could just listen but not be in the line of fire. Oh man, is that ever super entitled, guys. And the audacity of sister-in-law to say that dad's spending all of her money. Like, imagine working so hard your whole life, only to have your own daughter say that it's all her money. What a selfish, spoiled brat, and I hope dad spends the rest of his years enjoying every cent. With that said though, guys, I do believe that dad had a lot to do with how entitled sister is. Like, I get that you want your kids to have everything, the easy life that you wish you had growing up, but this is the result. That man pays for everything for her, so why would she not expect that money to be hers? Like, it just makes me sad, guys, that she's basically counting down the days to his death, and she's probably annoyed at every day that he continues to live and spend his own hard-earned money. My goodness. And if you think that was wild, listen to this post, guys. I'm a 47-year-old male, and I was recently diagnosed with cancer 6 months ago. Now, I don't know what happened, but I went to get a second opinion, and I found out I was misdiagnosed. It wasn't malignant as the initial diagnosis, and I'm gonna be okay. Anyways, I'm recovering. When I told my family the news, it felt like my mom, who's 73, and my sister, who's 35, weren't all too glad about me recovering. Now, you'd think that when someone's diagnosed with cancer and expected to die, and then they're told they're not dying, the family would be ecstatic, right? Well, that's what I thought. I didn't make a fuss, but I told my girlfriend, 38, about my observation. She told me not to worry, and that they were probably still in shock and relieved that I'm not dying. With that said, we were invited to my mom's house last Sunday, and that's when my nephew, 12 years old, just blurted out something about him thinking he was gonna be rich soon because I was sick and dying. Hearing that, it felt like a gut punch. I'm child-free, so I don't really know when people start being a-holes. But I felt like he's still too young for that, so the next explanation is he heard the adults around him. I just laughed and looked at my confused. I saw my sister turn around at that announcement. My girlfriend spent the rest of the evening holding my hand and caressing it. My mom called me the day after, and she was dancing around the subject, trying to find out more. I never discussed my will with anyone, but what were they expecting? I've been with my girlfriend for 13 years. She's the love of my life and my family. With that said, I'm changing my will to exclude my nephews who I thought I would leave some for. It's going to charity instead because I don't want anyone who thinks they'll be must have ever thought about it. We were happy, and we've always seen each other as each other's family. I just proposed without a ring one night. I just blurted out, "Will you marry me?" And she said yes, and I'm in heaven. I don't have any social media, but my girlfriend does, and she shared on Facebook that we're engaged. Well, my mom calls me 2 hours later to ask if it's a joke. She asked, "Why now? Why would you decide on a whim to propose now when you've been together for over 10 years?" And hearing her ask that, I didn't hold back. I told her that for the past 10 years or so, I've been treated as a cash cow for my sister and her family. Always expected to pay, and only the most expensive things. I then told my mom that my sister even insinuated that her oldest son, 14 years old, is expecting a brand new Porsche when he turns 18. And instead of acknowledging my generosity, they were disappointed I'm not dying. My mom started crying at this, swearing that it's all in my head and the cancer treatment's making me crazy and thinking these absurd thoughts. My mom told me they're all grateful and happy that I'm fine, but I shouldn't forget that they're my real family because we're blood. She also told me that my girlfriend's still young and she could move on with her life should the worst happen. And if I leave my money to her after we're married, she's gonna end up finding a better man to spend my money on when I die. She then told me to take a walk and to think long and hard about my decision, and that regardless of what happens, they'll always be my family, my real family. Mom also said that my girlfriend has a career of her own, and she's childless, so she doesn't need any of my money. I just told my mom, well, my girlfriend's always been my family, and now she's becoming my family on paper too. Hearing me say that, she starts crying, and she asked me if I'm planning to disinherit the boys now because of a stupid comment made by a child. And if I did disinherit them, would that also mean I'm disinheriting my girlfriend's niece too? At that, I told her she should wait for me to die to find out, shouldn't she? She then said there's no point talking to me when I'm like this. She then begged me not to do anything stupid, and she wished me a good night. There was no congratulations on my engagement, nothing. Now what's left is to find my girlfriend, now my fiance, an engagement ring. She's very simple and minimalistic. She wants something small and simple, not extravagant. Her only request is that I choose it. She's surely a keeper. You know what? Since OP's mom didn't say it, I'm gonna say it. Congratulations for your health and for your engagement to a wonderful woman. I've read dozens and dozens of posts like this, and greedy family members still shock me when they say the most entitled things ever. And what the mom said really cemented the fact that her and sister are way over their heads and super entitled. Like, how dare you marry the love of your life and leave the money to her? How dare you? You need to leave the money to your real family, your blood family. The ones that happen to expect Porsches when they turn 18 and just use you for expensive things. Guys, I absolutely love how the vultures just came out, expecting to pick at a delicious rotting carcass. And instead, they got a can of karmic whoop-ass instead. I just hope OP spoils his wife with his riches, because there's a saying, guys. The people that want everything often deserve nothing, but the people who want and expect nothing deserve the world. And guys, if you think that post was crazy, listen to this post. My dad is 75 years old, and he's a war vet. He's getting old. He doesn't have much time left, and he knows it. I enjoy quiet nights and reading to him or listening to our favorite music. Recently, he's called me and my younger sister, who just dropped out of college, to come over to have a serious talk. My sister is a spoiled, rotten brat that owes a lot of money to her friends, and she's working job to job. My dad told us that he'll split the inheritance, house, cars, family heirlooms, etc. 50-50, and told us that we would both be able to take care of ourselves with it when he dies. Well, as soon as Dad told us that, my sister's face lit up like a Christmas tree. She asked when we're able to get the inheritance, and I just looked at her like, really? My dad just brushed it off. He then laughed and said, when I kick the bucket, and there was an awkward moment of silence. Well, here's where it gets crazy. A couple of days later, I get a call from the police that told me that my dad slipped on his porch and that he's rushed to the hospital and he's there right now. Thankfully, he's okay. When I went to visit Dad, I began asking how the situation even began. He said he lost his balance while slipping. Nothing serious, as it happens to everyone. That the porch just happened to be really icy this one day. Hearing that, I was confused. We didn't get any snowfall overnight or anything to make the porch icy. I was there yesterday and it was fine. I eventually made my way back home and I saw the gray camera on the pillars of his porch, and I went on the app. I had a bad feeling, so I had to check, and that's when I witnessed the most shocking thing in my life. My throat just went tight as I saw my sister pouring water on the porch of my dad's house and left it to freeze overnight. My dad went to check the mail the next day and he slipped and slid down 4 steps. I cried for hours. I didn't know who to call or what to say to my dad. My friend eventually talked me into calling the police to show them this video, and my sister's currently facing attempted murder charges. After hours of silence, my dad approached me and we talked. He said he still loves my sister despite what happened and he can't do anything to hurt her. It's just sad knowing my sister did this over money to our own dad. So the post ends right there, guys, but all I can say is there's a special place in hell for that sister. Like, wanting someone to kick the bucket to get their money is one thing, but holy cow did sister ever cross the line by attempting to end her dad like that. Like, how stupid can you be? And really, I understand the unconditional love for your children, but damn, Dad. After that, to say that he still loves her is, I don't know, something else. My aunt was one of the 2 kids my grandparents had. My mother was the polar opposite to my aunt. She worked from the age of 12 in my grandfather's shop, and she never asked for anything and eventually managed to start her own business. My aunt, however, never held down a job until the age of 26, and she was constantly stealing from her parents and was constantly in trouble. Despite this, my aunt was spoiled by my grandmother, and so were her kids. She had 3 kids from 3 different men, and her first husband was not one of them, if you know what I mean. It didn't matter what my aunt or her kids did, my grandmother would always jump to their defense. She never had time for my mom and her kids unless it was to get something from us. The only reason my mom would visit her was because she loved my grandfather. My grandfather passed away in 2004, and a few months after, my nan decided to write up a new will. My mother and my aunt were both present for it when she signed it, so they knew what was in it. It made it so when she passed away, her home would be sold, and the money split 25% each to my mom and aunt, and the remaining 50% would go evenly to the grandkids. At the time, the home was worth more than £500,000, so it would be a nice little inheritance, but nothing life-changing. In 2010, my mom died after an accident, and she didn't have a current will in place. As she no longer had her business and she was renting a house, she didn't have anything of much monetary value. The only thing she was concerned about was what would be done at her funeral should she pass away. But she told me everything she wanted: the music, the flowers, the coffin color, and even what people were to wear at the funeral. She wanted people wearing bright, warm colors. So when she passed, my aunt and nan took over all the arrangements and tried to undo the things I told them. The songs were going to be songs they knew my mom didn't like, and the flowers were all the wrong colors, and they picked a hideous coffin. With the help of my siblings, we were able to change a few things back to what they were supposed to be, but the coffin couldn't be changed for some reason. Also, my nan refused to let people come dressed as clowns, so everybody had to wear black. It was frustrating. After the funeral, my nan had her will changed. My siblings and I were told by our aunt that she didn't have any involvement in the writing of the will, and our nan told us that she changed it so my mom's share would go to her kids instead. We thought it was all good. After Mom passed away, Nan just stopped talking about my mom. At first, we thought it was because she was still recovering from losing her daughter, but even after 5 years after Mom passed, she still wouldn't talk about her. Even if you brought up a story about Mom, Nan would very obviously try to change the subject, usually about how hard my aunt and her kids had it. And if you went to talk to her about your own problems, she would somehow bring it back to my aunt. I had suffered a mental breakdown after Mom's death, so you can imagine how much it hurt to hear, well, your aunt has it so much worse. Well, in 2016, my nan passed away. She had written down what she wanted to be done for her funeral, and it was basically all the same things she picked out for my mom's funeral, even the music to be played. I don't know why she tried to have a dress rehearsal funeral using my mom as the stand-in, but it was obvious that's what she was trying to do. So after a couple of months, our siblings and I were waiting to hear about the will reading. And my aunt kept telling me, oh, it'll be another month before we can do the reading. I didn't mind. I wasn't fussed about the money, to be honest. But my oldest brother was hoping to use the money to pay for a honeymoon for him and his then fiancée. And my younger brother was about to start university, so it would be a big help. Eventually, my dad bumped into the solicitor my grandmother used to deal with her will, and asked what was happening. So the solicitor let it slip that the will had already been read, and it left everything to my aunt. When my dad questioned this, the solicitor told him that my aunt had been present when the will was written, despite promising that she had nothing to do with it. When confronted, my aunt initially tried to deny it, but eventually admitted to lying to all of us. She then showed us the will, and it confirmed what we already knew. The house and all its contents were now hers. This included my granddad's war medals, as he fought in the Second World War. When I told her that he had promised them to me before he died, she said, well, unless you have it in writing, you will have nothing in this house. Anyways, I gave them to Clive. Hearing her say that, my heart sank. Now, Clive wasn't his real name, obviously. That was her eldest son, and he was the dictionary definition of a screw-up. The guy had been in and out of prison for stealing and dealing drugs, and I knew that moment the prick got his hands on my granddad's medals, they would have been sold off, and I was right. We looked into taking her to court over the will, but everybody we spoke to said that we probably wouldn't get anything out of it. She then immediately put the house up for sale at close to £750,000. She had pissed off way too many people in town, so she was gonna sell the house and move closer to her daughter, who lives in a big city. An offer was made on the house, and she put down a deposit on a house near the big city, and I thought that was that. But here's where karma comes into play. So the people who wanted my nan's house had a survey done on the house to see if there was issues, and oh boy were there. It turns out that the land the house was built on was way too soft for the type of house it was, and it was sinking. It sunk about 2 centimeters in the 40 years my nan and granddad lived there, but the sinking was accelerating to 1 centimeter per year. That meant that within the next 3 years, the house would need some serious work, or be knocked down, and the new value of the house was £60,000. The buyers immediately pulled out, not even having put down a deposit. That meant that my aunt couldn't buy her new house, but still had to pay the deposit on it. And while this was happening, she let Clive move in with her into her house that she rented from the council. He wasn't allowed to live in any council houses because he trashed every single one he'd been given. Someone reported this, and she was kicked out of her home. So she was forced to move into my nan's old home as she couldn't live anywhere else. So there she is, living in a crumbling house with her craphead son and her partner, and she was stuck there for 2 years. Every time I saw her, she would try to start talking to me, and I would just ignore her and walk off. One time, as I was walking away, she screamed, "Your mother deserved to die for having an R word like you." Every time I saw her after that, she looked more and more miserable. Eventually, she sold the house for something like £85,000, and she moved in with her daughter in the big city. I lost contact with her and her kids after this, and I thought karma had been issued, but oh boy, karma still wasn't done with her. I bumped into one of her former friends, and she told me what happened after she left town. So she moved into her daughter's home, but they only had a 3-bedroom house and 3 kids. My aunt and her partner had to live in the smallest room in the house while my aunt looked for a job and a home to rent. Even with £85,000, she couldn't afford a home anywhere. After about a month, my aunt's partner ran off after emptying their joint account. She was left stranded in her daughter's house, not contributing anything because all the money she makes goes into bingo. Eventually, my cousin and my aunt get into a screaming match, and that's when my aunt said something along the lines of, "I should have aborted you," and she was immediately kicked out of her house. So again, there's my aunt, in a city where she knows nobody, with no money, no home, and the last bridge she had was a smoldering wreck. So last anyone's heard, she was living in a caravan in the roughest part of the city. And she can no longer work because she's suffering from arthritis and she can no longer move her hands. Now, I know I shouldn't get joy out of something like this happening to another person, but it does bring me some peace as to what happened. Guys, all I can say is karma is a freaking bitch, guys. And that aunt deserved every bit of what happened. And honestly, I hate reading posts where families are torn apart by inheritances and money. Like, what a freaking shame. And the thing that upsets me most is that OP lost out on getting their granddad's war medals. But yeah, that's entitled families for you guys. So I'm 17 years old, and I found out only a few weeks ago that my dad left me a lot of money in a trust. Like, it's a crazy amount that I didn't believe at first, but it's true. My parents were separated, but not legally divorced when my dad died. When my mom learned about the money, she told her husband, and suddenly, the money became a very touchy subject. I can't touch it until I'm 19 with the way my dad set it up. So I do have some time to deal with this. But my mom and her husband want me to share my money with my step-siblings, who are 14, 8, and 7. The money is enough where even if I pay for college and buy a house, I would have a lot of money left. The way the trust works is I was told it's also getting interest, which my dad had intentionally set up. My mom and her husband have struggled financially for years. They started dating when his youngest kid was 1. His wife had died, and he was going through a legal battle with the mother of his oldest, and his oldest is inheriting for trauma caused by their mom. Also, his youngest was born with some medical issues and has a lot of doctor's appointments. Between everything, money was tight. We lived paycheck to paycheck, and I worked to make my own life a little more comfortable, but we had no college savings or anything before this. My mom and her husband drained their own bank account to keep a roof over our heads. This has all been brought up to me as a good reason why I should do this. My mom told me it was selfish for Dad to put it all away solely for my future, and that he should have been thinking about raising me as well. She told me that I might not call her husband Dad or his kids my siblings, but we're a family, and that this family's been through so much together and we've struggled for so long that it would be so good and generous for me to do this. I told her it's not like I can access the money now. She said no, but when I do, I should set up accounts for my 3 step-siblings so they have a better chance at college. And if not college, the chance to have a head start in life. Despite all their trying to talk me into it, I say no. I told them I wasn't going to share the money. My mom was so mad, but it was nothing compared to how mad her husband was. They told me to quit being selfish and start acting with compassion. So am I the a-hole in this situation? Yeah, in my opinion, OP is not the a-hole, guys. Like, if the money is willed to him, he can do whatever he pleases with it. But all I can say is if he decides to keep the money for himself, he should get the heck out of the house because they'll never let him live it down. And with all that money, the world's his oyster. He can do whatever he wants. And this person says, not the a-hole. So your mom's new husband is mad at you for not giving money to his children? This money came from your father. That was not their father. It was yours. This is whom your father wanted the money to go to. Explain to your mother that if they're gonna punish you for doing exactly what your dead father wanted, they can go fly a kite. Mom should also ask her new husband to stay out of it, because he's not your father. And this person says, I'm 58 years old, and take it from me. Number 1, you're not obligated to share the money. If I were in your position, I would not. Number 2, your dad left it the way he did, so your mom couldn't spend it on others. It's not your job to finance her family. It was not selfish of your father to not make sure your mom and company are okay. But it is selfish and greedy for your mom and husband to expect you to give them money. Giving them money is what your dad would not want. Number 3, this is your legacy. It's everything your dad can give you to help you in life because he won't be there. Your dad's trying to give you now what he would have contributed during his life had he lived. Remember that. Number 4, you're young. Life is expensive. Please talk to the lawyer and get help to stretch the money out as long as possible. Houses need roofs, plumbing, cars need maintenance, weddings if you choose are expensive, and healthcare if you get sick is expensive. And then there's retirement. Don't look at college and a house as the only big items. You have 70 to 75 years to live. And number 5, also find out if you get all the money at once or it pays over time. If it pays over time, you might not be able to share it. Guys, let me know what you would do in this situation. And that, my friends, brings us to another end of our /entitled people. Guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stories. If you did, hit that thumbs up. And if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing so you don't miss these crazy stories. And if you missed the last episode of the channel, it's It's another r/entitled People episode, where a Karen keeps sending her kids to OP's house to play because she says it's a public playground. It's such a wild story, so go check it out if you haven't, and myself and Stevie Boy will see you guys in the next one. We love you.
Let's load up another.
Factor provides balanced eating made simple.
They provide a new menu every week with delicious
A lot of
nutritious
these stories, the reason I
Hello,
listen
my
to this is
wonderful,
remind
beautiful
myself
friends.
of
Guys,
things
welcome back to
like
r/entitled People, where people truly believe that they can do what they want, when they want, because they're special. And in this episode, guys, holy, you're in for a treat. We've got an HOA Karen policing public roads. Opie tells an outrageous story of how her mother and husband destroy their family. And lastly, Opie's sister demands absurd amounts of money from her to save her dying husband, guys. It's gonna be a wild ride today, guys, so strap yourselves in. I hope you enjoy the stories, and as always, subscribe if you're not subscribed so you don't miss these crazy, crazy tales. I'm just throwing out this story because I know you folks will get a kick out of it. While I'm fortunate enough to not live in a neighborhood with an HOA, I'm a firefighter for a suburban district that's chock full of them. Big ones, small ones, old ones, brand new ones, HOAs effing everywhere. For the most part, they aren't a hassle. They gate off their private roads, but as long as they put a sensor on it or a padlock that uses our standard apartment key, that's not an issue. Enter the Views. So the Views are condos built in the late 70s, and as far as I can tell, the only view they have is of a freeway on-ramp and some eucalyptus trees. The Views were built along a narrow road that starts and ends off on the main road, making one big loop about a quarter-mile long, with a couple of cul-de-sacs branching off. It's also important to note that the driveways for each end of the loop are about 30 feet apart, off the same road. The Views have a lot of older residents, so we're there semi-frequently for medical aids or people smoking out their kitchens when they forget about the food they left on the stove, and even the occasional structure fire. Responding there is annoying because they build speed bumps every 25 feet along this loop, so once you're in the Views, you're not going anywhere fast. It's annoying, but it's also a private road, so they can technically build as many speed bumps as they want. Enter the chain. About a third way along the loop from the first driveway, there's a chain across the road, padlocked to a steel pole on one side. It's a generic master brand lock, to which we don't have a key to. And why is it there? What does it do? Why would anyone build something like that? The answer to all three of those questions is who the F knows? The chain has been in place as long as I've been working at this department, and no one can tell me exactly why it's still a thing. Phone calls to the HOA regarding the chain went unanswered and unreturned. So the problem with the chain is its location. If we're responding to an address that's closer to the first driveway but just past the chain, we would have to go the long way around to get there. The key word is would. When the pandemic was really ramping up in early 2020, we were at the Views a lot, sometimes 2 to 3 times a shift. Approaching from the main road, we would always take the first driveway because F the long way. Someone called 911, so we're gonna get there quickly. That's what we're paid to do. So when the address came up on the other side of the chain, it was unanimously decided that we would take the path of least resistance. Enter the bolt cutters. Every time we needed to get to an address past the chain, I would hop out of the engine, grab the bolt cutters, and snip a link. The chain goes down, engine and ambulance go through. Simple solution. After about a week of this and many mysteriously replaced chains, the enigma of the chain was finally revealed. One night, as I have a link firmly in the grasp of my bolt cutters, I hear a shrill shriek. Somebody saying, "Stop! Stop right now!" We then see a middle-aged woman come speed walking out of the condo next to the chain. She then says to us, "I'm the HOA president. That's there for a reason. What are you doing?" Now, I want to hear all about that reason, but we're here for a response and the clock's ticking. So with that, I go snap. Another link is broken. The chain falls slack and onward we go. We resolved that we'll stop by her unit after we clear the call, to let her know what a nuisance the chain is and something needs to be done about it. This course of action was ultimately unnecessary, as HOA President Karen took it upon herself to huff and puff after us as we drove away, and she came speed walking up again as we pulled up to the response address. I went inside with the ambulance crew, but I could hear her shrieking at the captain outside. We wrap up the call, get the patient loaded into the ambulance, and she's still going off on him. What it basically boiled down to was that she took it upon herself to install the chain, because she did not want people using the road as a thoroughfare. The reasoning behind this is an utter mystery to a rational mind, because it's a loop that begins and ends on the same road, 30 feet apart. No one's using the views as a thoroughfare. The chain got installed where it is because that's where her condo is. She just didn't want people driving past her home all the time. She then demands that we go the long way for addresses past the chain. We explain it hinders response time, and Karen does not accept this. It takes my captain asking her that if her unit was on fire and we're responding from the other direction down the main road, would she want us to take the extra minute going the long way, or just cut the chain to get to her unit faster? She acquiesces that she had not considered this, but she refuses to do anything about the chain. So war it is then. Every single opportunity we got, we cut that effing chain. Never maliciously though, only out of necessity, but it was necessary to the point where it was getting comical. It got to the point where a pile of snap chain links just lay discarded in the gutter. She made numerous attempts at peace though, like what if we just notified her when we needed it unlocked? She said she would stop what she's doing immediately, or she would rush home from wherever she is to unlock the chain for us. And at that, I said, yeah, no. She then suggested, what if we cut a link on one end instead of down the middle? We tell her, sorry, the middle is faster. What if she gave us a key to the lock? Again, we say sorry. If it's not the department-issued lock, we're not gonna take time to dig through a key box. One day, as I hopped out to gleefully cut the chain as always, something was different. We saw zip ties. Perhaps she was tired of buying new chains, or perhaps the chain fund had dried up. Karen resorted to zip tying the chain back together where we cut it. She even attached a giant tag on the chain saying, "Fire Department, please cut zip tie only." So after consulting with my captain, we decided upon the most prudent course of action. I didn't have a pair of scissors on me, but I sure as hell had a pair of bolt cutters. So I went snap, dead center in one of the remaining lengths of chain. And so the chain got gradually shorter and shorter, and it became more zip tie than chain. Despite Karen running out of her condo when the engine pulled up to the chain, we were always faster with bolt cutters. The chain's been fully replaced a couple of more times, and the same cycle has ensued. Until one day last week when everything just changed. Enter the gate. As we respond to the views one day, we pulled up to the chain. I had my bolt cutters out and ready to go, only to be greeted with the most unexpected surprise. Where the chain had once stretched across the road, now looms a two-arm swinging gate, and a beefy one too. They definitely accessed some HOA fees to pay for this beast. So on cue, out comes Karen. This time, she said nothing. She only crossed her arms in defiance, and she looked on with a smirk. I assessed the new obstacle for a second. It's too thick to ram through. Plus, that would damage the fire engine. It was made of tubular steel, mounted on concrete anchored posts, so no lifting the gate off the hinge. Karen then looks at us, and she smugly says, "Well, looks like you'll be taking the long way from now on." Clearly having played out this exact scenario in her head countless times since having the gate installed. And she would have been right, except the arms of the gate were secured by a length of chain wrapped around and padlocked. I just looked straight at the HOA president, Karen, and I lined up the bolt cutters on the chain link and the padlock shackle. I then look at Karen right in the face, and I went snap. And I've never seen someone visibly deflate the way that Karen did at that moment. I then pushed the gate open, and the engine drove straight through. As I climb back into the engine, I hear her call out, "Well, at least have the damn decency to close it behind you." And I probably don't need to tell you that I left that gate wide open. The icing on the cake is when we sent the fire marshal to check it out. While the chain technically met the definition for impeding emergency vehicle access, we let it slide due to it being easily bypassed. The gate, however, was a massive violation of county codes. Despite being a private road, the number of residents along the loop in the views stipulated that any gate shall be automatically opening and have an emergency vehicle sensor. The gate fits neither of those criteria, so boom, 30-day notice to remove the fence, or face massive fines from the county for impeding emergency vehicle access. So in summary, we waged a year-long battle against one HOA president's desperate grasp to control a problem that never existed in the first place. And if that doesn't capture HOAs in a nutshell, I don't know what does. Guys, that is some freaking next level entitlement. And it always baffles me how people literally don't give a care in the world about emergency responders. Like, it's an emergency they're responding to, Karen, a life or death situation. And she never once thought, maybe I should just take the chain down, because those few seconds that they're spending to cut the chain down could be the difference between life or death. But no. The woman had the audacity to tell the firefighters to drive around the long way. Some people, I tell you.
I'm a sushi chef. I also happen to be a cat. How'd I get here? Adobe Photoshop. It turned a cute kitty like me into a sashimi master. And it can make your images look amazing too. In just a few clicks, you can replace a boring background, swap out a so-so sky, and remove distractions like people and power lines. With Photoshop, everyone can. I love playing with this mouse. Click or tap the banner to visit Photoshop.com and pounce on your free trial today.
So I'm a 40-year-old female. My dad is 63 and my mom is 60, and they've been married 43 years. I have 6 siblings, 3 sisters who are 42, 38, and 34, and 2 twin brothers who are 20, and another brother who's 18, and this is relevant. I've been with my husband, who's 39, since we were 15. I got pregnant at 17 and moved in with my parents. I gave birth to my now 22-year-old daughter. We got married at 18 shortly after. My dad's father passed shortly after our wedding and left his ranch-style house to my father. My grandparents built a house next door to my parents when they retired, and my parents decided to let us live in this house and told us that this would be my inheritance. My husband and I had no issues with this. We then went on to have 3 children. We have a 20-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 5-year-old, and I'm currently 7 months pregnant with my last child, a boy, due in April. Now, I thought I had a good marriage. We went on date nights, bought each other gifts, never fought, and we were intimate. My entire world, however, was shattered on New Year's Eve, when I returned early from a girls' trip I'd taken with some friends. I walked into my bedroom to find my mom in bed with my husband. My mother, the entitled bitch she is, then screams at me to get out of their bedroom, which really shook me up even more. Unfortunately, my oldest daughter was also home in her bedroom across the house. She was getting ready for a party. She ran out and she witnessed all but a bedsheet naked mother running out of our house next door to her house and slammed the door. My daughter was devastated and she went to my sister's house. I asked, and they'd been sleeping together unprotected at least once a month for longer than we were married. I ran the math and I was horrified because the timeline meant that my twin brothers and my youngest brother could be my husbands. At that, I immediately called my dad and told him to come to my house without my mom. I made my husband meant to do any of this and that she was so sorry. I then told my older sister, and she and I decided to have her throw a party for the whole extended family, and we invited my ex's family as well. At the party, I had my 22-year-old daughter take all the kids to the basement and put on a movie, leaving only the adult children and siblings. And that's when I told them exactly what my mom had been doing. Most of the family's on my side, except my 3 youngest siblings, my 38-year-old sister, and my ex's entire family. They all say I'm such an a-hole for dropping this publicly. Of course, word got out, and my mom's best friend, who's on the leadership at my mom's church, calls me to verify. My mom has since been let go as the children's pastor there, and she claims that I have ruined her reputation and life, and how dare I do this to her. My dad kicked her out, and she's now living with my 38-year-old sister. And lastly, my dad insisted on a DNA test for the 3 youngest boys before he'd consider anything to do with their marriage. The test came back, and my twin brothers, who are 20, are my husband's biological children. I've since kicked him out, and he's living with his parents. My husband's appalled and furious that I proved he's actually. I helped him get it set up. I ran the office completely and took time away from my teaching career to help him get established. In my state, all marital assets, including businesses, are split 50-50. And since the house was still in my father's name, my husband will get no money from the sale. Neither will my mother, since inherited assets are not subject to be split in divorces. My mother's also likely to not get any alimony, as our state is not a no-fault divorce state. I am now over a month removed, and I'm still extremely bitter and angry at my mom, especially at her hypocrisy of calling me a whore for having a kid so young and shaming my family, when she's done much worse. I also despise my ex with everything within me now, as he was sleeping with both my mom and me, and in some instances coming to our bed minutes later. He got my mother pregnant less than a week after getting me pregnant, and I thought it was so and fun that I shared a pregnancy experience.
I am restarting this one.
So I'm a 40-year-old female. My dad is 63 and my mom is 60, and they've been married 43 years. I have 6 siblings, 3 sisters who are 42, 38, and 34, and 2 twin brothers who are 20, and another brother who's 18, and this is irrelevant. I've been with my husband, who's 39, since we were 15. I got pregnant at 17 and moved in with my parents. I gave birth to my now 22-year-old daughter. We got married at 18 shortly after. My dad's father passed shortly after our wedding and left his ranch-style house to my father. My grandparents built a house next door to my parents when they retired, and my parents decided to let us live in this house and told us that this would be my inheritance. My husband and I had no issues with this. We then went on to have 3 children. We have a 20-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 5-year-old, and I'm currently 7 months pregnant with my last child, a boy, due in April. Now, I thought I had a good marriage. We went on date nights, bought each other gifts, never fought, and we were intimate. My entire world, however, was shattered on New Year's Eve, when I returned early from a girls' trip I'd taken with some friends. I walked into my bedroom to find my mom in bed with my husband. My mother, the entitled bitch she is, then screams at me to get out of their bedroom, which really shook me up even more. Unfortunately, my oldest daughter was also home in her bedroom across the house. She was getting ready for a party. She ran out and she witnessed all but a bedsheet naked husband. I then asked him for the truth, and what I learned destroyed me. He told me that my mom seduced him when we were 18 and living in their house, and they'd been sleeping together unprotected at least once a month for longer than we were married. I ran the math and I was horrified, because the timeline meant that my twin brothers and my youngest brother could be my husbands. At that, I immediately called my dad and told him to come to my house without my mom. I made my husband confess, and my dad was devastated. He and my mom were high school sweethearts too. Needless to say, we could hear my mom screaming from her house when he confronted her, saying she never meant to do any of this and that she was so sorry. I then told my older sister, and she and I decided to have her throw a party for the whole extended family, and we invited my ex's family as well. At the party, I had my 22-year-old daughter take all the kids to the basement and put on a movie, leaving only the adult children and siblings. And that's when I told them exactly what my mom had been doing. Most of the family's on my side, except my 3 youngest siblings, my 38-year-old sister, and my ex's entire family. They all say I'm such an a-hole for dropping this publicly. Of course, word got out, and my mom's best friend, who's on the leadership at my mom's church, calls me to verify. My mom has since been let go as the children's pastor there, and she claims that I have ruined her reputation and life, and how dare I do this to her. My dad kicked her out, and she's now living with my 38-year-old sister. And lastly, my dad insisted on a DNA test for the 3 youngest boys, before he'd consider anything to do with their marriage. The test came back, and my twin brothers, who are 20, are my husband's biological children. I've since kicked him out, and he's living with his parents. My husband's appalled and furious that I proved he's actually about to have 7 kids instead of 5, and that I'm going to be taking half his business from him. My husband started his own HVAC company a few years back, and for the first 5 years, I helped him get it set up. I ran the office completely and took time away from my teaching career to help him get established. In my state, all marital assets, including businesses, are split 50-50, and since the house was still in my father's name, my husband will get no money from the sale. Neither will my mother, since inherited assets are not subject to be split in divorces. My mother's also likely to not get any alimony, as our state is not a no-fault divorce state. I'm now over a month removed, and I'm still extremely bitter and angry at my mom, especially at her hypocrisy of calling me a whore for having a kid so young and shaming my family, when she's done much worse, coming to our bed minutes later. He got my mother pregnant less than a week after getting me pregnant, and I thought it was so cute and fun that I shared a pregnancy experience with my mom. Little did I know, she was carrying my children's half-siblings. My whole family is destroyed because of this. My twin brothers, one of my sisters, and my ex-brothers due to this mess. My 14-year-old knows that we're getting divorced and why, and she's so angry at her dad, and I still struggle sending her to his house on the weekends. I feel that she's old enough to make a decision on that, but I don't want to damage her relationship with her dad. I've told all my kids that it's okay to love their dad, even if he hurt me, but the two oldest have cut him off 100%. I won't tell my youngest two until they're teens why we got divorced, and everyone else has agreed to not spill anything until they're old enough to understand. As for how I had no idea this affair was ongoing, my husband confirmed to me that they would meet up at my mom's office at church, in their cars, at a motel, and when we built the business, they started using his office as their love shack. Always when my father would go on business trips or I'd be out of town. It was pure happenstance that I came home early from a trip because I was uncomfortable from being nearly 7 months pregnant and wanted my own bed for me to find out. And what I'm still upset about is the thought of them still carrying on this full-blown affair if they never got caught. The fact that the grandmother and father of my children cared so little about destroying our families is what I can't get past. I knew my mom was always entitled in her own ways and a bit narcissistic, but what's hardest for me is that my own mom would do this to me, and that she would continue to do this for years, not caring that it would end up destroying the entire family. That's the kind of person she is. Holy moly, was that ever a roller coaster of a ride, guys. And I feel so bad for OP and her dad. And how OP kept her cool through all this is beyond me. This person says, good on you for not literally stabbing your husband. I would not be as strong. And OP replies, my pregnancy is the only reason I didn't end up in jail. But yeah, with that said, how anyone is mad at OP and going no contact with her over this is beyond me. Like, how it won't act like OP's the bad guy when she was the one heavily wronged. I just hope she gets through this and she takes her husband to the cleaners and absolutely destroys that man, because 22 effing years they did this behind her back. I'm rooting for OP to go nuclear on that man. And her mom. So here's some context. My sister, who's 27, and I, 18, lost our dad a year ago. He was my only parent. My mom was never in mine or my sister's life. My dad left an inheritance for me and my sister, and she used her inheritance to get new cars and renovate her house. I live with my aunt right now because my brother-in-law didn't let me stay with my sister. I'm planning on using my inheritance money to pay for college tuition, as I've always wanted to be a doctor. My sister and I haven't been close. It started after she got married to her chronically ill husband, who was allowed to make backhanded comments about Dad and mock his illness, and make a scene at his funeral, only because he's ill and shouldn't be held accountable for his behavior. I've distanced myself, but my sister kept visiting a lot lately, venting about my brother-in-law's condition. He's been in and out of the hospital for heart problems, and he's in need for a surgery. She brought up my inheritance money several times, but I end up cutting the conversation. She then straight up said that I could help pay for her husband's surgery. I felt uneasy because if I gave her money from my inheritance, which is a large amount, I felt I was risking my future. I refused to help, and she had because my education is nothing compared to someone's health. And then she asked if I'd be happy to see her as a widow and my nephew without a father. My aunt suggested that others pay, but most of them had cut my sister and her husband off. I argued that her husband's poor health is not my fault after she kept blaming and guilt-tripping me. She just kept crying, and although my aunt decided to stay out of it, she said I should be prepared for permanent damage in my relationship with my sister if I don't help her. My sister's been spamming me, sending me text messages and pictures of her family, telling me that this is what I was saying no to: a happy, healthy family with a happy, healthy husband and father surgery, and warned me if I gave them money, I'll never get it back, and I won't be able to go to medical school. So am I the a-hole for not helping my sister? Yeah, so this is definitely a hard one for OP for sure, because on one hand, she does want to help out her sister, but on the other hand, it would totally take away from her future. In my opinion, OP would not be the a-hole if she didn't give her sister the money, because sister chose how to spend her inheritance, did not save for a rainy day, and just because OP saved her inheritance doesn't mean sister is entitled to any of it. And this person says, not the a-hole. Your sister chose to spend the money she got less than a year ago on expensive things, instead of planning for the future like you did. Easy come, easy go, as they say. Do not give them a penny of your money. They have options they don't want to take, and that's not on you. You are definitely not getting the money back if you lend it. You'll become a fine doctor someday, and I'm rooting for you. This person comments, and she did all that knowing her husband was chronically ill and would inevitably need medical care of some kind, which gets expensive quick. It should have been a no-brainer for the sister to stash her inheritance aside in anticipation of needing it for medical bills. Instead, she spent it selfishly, likely assuming she could bully OP into coughing up her share when sister finally needed it. One more comment, guys. This person says it the best, I think. They say, your sister is manipulating you. She received the same money that you did. If her husband is chronically ill, then they should have saved the money for his care instead of spending it on luxury items. She's probably always planned to spend her money and yours. Will refusing to give her the money damage your relationship with her? Probably. But do you really want to give up your future to preserve the relationship you have with her now? Because it sounds like a terrible one. And I don't think that giving her this money will improve the relationship at all. Guys, let me know what your thoughts are on this. So my family loves to overshare. This lack of filter sometimes has the tendency to get people in trouble because not all the information is provided, even when it's meant harmlessly. My parents are a bit older, they're in their late 60s. I was talking to my dad the other day on the phone because his birthday dinner was a few days later. I asked how mom was doing, and he goes on to tell me a story how my mom and aunt, the Karen in the story, were at the store and the cashier made a mistake. My aunt then went off on the cashier and she asked to see the manager to have them fired. My mom was mortified and she tried calming her down, but my aunt wasn't having it. I then mentioned to my dad, wow, that is such a Karen thing to do. He then goes on to say, yeah, your aunt does that a lot. I then tell him, that's the funny part, Karen's a real thing. It's when an entitled woman gets angry at the smallest mistake and she asks for a manager. My dad found this hilarious and I explain in more detail. I then send him a few links to sites explaining it online. My dad finds this so funny and he laughs that my aunt even has the Karen hairstyle. This then sends him down the Google Images rabbit hole, and in the next few days, he sends me random memes of Karens doing Karen stuff, adding, your aunt did this last week, or I think this one's about your aunt. And this leads up to his birthday dinner with the extended family. My dad's birthday dinner is going well. Everyone's having a good time, good food, drinks, etc. When suddenly, my aunt, sitting a few seats from me, leans forward and she loudly shouts down the table, "Hey Joe, what's this whole thing about making a meme about me?" I respond, huh? She then tells me that my dad sends her all these pictures about things she's done. My dad did not give her the context that it's a generic meme from the internet and what it's about. Now my aunt thinks that I made all of these memes about her real life events. At this point, my entire family thinks I created this meme on the internet about my aunt's antics in public. There's a back and forth discussion about it being really rude of me. She's pulling a Karen and she starts chewing me out. Meanwhile, I'm looking at my dad like, what the F, Dad? Back me up here. My dad finally steps in to say that this is a random internet thing that kids are laughing about these days, and that I did not make these up based on my aunt. Even after explaining, she's a bit irritated. It's apparent that she's embarrassed that she's so much like a Karen that she couldn't tell the difference between the stories online and her own encounters. So yeah, that's the story of how I effed up and almost ruined my dad's birthday. Oh man, poor OP's aunt, guys. And as much as we all love to talk about Karens and listen to the outrageous things they do, just know it's all for laughs. And I think the dad brought this to the table as a way to let the aunt know what everyone sees, in an attempt to stop her behavior. Like, I was gonna say that hopefully this leads to a moment of self-reflection and a change of behavior, but we all know that the aunt's probably fuming, and she's currently trying to find the internet's manager to get these silly memes removed. But that is so funny, right? Like, for her to realize that the memes weren't all about her, but that she's exactly like all of the other Karens, is freaking perfect. And that, my friends, brings us to another end of our slash entitled people. Guys, I hope you enjoyed today's stories. I hope you didn't shake your heads too hard. And if you missed the last episode on the channel, it's another outrageous episode. It's a pro-revenge episode, actually, where a lawyer decides to scam everybody and he gets ruined. It's such a wild story, so go check it out if you haven't. And myself and Stevie Boy will see you guys in the next one. We love you.
Next up.
So here is one AI plugin that every musician needs to have in their studios. Would you believe me if I told you that it could...
Welcome back, everyone. Oz here, and today I've got an episode of Boomers Being Fools for you all. This one's a bit interesting, because for the first time we actually have a boomer who might actually be in the right. So stay tuned for that one. Anyways, as per usual, I'll be giving my opinions, and I hope you give yours down below. And without further ado, let's hop right in. Axoine. Boomer neighbor wants to tell me how to use my property, so I tell him to stop using it. Boomer story. A few years ago, I lived in a boomer subdivision. In the 4 years we lived there, I would take my girls on walks, and there were 2 other families in the entire subdivision with kids. The rest were all retirees and angry, still working boomers. When the kids would ride their bikes in the road, we'd get yelled at for being in the road. When they rode on the sidewalks, we'd get yelled at for being on the sidewalk. If they picked a dandelion from a yard, we'd get yelled at for messing with their landscaping. Everyone was so entitled. So my neighbor was an old retired army man who did whatever he wanted, and people never said no apparently. He didn't like the trash pickup because it would damage his lawn, so he would just put his carts on my property. He would get political signs and put them in my property. His fence was too short on the side of his house to have a gate, so we had one on the side facing my property and would take everything through my yard, including his four-wheelers, his lawnmower, etc. I'm of the opinion that a yard is just a yard, so I don't really care, but I had my trees maintained professionally, had lawn care, kept my yard mowed, and generally didn't pay much attention to his complaints other than to say, okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Now, you see, my wife has absolutely no spatial awareness and is a terrible parker. She's the type that pulls forward into a parallel spot and leaves the tail sitting halfway out on the edge of oncoming traffic and thinks that's okay. The type that pulls into a spot and somehow gets wheels on every line. The type that, at our house, would pull into or out of our 3-wide slanted empty driveway but still always found a way to take one wheel through the grass, resulting in a ground-up mud spot right at the bottom of the driveway where it met the sidewalk. This was it. This was the most terrible thing that my boomer neighbor could imagine happening.
God damn it.
One day, mid-November, I got home from picking up the kids from school and my oldest, 7 at the time, hops out and saw him putting up one of those electric trees in the front yard for Christmas time. His wife was super sweet, and she wanted it, so he would do it even though he hated to do anything remotely joyful. My daughter, standing on my driveway because I told her not to approach them unless they used the sidewalk, told him how she loves the lights when they put them up. He immediately rages at her, and then comes up to me on my driveway with my arms full and tells me that he won't be having any more of that mud, and it's making his yard a mud pit and women shouldn't drive anyways, and if I won't fix my wife's driving, and he'll just get a truckload of rocks and dump them on my driveway so we won't use it anymore. I'm already livid at him, yelling at my child, but I happened to have had enough of his complaining a couple months ago and had gotten an official survey, so I tell him to stay right there. We'll talk more in a minute. So I take the girls inside, get the extra copy of the survey I had just for the occasion, and take it outside and hand it to him. I then explain how he can feel free to dump as much rock as he wants on his own property, but I take a few steps forward on the lawn and show him exactly where the line ends. I then tell him if he takes one step over the line from now on, I'll have him trespassed. I then point out that his gate butts up against the actual property line, so he can't use it anymore, and that my driveway is mine, and he can't use it anymore, and that if his trash bins end up in my yard again, I'll call the city and have them removed and he can go down and get new ones. Now he's beet red and tells me I can't tell him what to do with his gate, and how is he supposed to mow the lawn or get his four-wheelers out? I just shrug and tell him, try me. That was the last time we ever spoke. About a year later, some guys came out to do some work on his house and they were going up my driveway when I told them no, you have to use his property, and gave them the history. I could tell they were annoyed at me for making their life harder, but they ended up having to drive their big-ass lifter through his lawn and ground up all of his grass, going up and down that hill multiple times, and honestly, it just felt good watching his lawn become a mud pit. We moved a couple months later, and though now it feels petty, before we left, I left a card at his house that said we appreciated how kind his wife was and hoped his new neighbors would treat him with as much care and respect as he had afforded us. I saw him at Home Depot this morning looking grumpy as ever, and it made me want to post. And it was in that moment that he finally learned that his actions have consequences. Yeah, he fucking deserves that for yelling at a child, seriously. Wow, those crispy slides are really pretty. Fuck you, kid! Oh, by the way, your wife shouldn't be driving because she's a woman. Like, dude, what were you expecting? Good on him for standing up for his family and actually putting shit in perspective. I do find it funny they moved out a couple months later and, oh, the icing on the cake of the lawn being turned to mulch by a contracting company. Oh, that's just wonderful. And that's the thing, if he was nicer, I'm sure that the homeowner would not have had a single problem with them using his driveway in the instance. But it's amazing how things can eventually turn right back around and bite you in the ass. Glittering Major 4871. Boomer gave my son with celiac food with wheat on purpose. Boomer story. 9-year-old son went to a sleepover. Because he's celiac, I purposefully packed snacks and breakfast for him. His friend lives with his parents and granddad, and as soon as the granddad hears about the allergy, he starts going on about how these allergies didn't exist when he was a kid and blah blah blah. I show up the next morning and my son is throwing up green. The mom apologetically tells me that the granddad purposely switched the breakfast to one with wheat. I'm normally mild-tempered, but I did yell at him, and he can't let go that I used an F-bomb. Anyways, the mom apologizes a few more times and I spend the rest of the day nursing my son back to health. Update. I spoke to the mom and she agreed I should press charges. We're pretty good friends. I feel she's pretty sick of his BS too, and this was the last straw for her as well. See, I know that he knows he's in the wrong when his main concern is the F-bomb. He's trying to find a reason where he can find the moral high ground on this, and it's the fact that, well, it doesn't matter that I poisoned your son. You used the F-bomb while yelling at me. That makes me the victim here, not you. Also, kudos to their parent for actually stepping up for, her friend's son and, not putting up with the bullshit. She probably realized really quick that there could be some serious charges put against her, and yeah. My only problem is the moment that she found out that there was an issue and wheat was fed to the kid, there should have been a call placed immediately to the mother. But besides the point, I'm happy the son is okay. Rico Pico got yelled at for using Control+F, also known as the find hotkey. Boomer story. I'm working for a small family business owned by boomers while I go back to school. They have some unusual ways of doing things and are generally fearful of technology. To track employee time off, they have a spreadsheet with every day of the year along the top row, oh no, and a list of employees going down the column on the left. They were showing me how to use This is a large spreadsheet, so I use Control+F to find the employee in the list. Ensue frantic yelling. Don't do that! Scroll! Scroll! I ask why, to which they respond, I just don't like that. I explain how Control+F works, which they are not interested in. They go on to explain to me that it will delete something. It is at this point that I learn they spend hours manually entering every day of the year into the spreadsheet and are afraid I will delete some of those dates. I stand up from the desk and politely offer them the driver's seat so they can scroll to their heart's content, which they gladly accept. Okay, look, real quick, part of my background, back before I switched over to doing YouTube is I used to do software development. And my first job was I used to do database architecture and having I'm trying to think of how to put this in simple terms here. I used to make software that would pull data from an SQL database, and SQL is just a language that's used to query a database, and convert that into either PDF or Excel, depending on what the user wanted. Eventually, this turned into PowerPoint and a lot of other god-awful things that I don't want to talk about, but yeah. That software was designed for, essentially, boomers in the military. And the amount of times that we got questions and support tickets based around Microsoft Excel and its usage and not our software was... Oh my god. Look, anyways, all I'm saying is this is extra painful because I've worked with boomers and technology and this shit can get messy. Now also, I do want to add that I understand that not everyone is technologically literate, especially with new technologies. But I, someone who, in high school, was forced to become Microsoft certified within their Office suite, from Access to Excel to PowerPoint to Word, you know, all those things, essentially getting me ready for the workplace. This was a graduation requirement for my high school. If a boomer is trying to show me something and I have an easier way that can save them hours and I try to show them and they tell me, no, you don't know what you're doing, I don't know if I would want to continue that job if I'm going to be honest with you. There is nothing wrong with being technologically illiterate, but when someone wants to help you, don't push them away. Where am I? 312. This one's coming from a Gen X. Using Control X or Control V is hacking. Got reported to boss. I initially posted this as a reply to a great post from yesterday. This is the Control F post, but felt it had enough potential that it could possibly stand on its own as its own post, edited very slightly for context. Reading yesterday's post brought up some deep-seated PTSD from a job I had about a decade, 10 years ago, for people who are saying I can't math, ago. Some old bitch sat in the cubicle next to me. Let's call her Virginia, because that was her name. Complained to my boss that I was hacking because I was regularly using Control-C, X, and V to copy-paste things, or Control-Tab to navigate tables. This old baddie would take the mouse and click to go from field to field. I may be a lot of things, so is one of them, but computer virgin I am not. I used to work in hospital pharmacy in the late 90s, early 2000s on terminal-based systems. Oh god. There was no GUI, graphical user interface. Hell, there wasn't even a mouse. You must learn the keyboard shortcuts. But since she was 50 years older than I was, I swear she was like 900 years old, I must clearly be cheating. The fact that I, a 35-year-old pharmacist at the time, was more proficient in the medical record computer system than she was, despite her 40 years of company service, remained a complete alien concept to her tiny, smooth little brain. The boss did come by, stared at me for a while, and just walked away shaking his head. He never brought it up during our one-on-ones, but this wasn't the first time that horrible woman tried to throw me under the bus for, doing my job. Boomers don't understand that some younger people actually have a work ethic. We just prefer to work smarter, not harder. If we were in the Dark Ages, she'd probably try to have me burned as a witch. Fuck you, Virginia. You are the reason your husband left you with your kids and you don't see your grandchildren. Oh my god. I feel much better for getting this off my chest. So, because I went to a tech high school, which means that basically part of their education was focused on technological literacy, we had to learn how to use IBM mainframes, and oh my god. As an entire side tangent, and this is really more of me just ranting on this, it does bother me a lot that Gen Alpha and Gen Z, it's being reported that they don't know how to navigate modern computers. And this is coming from the simplification of things like phones and iPads. They don't know how nested files work and other things along those lines. And that deeply worries me because computers are an ever-evolving part of our life, and the simplification of them is good in some ways, but bad in others. Adding a mouse and modern GUI so you don't need to navigate through terminal commands, or God forbid the console. I'm looking at you Linux users. It's a good thing. But the Fisher-Priceification of modern computer tasks being essentially simplified to their bare bones for Gen Z and Gen Alpha really worries me. Like, they're very fluent in internet culture and technology culture, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to computer operations and computer tasks, there is a recorded growing technological illiteracy within that generation, and it does worry me. Old hickory. Boomer neighbor now in jail because she thought she bought a view and quiet in a subdivision. Boomer freak out. Boomer lady that lives 2 down from me. Bought early in our neighborhood. There were 2 empty lots by her. It's a golf course community. Her property, however, only backs into some woods between holes. I bought the property 2 down that sits in the green. She could see the green when the lots were empty, but after the houses were built, she could see less, but she could still see. The lot between us sold and a family moved in. They and us have 5 little kids. We both had the builder put in a fence. The fence was installed into the buffer zone between the golf course and our property owned by the HOA. Almost every other house in the neighborhood has a fence or bushes in the buffer. It mostly exists for the drainage. Only rule is no structures in it. Me and the other new house have a few kids each. They play outside, but much less than I did their age. That's sad. Lady is pissed we built houses in empty lots in a half-finished subdivision. Says we stole land for our fence. She also thinks she's entitled to country quiet living on an 0.2 acre lot. She starts harassing me and my neighbor. First, little things. She turned me into the HOA for something in my backyard, which puzzled me. She called the cops because the kids were playing outside at 3 p.m. on a Saturday. She filed a complaint against our realtor. The neighbor, on the other side, abruptly moved. Probably another story there. She really took it out on the wife next door. She was afraid of the husband. They ended up getting a restraining order, but she doesn't stop. She walked into their yard and filmed them through their windows. They got her arrested and charged with a felony. Was offered a deal if she'd sell and move, but she wouldn't take it, and out on bail started screaming at the kids in the backyard again. Bail revoked and she's in jail. House is now for sale. Too Long didn't read Boomer's in jail because she thought she owned 2 empty lots next door and went insane when she realized she didn't. In a lot of developing communities, oftentimes they'll give you a big, massive disclaimer on the closing that the current state of the developed community is not the final state and you're going to have construction and noise nearby. They also heavily warn you that if you're buying for the view, it might be blocked by incoming houses being developed. So, she didn't read her contract, because I guarantee that was in her because that's usually there so the HOA doesn't get sued, nor the developer. Plus, if the HOA allowed the fence, chances are they've already done their paperwork to make sure the fence was actually allowed. Now, her yelling and screaming at the kids and filming through windows, yeah, she got what she deserved being in jail. Also, I find it wildly ironic that a lot of older generations, like kids these days, only want to be on their phones and their iPads. Wait, kids playing outside at 3 p.m.? They should be inside! What the hell? Meanwhile, they're all inside on Facebook and reposting AI Jesus images of, oh, this kid built a Jesus statue out of soda cans and shrimp, like, because it's also his birthday. You haven't seen any of those, that is definitely a hell of a rabbit hole to go down. Boomer mad I won't let him screw us over on an old house his father built. Boomer's story. Long story short, we bought a house from a son whose father built it and died here, almost 60 years. Before closing, he goes on a long rant about the shed out back that he and his father built and blah blah blah. He says he wants to have the shed removed because of sentimental reasons. Whatever, I agree. Flash forward a few months later after closing. The first week we're here, it rains. I discover a roof leak in the garage. No big deal, the roof is 10 years old. Looks to be in good shape, so probably just needs a repair, right? I call a roofer, who tells me although my roof looks like it's newer and in good shape, it was installed completely wrong. A list of stuff wasn't installed correctly. I text the old owner and ask him who did the roof. He says that he did. Mind you, I thought 10 years ago they had a roofing company replace it like most people do. Anyway, I tell him our less than 10-year-old roof is fucked. It needs to be totally replaced to the tune of $18,000. I tell him he's fucked up for not telling us that he did it and he knows it wasn't done correctly. No starter, ice and water, a few other things. He was aware we're getting married that fall and we're saving for the wedding in addition to buying a house. I tell him if he's a Christian man like he claims, he should do the right thing and kick in for the roof to be done right. Mind you, he sold this house for $350,000. No mortgage on it. And the house on the side of it, his aunt owned for the same amount. This scumbag had the nerve to tell me he's not going to do that. So I say fine, I'm not going to keep my end of the bargain of him arranging to have the shed he wants moved. He loses his mind. He writes me a 2-page email how he's going to turn all the boomer neighbors against us, the young couple on the street, and a bunch of other crap of how we're terrible people and stole memories he made with his father. I told him in a short reply he can go fuck himself. If the neighbors are going to be on his side, that's fine. They can fuck themselves too. He got a taste of his own medicine and couldn't deal with it. Boomers equal the greediest, nastiest, lying, entitled scumbags I have ever met on this earth. I could never do anything to a young couple starting a family like what this scumbag has done to us. The guy is wealthy, mind you, and still feels entitled to fuck kids starting out. Note, we did have it inspected, and from what the inspector wrote visually, it looked good. Not really interested in going after the inspector. He did a decent job and found stuff we didn't. More or less told this scumbag the shed is ours now. We paid for a new roof already. The shed is probably worth $9K, half the price of the roof, so it makes me feel better about this situation. This might be the first time where I don't think the boomer's in the wrong. Genuinely. You hired an inspector, the inspector did not do his job, and you tried putting it on the previous homeowner after you had already signed off on the house. From the verbiage you stated, you had it inspected. You hired the inspector. It would be different if he hired the inspector and had an under-the-table deal to get things done, and it kind of, screw with that. You went back on a previous agreement because your inspector fucked up. I think you're the asshole here. Genuinely. Yeah, the boomer might be boomer and is a little entitled here, but at the same time, you're equally as entitled as he is. And what the fuck is with that Christian guilt shaming, dude? If you're a Christian, you'll pay for my roof leakage that my inspector didn't find. But my inspector, he's a good guy. So I'm not gonna go after him. Instead, I'm going after the previous owner. Yeah, it sucks that he lied to you and told you that he had the roof professionally done when he did it himself. However, the inspector should have found that because that's his fucking job. I feel weird about this because this might actually be the first time where I'm siding with the boomer. Coffee Ape. Boomer mad because I didn't connect her computer to her home Wi-Fi. This episode's just full of tech nightmares, ain't it? Boomer's story. Happened a few years ago. Boomer at work, who has been requesting a new laptop, finally received one. After prepping it, I met with her at work and got her set up on it. Logged in, signed into all apps, synced OneDrive, the whole shebang. I got her hooked up to the work's Wi-Fi too. She was going to finish her day remote at home. She was happy. I gave her good customer service, the kind that a lot of boomers like. Now, tell me why this fool calls me back an hour later, livid, yelling that I'm delaying her work and forgot an important thing, connecting her laptop to her home Wi-Fi. I put that shit on speaker and asked her again what was the problem. My team was cackling. Coffee Ape, why didn't you connect her laptop to her home Wi-Fi when you met her here at work? Don't you know her Wi-Fi password and SSID? She overheard that and thanked my coworker for calling me out on my short-sightedness. I told her I wouldn't know that to begin with, and that's the problem between her and her ISP, if she forgot her home Wi-Fi password. She said, and I quote, "Aren't you my internet provider?" I checked out. I told her to call the cable man and talk to my boss for a complaint. She fired off an email to her boss and my boss. Her boss stops by and hands me a bag of M&Ms a few days later, apologizing on the boomer's behalf. My boss didn't say anything to me about the incident. My coworkers gave me shit for a few months, and that was funny. And yes, if you're wondering, you can technically, preemptively connect a device to a network it doesn't have direct access to. It's a bit of a finicky pain in the ass, and I've personally never had luck with it, but it is possible. The problem in question comes down to the expectation that he would have known the home network's Wi-Fi, and honestly, the problem here isn't even the boomer asking him to connect her computer to her home Wi-Fi, because that's something that she probably would not have known about. The problem is her trying to write him up for not doing it after he explained that it was not within his purview of something he could do. That's where the problem arises from. Again, it's okay to be technologically illiterate as long as you are willing to receive help. But also this goes both ways. If you are dealing with someone who is technologically illiterate, you gotta be patient with them, as frustrating as it can be. I mean, hell, when I used to do community service in high school, one of the things we used to do is go to retirement homes or just general care facilities and help the elderly with their computers. And oftentimes we were being brought, like, these old laptops with Windows XP on them and having to walk them through basic steps like connecting to the internet or opening a browser or just general tech support help. And yeah, it can be definitely frustrating telling the person 5 times to do the same thing over and over again, but again, they did not grow up with the technology. I understand that, and it was always something where, even as frustrated as I gotta keep a kind face. And it always pissed me off when other kids who went to my high school or helped me early got frustrated or annoyed and were aggressive and mean about it. And that's not okay. It still haunts me to this day that there was some poor elderly lady who brought in their laptop and needed help with their printer, and I could not figure it out for the life of me. That thing was fucking possessed, I swear to God. After like an hour of trying to help this poor old woman print photos of her grandkids, and she had wheeled down her laptop and printer, and I tried everything, I could not figure out what the hell that printer was on. All about chemistry. Boomer furious. I didn't correct him misgendering my baby. Boomer freak out. I was at the supermarket finishing up my groceries when this old man approached my baby. She was kicking like crazy and lifting her foot to try to chomp at it. Now, here's the thing. Her stroller is yellow with giraffes on it, and she was wearing a light green onesie. This man comes and says, "Hey there, big boy. Are you gonna be a soccer player? I think you will. Look at him kicking. Are you a Madrid's fan?" And kept going about the Madrid soccer team. I just smiled and went away. On another haul, I didn't realize he was behind me and I was talking to my baby, calling her by her name. He came to me and tapped me on the shoulder. "She's a girl?" "Yeah." "Why didn't you say something?" Now, I was going to say it didn't matter, they all look the same at this age. She's just too happy with people engaging and talking to her, plus, she could be a soccer player too. But I only gotta say, it doesn't matter. And he started screaming at me. "This is the problem with you radical leftists. You should be ashamed of yourself. She doesn't even have earrings. How can people know she's a girl? You and your people want to create an army of trans people to destroy traditional families." At this point, I already started walking away and not engaging because I've learned that from you folks. He still said something about someone needing to call social services on me. When I was paying, the cashier asked what the fuck was going on, and I explained. She said that she and her manager are pissed because this guy already yelled at a group of customers, the other day being a group of teenagers. What a sad existence, going out to yell at strangers. Shrug emoji. And to add the best part that I forgot, he also yelled when I was leaving, "Girls should wear pink at all times," like WTF, my dude. I could maybe understand if he was embarrassed by it and just trying to be really kind about it and being like, "Hey, like, I'm sorry for getting, like, the gender of your baby wrong." But instead, the whole tirade and then also talking about babies getting their ears pierced. Please tell me that's not a regular thing. Because that seems wrong on, like, multiple levels. Like, beyond the pain you're subjecting the child to for their earrings, the second thing that comes to mind is if that baby has a metal allergy, and while rare, still possible, they have no way of communicating with the parents that something is wrong. Are they crying because they're hungry, their diaper's full, they're tired, they're cranky, they want to do something else? You got no way of knowing that they're crying is from the ears. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong and it turns out that getting babies' ears pierced is extremely common and I'm just like the weird one here, but to me that sounds odd. That sounds really, really odd and like not okay. Also, if it's not wearing pink or blue, I'm probably just going to upfront ask if it's a boy or a girl because I got no way of knowing. All babies can like animals and giraffes and wear the color green. No one really knows. Maybe that baby just likes green. Maybe they don't cry as much when they're wearing green. I don't know. Do babies cry when they're wearing colors they don't like? God. Hey, welcome to the outro. Don't forget this whole thing is basically brought to you by GamerSupps. If you like caffeine, then I can't recommend GamerSupps enough. Use code Oz at checkout to support the channel. And I do actually use this product. It's replaced all other sources of caffeine for me because I feel good. It doesn't have any of that extra stuff that a pre-workout blend might have. It's with a couple of the extra things to make it so you don't crash as hard. It's good. I like it. Personally, if you really want a good flavor, try the Soda Press and Pear or even the Dragon Fruit Punch. Those two are my personal favorites right now.
This is why I don't play blackjack. I'm reminded every time why I don't gamble.
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me luck, Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application and helping me write my personal statement and CV. Grammarly is your digital writing assistant. It's an all-in-one tool that improves your productivity, triple checks your work, and saves you time when working on multiple assignments. Even the free features are incredible. You can set your own writing goals, track your word count, and even find new words to replace your overused ones using the synonym feature. I personally love using Grammarly.
So this is the largest monster manual the game has ever had. Over 500.
Welcome back, everyone. Oz here. And today I'm bringing you all some r/am I the asshole. As per usual, I'm going to be going over the posts, giving my own personal opinion what I think, and I implore all of you to give your own input in the comments because I am not a monolith opinion. I can make mistakes, and I'm always open up to reading comments. I only ask that you be respectful about them. And without further ado, let's hop right in. Professional Tax 7753. Am I the asshole for abandoning my parents at an island in the Oh boy. For abandoning my parents at an island in the Caribbean so I could get back to our cruise in time? Reddit has already deemed them not the assholes. Let's figure this one out, shall we? I graduated from high school back in December. As a gift, my parents got me a cruise. It was also for my 18th birthday. It was also a family vacation. We usually stay at all-inclusive resorts, but I've always wanted to go on a cruise. I told my parents it was different, and that if we went on excursions, we had to follow the schedule, no matter what. Well, it was a week-long cruise, and they would not head back to the ship when I said it was time to go. They were busy shopping and bargaining with the locals. I finally said that I was heading back to the ship. My mom waved me off. They missed the departure. By a lot. Like 45 minutes. They got a hold of me through WhatsApp. They wanted to know why I didn't get the boat to wait for them. I wanted to scream that they were not going to inconvenience 3,998 people because 2 could not understand what his schedule was. They ended up having to fly to the next port from there, and it was expensive. They're pissed at me for leaving them behind. I don't know what I was supposed to do. They literally told me they knew what they were doing. I wish I had never asked for this. They're making me miserable because I left without them. Your title needs a correction. You did not abandon your parents in the Caribbean. They abandoned themselves. They said they knew what they were doing, and they also had the expectation that you would simply hold the entire boat up for 2 people who decided they would rather bargain and haggle with locals. That is not your fault in the slightest. That is 100% on them. I thought this would be something more along the lines of, you knew there was a schedule, they did not, you told them they were supposed to go, they didn't, so you slyly just walked away and left them to their own devices. But no, you spelled it out pretty cleanly for them. And they decided they knew better. I find it ironic that the 18-year-old who recently found themselves walking into adulthood is somehow more mature and responsible than the people that raised them. Good for you, but oh boy, try not to let your parents ruin your cruise for you. Elegant Device 1566. Am I the asshole for not declining or signing over my portion of my ex-boyfriend's life insurance payout to his mom? I recently learned that my ex-boyfriend passed away of cancer in March. His mom called me last week to inform me of his passing and to inform me that myself and her are listed as beneficiaries on his life insurance from his employer. She instantly tells me that she doesn't know why he never changed it, but I can decline or sign the check over to her once I receive it. Instantly, I'm in shock. He's gone, and he left me on there? Why? I went back and forth wondering if this was on purpose or accidental. It had been years, approximately 6 years, since we mutually civilly split up. I was informed he had a new girlfriend that lived with him, and she has 2 kids from a previous relationship that threw a wrench into things more. Is there a reason she never got put on it? Was this all just a big mistake? Today, it had been 1 week, and this has been very hard, especially since his mom has been terrorizing me all week trying to get me to agree to give her his money. She has said the most hurtful things and has sent me the most disrespectful photos and video of her son in his last moments. As of right now, I haven't even gotten in touch with the insurance company. I have no idea how much this is or if I need a lawyer's help at this point. But, well, today is the day I woke up knowing 100% I am keeping this money, and I'm not going to feel bad at all for helping my family with the gift my ex left for me. Oh, you are going to hell. Unfortunately, part of me still wonders if it's the right thing to do by my ex and if these were his wishes in the end. A little info to add, my home burned to the ground 3 years ago, July 20th. In October 1st, 2 years ago, my mom passed away from cancer as well. It has been a long, hard few years, and this money would literally buy myself a new bra for the first time in 3 years. My little clan could really use this money, and I think my ex knew that. Oh my god, no! You are justifying yourself in circles. What probably fucking happened was 6 years ago, he put you as a beneficiary and forgot. You spent this entire post justifying your actions of robbing a grieving mother. Like, this is holy shit. Please, for the love of God, give the grieving mother her actual portion of the beneficiary of the insurance payout, because what you're doing right now is, like, unironically actually evil. You spent the entire post essentially very clearly trying to justify to yourself why it was okay for you to take this money, telling yourself that this could have been a purposeful plan of his because he knew that you secretly needed the money, despite you two not being in contact for like 6 years. He had another partner with 2 kids also. The little comment about, oh, it's been 1 week and it's been really hard because his mom has been terrorizing me to agree to give her the money. She's a grieving mother, dealing with the fact that some random person who has not been in her son's life for 6 years is getting the payout that she doesn't fucking deserve. Of course she's upset. You had no fucking idea he had cancer either, and you're just gonna be like, I think he knew what he was doing. The dude probably forgot to change work documents. Chances are when he was hired on, they prompted him with insurance policy stuff, and this was probably 6 years ago, and he filled you out as a beneficiary. And here you are, 6 years later, after his death. Ooh, nasty words want to come out of my mouth right now. Stop trying to rob a grieving mother. Specific handle 734. Am I the asshole for making it clear to my sister that my son won't be helping her with her stuff? My 8-year-old son has dyspraxia, which is a neurological condition that affects coordination and movement, for anyone who's never heard of it before. He struggles not to drop or break things, doesn't have good hand-eye coordination. He has always appeared clumsy, and while he does his very best to be careful and to take good care of things, he can't always prevent accidents, breakages, or spillages from happening. This is something my sister has expressed frustration about over the years. He was the type of toddler, and now kid, who will be eating or drinking something and it falls to the floor, or he knocks stuff over without meaning to because he's reaching for something else. It's not his fault. He does physical therapy to help him and has done physio in the past to boost his strength. But there is no cure. He's just getting help to go through life. My son has broken many things because of his condition. If it belonged to someone else, we have always replaced it or paid for the damages. We also started making sure he used his own stuff, or our stuff, to prevent this from happening, especially toys my sister's kids have. But his condition means he can't do everything other kids his age might be able to do. Now, this is a huge problem for my sister. Last weekend, my son spent the day with my parents while my wife and I were attending an event. My sister went to my parents and asked my son to help her and her kids pack up stuff for their move, and my son said he couldn't help and he was sorry. My sister told him that he's a big boy now and should be helping, but my son told her he doesn't do that kind of stuff. My parents told my sister to leave. She confronted me after this and asked me what I was teaching my kid when he wouldn't help out family. I told her we're teaching him to work within his means and to not help out someone who will berate him for his condition, which she will do. She said we're coddling and spoiling him, that he's more than old enough to learn how to be more careful, to be better and to cause less accidents and make fewer mistakes, and he needs to learn to help family. And we need to make him do stuff for family to be good parents. I told her my son will never help her with stuff because she lacks the compassion and understanding that his efforts would require. Her response was that it was an asshole thing to say, that he wouldn't help specifically her, and that she's still his aunt and my sister, and I'm supposed to be her brother. I told her she's supposed to be my sister and my son's aunt, but she edges on bullying him over this, and it doesn't make her a benefit of the doubt that I can give to your sister is that she is unaware of what the condition actually means and what it actually does. That is the only benefit of the doubt that I'm willing to give. Anything else, and she is just a monster. Because if she does have an understanding that your son has a neurological condition that makes it so he doesn't have proper motor function, and she's still like, oh well, why isn't he helping the family out? He's a bad son and you're coddling him too much. She can go fuck herself, honestly. Keep doing what's right by your son. You're doing a phenomenal job. Keep it up. Hefty quote, 8462. Am I the asshole for reporting a child licking the sauce dispensers at Costco? Ugh. I went to Costco and bought a hot dog for myself and my husband. After waiting in line, I went to the sauce dispensers to get some mustard. I saw a child licking her fingers, eating the sauce off them, and then proceeding to wipe them on the sauce dispensers where the sauce comes out, repeating the same thing several times with all 3 sauce dispensers. I decided not to confront the child or say anything to her family to avoid causing drama and embarrassing the child. Instead, I told the staff about the incident. A staff member came out and asked who did it, and I pointed at the child. Probably should have kept quiet, but oh well. The staff member confronted the family, which was a big group with 2 women and their children of various ages. The child who did this was about 6 or 7 years old. I saw her licking everything around her, and even her mother asked her to stop. The family then confronted me, asking why I didn't tell them directly and went straight to the staff. I politely explained that my concern was food safety and that's all, so I wasn't looking to confront anyone. They didn't believe me. Said I must hate children, and spent the next few minutes talking over me and not letting me put a word in. I reiterated that my concern was only food safety and that I didn't want other people's saliva in my sauces. The staff member then told them they could easily check the CCTV, which seemed to calm the family down. I'm still frustrated due to the whole incident. I hate arguing with people in public and wonder if I'm in the wrong here. Am I the asshole? Edit 1, just wanted to highlight that I told staff to get them to clean the dispensers. That was the reason. Personally, when I read the title, I thought the kid was doing mouth to sauce dispenser and just getting a full mouth of mustard and swallowing it. Both options are pretty revolting. Thankfully, it is something other than what I imagined, but oh boy. Yeah, that is insanely unsanitary, and you don't know where that kid's mouth has been. They could have been eating peanut butter crackers while their parents were shopping at Costco. Now they're licking their fingers and rubbing on sauce dispensers. Someone with a peanut allergy goes to put ketchup on their hot dog and boom, anaphylactic shock. They're gonna need their EpiPen because that kid was licking their fingers and smearing it on things. And you know, that's a hypothetical. We don't know what this kid was doing, but that's kind of the point. Food contamination and food safety. This person did the right thing, and the Costco worker probably has training and protocol in place to remove problem visitors from the food court that are causing food safety concerns. I don't think anyone was in the wrong here besides the family of the licking child. And the thing is, kids are gonna be kids. They're gonna be goobers. They're gonna be snot goblins. It's what they do. It's your responsibility as a parent. So don't do that as they continue to do it. If your child is misbehaving in an environment, take them out of that environment. Granted, I am not a parent, I am only a former child. Classic Bandicoot 672. Am I the asshole for telling my daughter that life isn't high school, and if it was, she would be the loser now? My daughter is 24, Kelly, and my younger daughter is 23, Sarah. They both had very different high school experiences. Kelly was very social and in different sports. Sarah was very academic and had a small group of friends. Kelly got a sports scholarship for college, but soon dropped out of college after she failed multiple classes. She basically partied and did her sport and nothing else. Sarah went on to finish her degree and is doing well in life. Kelly has a jealousy issue, and I have talked with her before about it. She is never happy when Sarah has an accomplishment. Today, Sarah told us that she's going on a cruise for her vacation this year. Kelly always wanted to go on a cruise and couldn't afford it with her waiter job. In the car, she blew up, saying Sarah was a loser in high school, so it isn't fair that she has all of this now. She went on for a bit when I had enough. I told her that life isn't like high school, and if it was, she was the loser now. This started an argument, and she called me a bitch. Reddit, as well as myself, deems this person not to be the asshole in this situation. It sounds like Kelly actually had a pretty good opportunity to be in line and on a similar level as Sarah, but she chose not to. that was her choice. And unfortunately, some people never do grow past the high school popularity scale phase and they bring that shit into adulthood. And oh my god, if you find someone who still treats life like high school when you're in your 20s, let alone when they're in their 30s, run. But seriously, it sounds like Sarah has been working her ass off, and yeah, she deserves to go on a cruise. If Kelly wanted to go on a cruise, she should have actually worked towards her degree and maybe utilize that sports scholarship and actually put things to work. Granted, I don't understand. Went out partying and doing nothing beyond, well, the party life in high school. Or, sorry, college. But yeah, not the asshole. Your daughter needed that reality check. High school was 6 years ago. She's been out of high school longer than she was ever in it. One page, 5216. Am I the asshole for asking our babysitter to set alarms when she sleeps? And Reddit's deemed this person the asshole. Let's find out why. My wife and I, 34, have 3 children, ages 7, 4, and a 9-month-old. I work a demanding job in the medical field, and work many, many hours. My wife, not so much, but she does have night shifts often. We just got a new babysitter a few months ago after our one we had for 2 years moved for college. Our new babysitter is only 16, but she had been babysitting one of my coworkers' children for a while, and I trust him. I think they meant trust her. A few nights ago, my wife and I were both working nights, and I saw on the camera that our babysitter was asleep on the couch, and the baby had woken up and was crying for almost 30 minutes while she slept. That bothered me. So without talking to my wife, when I got home in the morning, I had told my babysitter maybe she should set alarms throughout the night to make sure she's awake since the baby monitor didn't wake her, and that it was not okay for her to leave the baby crying like that. I guess it hurt the kid's feelings because she mentioned it to my wife, and my wife is really upset with me because she's only 16, and what I was asking is unreasonable and this has never happened before, so again, I'm being unreasonable, and that I should have talked to her first because this could have been a learning experience. She also said I was completely out of line as well. I'm really not worried about a learning experience, but I am worried about the fact that my children are cared for properly. Am I the asshole? I might be misunderstanding this, but it almost sounds like you hired a 16-year-old who is currently going through high school to work as a night shift babysitter, and you're upset with them for sleeping. Please keep in mind, the 16-year-old, by all measures, is also a child. They are still learning through a lot of stuff. They've got a lot of screws they've got to tighten up, and I don't know. If you need to have a proper night sitter, hire a proper night sitter. You can't put this kind of expectation on a 16-year-old and expect everything to be perfect because they're 16. The fact alone that they're taking this kind of time is actually pretty incredible. You better be paying them really well for this kind of stuff, man. If you have these kind of expectations for a 16-year-old, just hire someone who knows what they're doing. Because to me, it sounds like you're taking advantage of a 16-year-old who you know is going to be cheaper labor, but then also berating them and insulting them because they passed out during the night while watching 3 children. They're probably exhausted, man. I might be totally wrong in my assessment here, and I would really love to hear some secondary input on this one, because in my opinion, I think the guy needs to hire a professional. He works in the medical field. He should have the money for it. And if he and his wife are gonna have 3 kids while they're all working night shifts, they need to be able to put the resources forward to hire a night nanny and not just some teenager who's still in high school. You guys chose to have these children. Take care of them properly. Silly Emu 9279. Am I the asshole for saying just leave at my cookout? My sister Nicole, 34, brought her new boyfriend Steven to our family cookout yesterday. It's for about 30 people. For the sides, everyone brought in sides. My sister brought 1 bag of snowball potato chips, and Steve helped himself to a beer right away before being introduced to everyone. We're having hamburgers and hot dogs and just hanging out with the family. It's nothing fancy. Steve asks, "Is this it?" when the first plate of hot dogs is done and waiting on the round of hamburgers. My wife says there will be hamburgers soon, and Steve tells my wife and sister about his family and how they have barbecue chicken, steak, shrimp, and many options. I picked up the plate of hot dogs and told Steve he could leave and go to his family barbecue instead. He just looked at me and drank his beer, and I told him and my sister to go, since this wasn't good enough for Steve. I gave my sister the store-brand potato chips back and told her to get out. My sister and Steve left, and the cookout was fine after that. My mom heard about me kicking them out and was mad at me, and told me to apologize to my sister. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. But Steve was just an asshole commenting like that at someone's house, and the first time you meet their family. My wife thinks I was in the right because Steve acted like that in her home, and insulting the host is a good reason to be kicked out. Others are split about 50-50 when they heard about what happened. I do think that it may have been a bit rash to just immediately jump to kicking him out, but what he did was most certainly an asshole move, just to show up and pretty much just insult you right out the bat with, "Is that it?" Followed by listing how much better he and his family do it in comparison to you. That's just shitty behavior. That's just gross one-upsmanship. If that's what he wants, he can go make it at home. He was invited to a cookout, and he should just enjoy what's put in front of him, because it's a cookout. He doesn't have to do shit. You're the one grilling. He just gets to scoop his plate up, drink beer, and talk with people. Instead, he decided to pretty much play one-upsmanship for some reason. I do think, however, you were in the right to kick him out, because he was being an asshole about things, and you do have a right to pretty much be like, "Nah, I don't want to serve you. Get the hell out." But because it was a family event, there's a couple of different norms in place, and I can kind of understand that. But personally, I probably would have just kept him at an arm's length for the entire night and just tolerated him. And, you know, he's gonna act like that. He's dating a member of the family. Gotta respect him, but at the same time, he's not respecting me, so he just gets the "I'm gonna tolerate you" treatment. And if anyone asks, I'll tell them what happened. And if he wants to apologize, maybe we can get off on a better foot. But until then, I don't know. Arm's length. How are y'all feeling about this one? Glad Wedding 4431. Am I the asshole for not offering an open bar at my wedding? My fiance and I's wedding invitations have started arriving. Along with the invites is a few things we felt we should outline before the guests arrive to the reception. We have decided to not include an open bar. I come from an alcoholic-heavy family and simply don't feel comfortable being around people who are drinking heavily. Instead, my fiance and I have decided to have a drink ticket-like service instead. With that service, we've been able to customize how we want alcoholic beverages being handled at our reception, and the venue says this kind of service happens all the time there. It was their suggestion, in fact, so I didn't think it would be this big of a deal. With the invitations was a card, with the expectations one is to expect from the ceremony and the receptions. I didn't want to shock people when they arrived, so I figured the cards would be a nice, classy heads up for our guests. The drink service bit of the card said, essentially, that alcoholic drinks were limited to 2 per of-age guest. The tickets are non-transferable, and like the other beverages offered, would need to be ordered from your seat at your assigned table. Drinks were also to be enjoyed at your assigned table. I've been called a lot of rude things after family, both sides, and friends are receiving their cards. My fiance has as well, but a little less so. The most common being Bridezilla, but I did have an uncle reach out to me and say I'm a asshole for trying to spoil the fun of a wedding reception. The response has been mostly negative and has been from all sides of the family and friends, and now my head is swirling as I try to figure out what to do. So, am I the asshole because I've set my reception up like this and am not offering an open bar instead? I think your title's misleading if I'm gonna be honest with you. The problem, in my opinion, isn't the fact that you don't have an open bar like you suggest. It's the fact that you have some pretty controlling stipulations attached to the consumption of alcohol at your wedding. It's a non-transferable process that limits people to 2 drinks, which is a pretty limiting amount, and not everyone's gonna want 1 drink, not everyone's gonna want 2 drinks. You're gonna have a mix of people who are probably gonna want 3 or 4, and some who don't want any at all. In my opinion, it feels like you're being controlling for the sake of control. And I don't even think the entirety of it is the fact that there's a limit on drinks. It's also the fact that they have to order it from their table and they have to drink it at their table. There's no socializing with other guests while drinking. There's no mingling, no dancing, no enjoyment of just simply spending time with other people and relatives while being there with a nice drink in your hand. That's how some people just enjoy mingling with others. Not my personal cup of tea, but it's what people enjoy, and you're kind of just stripping that for no apparent reason. If you don't want your guests to drink, just have a dry wedding. you're kind of just teasing and edging them on at this point and being just, nuh-uh, you can't have that. Of course it's pissing people off. I really think that in a circumstance like this, either remove the limit on drinks when it comes to where they can consume it, or have a dry wedding. This is not about an open bar like you're suggesting. This is about the controlling aspect that you're putting down on your guests during your wedding. That's why you're being called a bridezilla. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this. Let me know in the comments, because I read all of them, or at least most of them. Hey, welcome to the outro. Don't forget this whole thing is basically brought to you by Gamersups. If you like caffeine, then I can't recommend.
You're giving me a good feeling.
We tell the stories that matter.
Yeah, this is Billiam, and I've gotten lost. In time. When Lost first aired in 2004, many people did not expect this TV drama about survivors of a plane crash marooned on a deserted island to go off the rails as much as it did.
Guys, where are we?
From its first episode, many viewers had trouble suspending their disbelief when they saw a polar bear come out of the same jungle that had a giant monster trampling through it 10 minutes beforehand. The giant monster I could understand, but the polar bear? This is a tropical island. It was immediately clear this show wasn't aiming for total realism, and because of some dialogue choices, many viewers gaslit themselves into believing the entire show was leading to the single, all-encompassing M. Night Shyamalan-style twist that these characters were actually in purgatory the entire time.
Little hot for heaven, isn't it?
Thus explaining all of the weirdness. That was never the case. And although J.J. Abrams' mystery box talk seems to describe Lost's creative process as presenting mystery boxes without knowing what the answer is inside of them, J.J. Abrams was not the creative lead of Lost. From the beginning, the show's head writer Damon Lindelof held strong to his belief that any mystery presented on screen needed to have a planned answer ahead of time. Damon pushed back when JJ wanted to include the infamous hatched door in the pilot episode of the show because they hadn't figured out what was going to be inside of it yet. And when they did put it on screen, they actually did know it was going to be a button that you had to push every 108 minutes or the world would be destroyed. There is no single encompassing twist to explain the why of this island. Instead, viewers were asked to be patient as clues would unfold. During the first act of the first 4 seasons, we slowly learn more about those polar bears, a subject to progress the mythology.
It's an Ursus maritimus.
Wait, Ursus? As in bear?
As in polar bear.
In season 2, we learn like most invasive species, people brought the bears to the island. In season 3, we see the cages they kept the bears in to run tests on them before seeing their ultimate purpose at the beginning of season 4, subjects for experiments related to space-time. Because the island makes time travel possible.
It could be coming from anywhere.
Or any time.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
For the first 3 seasons, the lore of this world had been a backdrop for what was ultimately a character-driven network TV drama about strangers building a community together while trying to survive and ultimately find rescue on a deserted island. But by the end of season 3, we were told the story is not that simple.
We have to go back!
Throughout season 4, the show dropped its traditional format of showing a character's backstory through flashbacks every episode, and instead began a narrative of flash forwards, in which only 6 of the survivors of Oceanic Flight 815's wreck have made it off the island. And in the 3 years that have since passed, the escaped survivors, dubbed the Oceanic 6, have found themselves in a conspiracy of lies, meant to protect themselves and those they left behind from the powerful people interested in the island.
We're gonna have to lie. Lie about what? Everything, all of it.
Lost's 4th season progressed the narrative at an expedited pace, as the island storyline leads up to this botched escape, and the flash forward story leads Jack, our main character, to team up with the villainous Benjamin Linus to bring everyone back to the island. Going back will be a difficult task, considering the island itself moved. That's right, the island disappeared in a flash of light just in time for Jack's sons Saeed, Hurley, Kate, and Aaron, the baby, to escape. The island has transported, having only been hinted to go somewhere strange. Time travel is something Lost had wanted to include in its story as early as the 1st season. There are multiple sources confirming this. The head writers confirm this. Writers who only worked on the 1st season confirm this. Planning documents from the 1st season confirm this. We have referenced this plenty in the previous video, and it's going to be referenced incidentally a lot in the next video, but the story of Lost itself has dropped hints along the way. In season 1, Charlie implies a psychic knew Claire would crash on the island if she boarded the plane. He suggests he knew the future and pushed her to the island. In season 2, we find out the hatch sits on top of a magnetic anomaly, which at this point seems to be the source of much of the weird happenings on the island. At one point, the anomaly is implied to distort radio waves through space and time. The hatch was built to maintain this energy after the Dharma Initiative tried to tap into it, but by turning a failsafe key, the hatch is destroyed and the energy buildup is permanently discharged, exposing Desmond to the anomaly directly. In season 3, it's implied that when Desmond was exposed to this energy, he sent psychic visions of his memories of the island to himself in the past, which ultimately leads him to crash on the island and later gives Desmond visions of Charlie's eventual death.
You're gonna die, Charlie.
In season 4, Desmond's consciousness skips through time, sending his past self to the future, to the island. Another push toward his ultimate destiny, and ultimately at the end of season 4, it is Ben Linus who turns the wheel of an ancient machine to move the island, tapping into the anomaly, transporting him through space-time to the very same place the polar bears were transported to. There's a misconception that at one point, the writers of the show publicly stated they would not be doing a time travel story in the show, or that they didn't want to.
You're not going to tell them about the time travel.
No, I'm not going to. I mean, in fact, I'm going to go back in time right now and prevent you from having said that.
This is something I see people claim all the time, but it's never been something I've been able to source, and I have tried. More often than not, they were dropping hints disguised as jokes that they would eventually do time travel. It is true that at one point the network had dissuaded them from mentioning time travel in the 1st season, but by the time it was actually introduced in the story, it became like the essential element to the show's final arc. The end of season 4 revealed that in the future, one of Lost's central characters would die. John Locke, the hunter turned spiritual fanatic obsessed with the island and his grandiose sense of destiny, had gotten off the island to visit the Oceanic Six before he died, which will ultimately convince some of them to return to the island. In this video, we're going to be covering Lost Season 5, which is arguably the most lore-heavy of all the seasons, carrying a lot of narrative momentum over from Season 4. Season 5, the penultimate season, takes the hardest psychedelic turn in the show's story, a permanent key change in a progressive rock song, a time travel ballad leading into the final chapters. It is a remarkably well thought out season of television that culminates in one of the greatest television cliffhangers of all time. And I will say that again, like a broken record. During a break in the season, which also occurred during the original broadcast, I'm going to explore the deepest secrets of Lost's universe.
You're gonna have to die, Jack.
Some of it's really silly, such as the tie-in novels, official blogs, and guess what? You just lost the game. The board game, the video game, the mobile game.
Everything that happens for a reason.
Yet a lot of this material is genuinely really fascinating and relevant to the story, like sections of the island only seen in the video game, and of course, the canonical backstory to the Dharma Initiative organization, who is heavily featured in the 5th season.
And she knew that I was perceptive. Someone shooting at me?
He's happy, healthy, and 105 years old.
Alongside my episode commentary and recaps, I also really want to give insights on a lot of the philosophical and pop culture references the show makes, which I believe really helps to highlight character behavior and story themes throughout the show. This stuff is deeply ingrained into Lost. It's not just references.
What? Back to the Future, man.
And I believe when you lay out the order of all these like philosophical and historical reference, it does create this very direct, logical line to a time travel story. I've been so excited to talk about this stuff, guys. Please forgive me for indulging myself so much. Welcome to the Lost Retrospective Volume 4, when Lost turned into a time travel story.
Can't believe you did it.
Who did what?
Locke. He moved the island. No, he didn't. Oh, really? Because one minute it was there and the next it was gone, so unless we, overlooked it, dude, that's exactly what he did. You got another explanation, man, I'd love to hear it.
I've gone back in time to 2009. When traveling through time and while taking flights to different countries, it's really important to be able to communicate, which is why it's fate that Babbel is sponsoring this video. Babbel is one of the top-rated language learning apps in the world. That's right, the entire Earth. It effectively teaches you new languages through conversations you may actually have with someone. You want to talk about travel? Donde está el baño? Relationships? Me llamo Billiam. How about making a business deal? Gracias. You can start speaking a new language in just 3 weeks. This season presents Season of Lost. With the poignant and corny slogan Destiny Calls, the penultimate season of Lost would be shamelessly leaning into the core of the show's mythology. This season presents the why of Lost, a question posed by the call of destiny that the castaways will answer with a decided F you.
You can't change the past!
The wait is over.
God!
Destiny Calls.
Easily, it's the promotional music video released by The Fray in 2008 that makes this slogan so mockable. Lost and insecure, these lyrics and the visuals are too on the nose. It's too silly in a melodramatic kind of way.
Oh my god, find me. Find me. They're lost.
Let's go get them.
When doing their press rounds, Darlton's rehearsed response to the question, "Where did the island go?" was always a restatement of the question.
Now that people have bought the DVD, will you reveal where is the island?
I will not say the word wormhole.
You won't?
But the island is definitely moved someplace, and of course, that will be a fairly interesting question for Season 5. Where and perhaps when did the island go to?
Fate and free will versus destiny. Characters fighting for what they want in a world that wants something else from them. Now, those themes are presented in a very tangible way. When these characters travel back in time, will they accept their destiny or will they try to change it? At this point, Lost had already presented its rules of time travel. Desmond could not change the outcome of his future, even when presented with relevant information. He still set sail to the island and cannot prevent Charlie's death, only delaying its inevitability. Holistically, Lost Season 5 has the strongest narrative cohesion, presenting a grand thesis on non-linear storytelling, all with a deep plunge into time travel, complemented by a sprawling character timeline that leads up to what may be the greatest cliffhanger in television history. That's not hyperbole. Season 5 tackling time travel is the unavoidable destination as the show continued to evolve its format, and firmly cements Lost's intended progress. Flashbacks, flash forwards, flashes or jumping in space and time, and then this season premiered with 2 episodes on January 21st, 2009, notably putting the show back in its original Wednesday time slot. Yet critics only referred to it as the second most important TV moment of the week, right behind the first inauguration of President Obama. You think Lost has unanswered questions? What's Obama's last name? In the opening scene, a man wakes up to his alarm at 8:15 in the morning. He puts on a record, Shotgun Willie by Willie Nelson, and he starts his day, the third such season opening to begin this way. At this point in the show, we're suspicious of where we are immediately immediately, but all the previous opening twists make you second guess every conclusion. He's on the island. He's not on the island. He is on the island. The man has a short routine, which includes feeding his newborn baby. Shotgun Willie's gotta hold his family down. And suddenly, the record starts skipping, then repeating the same line over and over again. He calmly turns it off, leaving his house, which we quickly realize is in the middle of the Dharma Initiative's village at its height. We're decades in the past, and we've already realized we're following the star of all of John's favorite movies. Dr. Marvin, Mark, Edgar, Candle, Wickman, Haliwax. I'm only now cluing into the fact that his pseudonyms have this Candlewick, Candlewax pun. I don't know why. Maybe because the Dharma Initiative eventually burns out, but someone barges through the door addressing him by his real name.
Dr. Chang?
Dr. Chang is needed at the Orchid Station. When he arrives, it's still under construction. Deep tunnels have been drilled to access the anomaly that will move the island. The anomaly which could destroy the island and perhaps the world. Their LiDAR scans reveal the frozen wheel embedded deep within the geology of the island. The crew wants to detonate some blasts to open the corridor, but Chang sees this man who has died of a familiar nosebleed. It is too dangerous to blow up the energy.
Under no circumstances.
And then he confirms to this random worker that they need to access this energy to move through time, travel through time.
It's going to allow us to manipulate time.
He tells them to continue drilling, but then on his way out, he bumps into someone too awkward to stand up for himself. He bumps into Daniel Faraday, out of place and out of time. Chang continues walking, having no idea of the significance of who he just ran into. The 5th season does us a favor and quickly satisfies our curiosity about the fate of those who were left behind, while simultaneously showing the pieces of the Oceanic Six's fated return to the island fall into place. Ben has found Jack as a hollow version of his former self, making him susceptible to Ben's instructions. He says they have to bring everyone back. The two of them arrive in a motel where Jack shaves his beard that he's grown while stranded off of the island. He starts to feel purpose again. Ben has taken John's body from the funeral home, and the two are still both feeling the impact of his death. Ben explains they last saw each other under the greenhouse, under the orchid. Ben claims he has no idea what happened to John or anyone else after the island moved. But you know who gets to find out? You.
They won't know, but you will. Lucky you.
3 years earlier on the island, Ben has just turned the wheel. The light flares up and dies back down, but instead of having the perspective of the island disappearing, we're still there, and everything seems to be the same. The island is still here. Daniel, just offshore, watches from the Zodiac boat. He claims they were in the radius of the Flash. He arrives on shore where everyone is confused. The beach camp has disappeared. Sawyer runs out of the tree line with no shoes, no shirt, and no shits given. Daniel is too stressed to offer an explanation about the time travel, but Sawyer demands an explanation. A demand for an explanation so strong they did reshoots after the episode was done to fit it in.
For me to try to explain whatever's happening.
Oi!
This is really one of the rare circumstances where we actually went back and we reshot some material for this episode.
Think of the island like a record, spinning on a turntable.
Sawyer is a proxy for the audience right now. He is basically demanding an explanation and a shirt later on.
And
he gets
very...
neither.
Whatever Ben Linus did down at the Orchid Station, it may have dislodged us.
Dislodged us from what?
Time.
Here's the proxy for the audience who basically is like, that's ridiculous. You can't time travel, Damon.
So that's why our camp is gone. Because the island is moving through time?
Yeah, either the island is or we are.
What?
So we thought, as sort of an antidote to that, we would just have Sawyer without his shirt on for the entire episode.
They've skipped through time just as John had taken his place as the leader of the others. But once the flash of light is gone, he's found himself alone all over again, with no one to tell him what to do. A small bit of irony for somebody who's always yelling, "Don't tell me what I can't do."
Anyone!
John's screams are awesome. Do you miss your immortal advisor, Richard, John? You can admit it. John starts to clue in about the time travel when he sees the yellow Beechcraft fly over his head. He'll discover it later in time during the events of season 1, but once again he finds himself at its crash site, at the same cliff he was once unable to climb. Can he do it this time? John is quickly shot and falls to the ground where he sees the walking calendar himself, Ethan. But who is he?
Your name is Ethan.
Well, he's alive, so this must be before he died, toward the beginning of the series. As Ethan confronts him, John knows he's in the past for sure. John wants to convince Ethan to drop the gun, but he's never been too convincing. Ethan is about to shoot, but John notices the island's light begin to charge, becoming blindingly bright before it quickly dies down, and John finds himself in the middle of the night in a different time. Like the season 3 episode title, Flashes Before Your Eyes, light literally flashes before the characters' eyes as they physically move forward in gone backward in time. Just like how the audience's perspective is always shifting during a flashback, the characters now find themselves in a position of having to figure out when they are. About f***ing time. How about you do some of the mental work, Sawyer? The adventure will continue for a little bit before the characters make their way back. And in the meantime, instead of the dividing point in the story being one character at different points in time, we follow characters who have been separated in space and time on their journey to eventually reunite with each other. Listening to Faraday, Sawyer and Juliet and the rest of the group begin looking for a landmark to help them figure out when they are. They want to find a constant. They arrive at the hatch, but at this point in time, it's already been blown up. We're currently after the season 2 finale. John once again finds himself afraid, alone, and left for dead after being shot. Suddenly, someone familiar emerges from the jungle. It's Richard. Just as John thinks he's losing him, he returns with instructions. Richard tells John he doesn't have time for questions. He's going to flash in time at any moment. Somehow he knows. Richard gives the compass to John, the one he had presented to him in the episode Cabin Fever. It will help him go where he needs to go. Richard says he has to bring everyone back.
The only way to save the island, John, is to get your people back here. The ones who left.
Except there's a catch.
How am I supposed to do that? You're gonna have to die, John.
John has to die. The light flashes and John once again finds himself alone in another time. He has his compass, his direction that he's craved for so long, but he doesn't want to do it. If Richard told John, you can't live, he would have thrown a fit. But the fact that he says, you have to die, John's like, oh shit, okay. In the future, Kate's world is ripped out from under her when lawyers stop by with a court order demanding proof of Kate's relationship with Aaron. Once again, Kate finds herself playing a role, rejecting reality. Someone always knows the truth, so she takes Aaron to run away.
Say bye-bye, baby.
The story work done in the previous season's flash forwards carries a lot of momentum into this season. Not only are the players on the board, but they've already made their first moves. Sun has confronted Charles Whitmore, and now he wants to finish the conversation. He orchestrates Sun to be taken and detained at the London airport. Inside a security screening room, he demands a higher level of respect, or rather decorum and discretion from her. He explains to Sun if people were able to connect the two, it might threaten to expose Whitmore, and therefore the island. What is this date, he thinks? What are their mutual interests?
To kill Benjamin Linus.
That's my favorite thing. After some time, Sun has placed Ben, who detonated the bomb, as responsible for the death of her husband.
Just killed everybody on the boat.
So.
She works with Charles to take Ben out, but not out on a date, out of life. She wants to kill him. Running from danger, Saeed and Hurley make their way to a safe house that Saeed booked, but when they arrive, it's already been compromised. He busts in and is attacked immediately, but Saeed is iconically slamming one of the assailants down onto an open dishwasher and into an upright knife. Holy shit, Saeed! So f***ing iconic. The pulp violence of Lost usually depends on brutality rather than gore, though a lot is usually implied. The action scenes, even leading up to dramatic turns, are fun. I think a quintessential choice in establishing the tone of action in this world is the fact tranquilizer darts have an immediate effect. Anyway, Saeed gets popped right before beating up these dudes for good and goes down immediately. Hurley is witnessed with the gun and is seen leaving the scene of a murder with Saeed on his back, who murdered those guys.
Never should have left that island.
Back on the island, Charlotte's nose begins to bleed, a familiar sight from The Constant, a physical side effect of time travel. Daniel is concerned, but they make their way back to the hatch and find it fully constructed, an anchor in time. Sawyer attempts entry, but Faraday convinces him he can't. He can't change the future, and he and Desmond have yet to meet. But he also knows that didn't stop Desmond from coming to Oxford. In a moment to himself, Faraday deviously repeats Sawyer's strategy, violently slamming on the door until Desmond answers. It doesn't seem like Faraday is someone who is inclined to be honest, but he is playing by the rules currently. Daniel gives Desmond a message to be listened to at a later date, after Desmond can no longer change the past.
Me and everyone else you left behind, we're in serious danger. You're the only person who can help us.
He says once you leave the island, go back to Oxford and find my mother. The light begins to shine. Another jump is coming, and uniquely, Desmond sees and hears it as well. He won't be jumping in time with them. He's just special. Instead, Desmond wakes up in the future, having remembered Daniel's message in his life off of the island. Perhaps this is another moment of Desmond's consciousness traveling in time, but it's definitely Daniel trying to learn how to exploit the game.
The time
Promise me you'll never go back to that island. We're going on vacation, baby.
Episode 2, The Lie, aired the same night and continues the momentum directly from the last episode, showcasing the chaotic consequences felt by those who stayed on the island and those who left it, providing an undertone for Hurley's guilt.
The premiere event.
Let's go get him.
He's only seconds away.
You can't change the past!
Like a broken record off of the island, we witness the same events from different characters' perspectives multiple times, as the story is confined to a 3-year period from the end of 2004 to the end of 2007. And as a consolation to the flashes in time on the island, the show has employed something to help the audience keep track of when we are. Whenever the story jumps in time off of the island, typically it's accompanied by a title card showing us where we are. One of the moments in time repeated is on Penny's boat, The Searcher. The survivors spend time negotiating the terms of their lives, another factor that will lead to the dissolution of their relationships. Everyone, except for Hurley, believes protecting Widmore's existing story will keep them out of his crosshairs. Hurley wants Penny to talk to her father, but she says that's not a solution. Hurley looks to Saeed for backup, but Saeed wants to lie.
And someday you're gonna need my help, I'm telling you right now. You're not getting it.
But of course, Hurley could never hold the promise of a grudge. Now, Hurley is suspected of murder and finds himself needing to take control of the situation. When a cop pulls him over, it turns out to be another dead friend, actually appearing on screen this time, unlike Mr. Echo. Ana Lucia gives Hurley some advice. Do not pull over for a cop. Then suddenly she's gone. What a f***ing troll. She should have bonked him on the head once or twice. Hurley hides out with his parents and his dad chooses to trust him enough to leave and covertly get Jack to help Saeed, all while the police keep watch outside. This leaves Hurley home alone with his mother, and in a place he feels safe, he finally breaks the truth.
We lied, Mom. It was on this crazy island. And then there was a smoke monster. And then there were other people on the island. And they started attacking us. And we found some hatches, and there was a button you had to push every 180 meters. Didn't have anything to do with the hatches. That was the Darmanish. They were all dead. The others killed them. And then we teamed up with the others because some worse people were coming on a freighter. Desmond's girlfriend's father sent them to kill us. So we stole their helicopter and we flew it to their freighter, but it blew up. And we couldn't go back to the island because it disappeared. And we floated there for a while until a boat came and picked us up. And by then, there were 6 of us.
This clip feels like it was written to go viral. Hurley breaks down each crazy twist with perfect sincerity and shows us at the end of the day, it's really not all that complicated. But it's only not complicated because he skips over all of the flashbacks. I mean, Hurley doesn't even know about the flashbacks, but if he did, I'm sure he'd tell his mom about all of it. And then Jack started stalking his ex-wife, and he was so upset about her new boyfriend that he went to Phuket, Thailand, and forced this woman to give him a tattoo. When Kate has nowhere to turn, a friend reaches out. Sun has arrived in LA. Sun tells Kate that she realizes Kate had to choose to leave Jin behind, and that was a hard decision. But Sun explains she doesn't blame her, despite bringing it up. Okay, I'm sure that means a lot to Kate. After hearing this, Kate leaves her child with this woman who just received a little package, a gun. She's going to kill Ben while babysitting. God bless America. Meanwhile, Ben flushes Jack's easily accessible pain pills down the toilet.
Are you looking for your pills, Jack?
God bless America. Jack's real upset about it, but he tries to play it cool.
I flushed him down the toilet. I was just gonna do that myself. Yeah, I figured you were.
Ben goes to put John's body on ice when Jack is contacted by Hurley's dad to help Saeed. And Ben goes to Hurley's house to keep him safe. But Saeed just told Hurley not to trust Ben. He doesn't even know any of this is going on. Currently, Hurley is microwaving a little Hot Pocket. A moment of peace. But then, Ben sneaks his way into his kitchen. Please do not get shocked by this out-of-character Hurley moment. He throws his Hot Pocket at Ben.
Hello, Hugo.
He could have killed him, melted his face off even. Hurley gets out of there, purposefully getting himself arrested to escape Ben and listen to his friend Saeed. A lot of critics incorrectly viewed Hurley as the simple comedic relief of the show, and therefore saw this episode as the weaker of the two that aired that night. But looking forward to the end of the show, this is a very important step for his character. He's always been in an advisory role to Jack because he's always had good ideas as what to do, which begs the question, why can't he take control? Why shouldn't he be making decisions? I mean, he did get himself arrested. Those left behind are confused, circling in time and the island, hoping to find another landmark to anchor themselves to. And that's when we finally get another one of the still present background extras speaking up. Neil Froger officially making his in-series debut this episode.
Where's Craig? Where's Froger?
Guest star Sean Whalen's ability to just come into this show and become so hateable so quickly is incredible.
Fire? Who cares about fire? Any minute the sky could light up, and who the hell knows what could happen this time?
And right before you want to hop on your little blog and write a complaint about this character, he's killed off. He is murdered with absolute precise timing by a flaming arrow hitting him dead center in the chest. Frogger is an avid Hurley hater, so there's humor in having his intro and death in the show be an anchor to Hurley's story. Awesome bit part. After the first flaming arrow hits Neil, a barrage of them comes in, killing the rest of the background extras and splitting up the group. Sawyer yells, "Meet up at the river," and they split up, leaving many of their fates unknown. Unfortunately, while researching Neil, I accidentally learned a little too much about the lost background extras. Specifically, the difference between Scott and Steve, which I really did not want to learn, but I'm really glad I did. So Scott, not Steve, was killed in season 1. And despite what Darlton said, Steve was actually on the raft with Faraday at the end of season 4. But at the beginning of season 5, he's gone, replaced by Neil Frogger. Turns out the actor who played Steve left at the end of the 4th season, having been with the show since the very first episode. Fan theory. So Daniel Faraday explains he and the other people on the Zodiac raft were able to teleport with the island because they were within its radius.
We must have been inside the radius.
However, like Desmond, sometimes the rules work differently for some different people. I personally believed after the island and everybody who warped with it left, Steve was somehow left in the middle of the ocean, having been left behind. Rest in peace, Steve. Sawyer and Juliet meet up in the woods. Sawyer is still barefoot, finally feeling the rough jungle foliage when he pierces his dogs. Suddenly, they hear rustling in the woods. It's several young men in battered U.S. military uniforms who aim at Sawyer and Juliet before they're saved by John Locke, a dead man walking. At the end of the episode, a woman analyzes equipment inside a station. She looks at a screen that reads "Event Window Detected" and walks up a spiral staircase, revealing a church above where she approaches Ben, lighting a candle, a votive, most likely in honor of Alex. The woman is someone we've seen before. She guided Desmond toward the island when he had visions of the future all those moons ago. Now she guides Ben, telling them they only have 70 hours to convince everyone to return to the island. 70 hours for our needle to skip all over. With how Lost develops its exploration of time, its time signature. In a way, this season becomes like a remix of Lost's format. And in honor of seeing this season as a remix of Lost, I finally want to take just a little bit of time and skim the surface of Lost's deep ocean of references, its samples. My one rule to help condense this project has been not to get into all of Lost's references.
From Of Mice and Men.
I've already had to read most of those books in high school.
You read?
I really could make a 4th volume of the Lost retrospective.
Okay, so I recorded this one. I thought this was going to be 3 videos.
Theoretical 4th volume, just discussing Lost's references and how you could analyze the show through sort of a comparative lens of the things they mention in the show. From literature, history, philosophy, mysticism, religion, music, and science, Lost throws many obscure tastes onto this island-themed charcuterie board to create a mythology complicated enough that it begins to taste like our own. Now, I want to go back and look at a few more pieces of media and moments in history Lost has referenced and made homage to, and what it means for the series. This stuff is impossibly dense. Even as I'm finishing up the outline for this whole thing to be finished up, I'm finding new things. Like, I just learned about the Rubber Room, which was an underground bunker NASA created, and it looks just like the hatch. It has the domed room, the blast doors with the steel inputs. The layout is similar, and I'm sure years after this is posted, I'm still gonna be like realizing things about it that I never realized before. I mean, hundreds of people worked on this show. They all know things. I'm one guy.
And then there was a smoke monster. And then there were other people on the island. And they started attacking us. And we found some hatches and there was a button you had to push every 108 minutes or... Well, I was never really clear on that. But...
What is happening? With the aid of time travel, quickly, Lost reprieves itself from having to tell its backstory strictly through flashbacks, with each episode in time having deeper relevance to the show's overall mythology while never sacrificing the character narrative. I appreciate critic Vern Gay's assessment that Lost in its later years adopted a sort of pig in the python type of storytelling. The earlier seasons really relied on a simpler approach with great execution. The art direction, performances, and music would all come together to make character actions and brief glimpses at the metaphysical feel larger than life. The stories could have come off as cliched, and eventually Lost would develop its own set of cliches, but it really came together to make something wonderful. I'll say it repeatedly, especially early on, Lost was a lot like the Twilight Zone. On an island, the flashbacks serve a similar role to Rod Serling's.
Who ever heard of a man going back in time? Before tonight, that is. Because this is the Twilight Zone.
But at no point did the Twilight Zone attempt to make the mistake of explaining its own lore. Like, could you imagine if they explained Rod Serling was operating everything behind the scenes, pulling the strings of the Twilight Zone, putting the gremlin on the wing of the airplane, the ghosts, the aliens? He found them. He brought them here. What if they explained that all the other Twilight Zone narrators were part of a line of succession? Because I'm now discussing Lost's dip into time travel, I've gone back and watched all of the Twilight Zone episodes of the original series involving time travel. It's sort of a micro level study to examine the sort of time travel stories Lost pulls from. The episode Walking Distance was pretty essential in defining the early tone of the Twilight Zone. It follows a businessman who realizes he stopped just outside his hometown. In fact, he's within walking distance. He chooses to go for a quick nostalgic pit stop only to arrive in the town exactly how he remembers it from his childhood. He takes joy in revisiting childhood memories and eventually attempts to interact with his younger self, but pushes his childhood self to sustain an injury that he doesn't remember happening, ruining that summer he once remembered so fondly. When his father recognizes him out of time, he's concerned, imploring that he allows his childhood memories to exist as they are. When he walks back to where he came from, the man finds himself in his time again with a new limp, a new aching to associate with the fond memories. Mark Scott Zicree, who wrote the Twilight Zone Companion, which is my personal inspiration for writing this series the way I did, and at the length I did it at. He described Walking Distance when compared to other early Twilight Zone episodes as less hard-edged. Walking Distance makes no pretense at being science fiction. It's clearly a fantasy. Rather than using a time machine, Serling and the director, Stevens, employ a visual illusion to Through the Looking Glass. The camera pans over to the mirror in which we see his reflection. This cuts to a reflection of Martin in a drugstore mirror in the past. The core theme of Walking Distance is the fact that you cannot return to a time you long for. It's also a core theme throughout Lost, which unapologetically uses time travel as its grandiose tool to express that theme. Going all in on Lost's lore, Season 5 really requires the most retention of the rest of the series, referencing things that general audiences may have considered to be an obscure reference.
There was an incident.
The idea of time travel being introduced to Lost 5 seasons in was crazy to so many viewers. Though people who have been paying attention were kind of expecting it at some point, but maybe not to this extent. It continued the line of thought that Lost was actually attempting to jump the shark every single season with a radical new dimension to this world. But before modern pop culture evolved into a sea of time travel, more so multiverse storytelling, Lost did it better than anyone else.
That's why 20 million viewers returned to the island.
I don't want any part of this.
Making this season's premiere of Lost bigger than ever.
How do I get off the island? Please tell me!
The exciting new season of Lost has just begun.
Everyone on the island is in danger.
We're running out of time.
You need to listen to me. All of us are gonna die.
Episode 3, Jughead, begins with Desmond running into a village looking for a doctor. Worrying about Desmond and Penny or Des Money's safety this season remains a key piece of tension. Nothing can happen to them. However, it's happy news as Penny gives birth to their son. In the years away from the island, Desmond has built a happy family, only interrupted by Faraday's request from the past. find my mother for help. And in doing so, he will uncover unexpected threads between the two of them. Desmond tells their young son about the island they're sailing to. It's the United Kingdom. Desmoney's home. This island is home to its own monster, Charles Widmore, Penny's father, who could threaten the happy family they built. Penny is worried Desmond will run off to answer this call from Daniel Faraday, but he promises her he won't get roped in beyond delivering a message. First, he has to find Daniel Faraday's mother, but I'll spoil it. In the past, Daniel's mother finds him.
You just couldn't stay away, could you?
Meanwhile, the Islanders have found themselves in the 1950s, met by two members of the Others in disguise as U.S. military. Juliet keys into their deception when they start speaking Latin, a clue about the Others' ancient history.
What language is that?
Speaking Latin.
And how is it that they know how to speak Latin, Julia?
Same reason I do. Because they're others.
Afraid they've revealed too many secrets, one of the dudes is killed by the other who runs off, and I'll spoil it, that little psychopath is Charles Widmore, who has just arrogantly led John back to his people.
You think he knows this island better than I do? Richard Alpert!
He was like John too back in his day. On September 23rd, 1954, 50 years before their second day on the island, John introduces himself to Richard Alpert and the group who will eventually be known as the Hostiles, and then later, the Others. But right now, they're just the people of the island. Richard initially assumes they're from the US military and have returned to retrieve their bomb. But John gives Richard the compass and tells his story. He's their leader from the future. Richard doesn't recognize John or the compass and doubts his story. So John instructs Richard to visit him when he's born, which will be in 2 years. Meanwhile, Daniel quickly realizes the bomb they referred to is in fact a hydrogen bomb, seeing radiation burns. He wants to help make it safe and convinces the Others to take him to it. In the 1950s, the United States military conducted thermonuclear hydrogen bomb tests throughout the small islands of the Pacific. These bombs were exponentially becoming more powerful than the atomic bombs that had been used on Japan in World War II. Since 1950, the United States has admitted to losing 6 nuclear bombs, including 2 in the Pacific. Testing group Castle Yankee had detonation tests canceled due to the quickly developing scale behind these weapons. One bomb, codenamed Jughead, was never detonated, and Lost asks, what if they left one of these loosened bombs on a moving island? The U.S. Army...
Yet here it is, on this island.
Yet the knife is much smaller than the other weapon they left behind. A multi-ton nuclear warhead suspended by a rope on a little wooden platform. I love rewatching this stuff knowing Daniel's mother is Ellie, currently holding a gun to his head.
You look so much like someone I used to know.
She's hesitant to trust his intentions, which is only exasperated by his instructions to make the bomb safe.
You need to take it off this platform carefully.
He can't be persuasive because his confidence comes from his knowledge of the future. The bomb did not go off on the island, he thinks, and she thinks he's trying to trick her. So she raises her gun, but Sawyer and Juliet are behind the tree lines. Ellie drops her gun, and they see the bomb.
Son of a bitch.
Daniel has a weird strategy in convincing the Others to show him the bomb. He admits he would never do anything to hurt the woman he loves, such as blowing up a nuclear bomb in a suicide mission. At Oxford, Desmond finds Daniel's memory has been wiped from the records. However, he finds evidence of the experiments that irreparably damaged Daniel's brain and his memory. A janitor finally comes around and tells Desmond he's not the first one to come snooping around. The university has put a lot of effort into erasing Daniel's work.
The university says there's no record of him. Well, can you blame him? I mean, after what he'd done to that poor girl.
Desmond tracks down Teresa Spencer under intensive at-home care. He's embarrassed to have intruded onto the scene, something the nurse ridicules him of. But Desmond already knows what happened here. He too has witnessed the hemorrhaging effect of time travel. Desmond's trail leads him to a dangerous place when he learns the name of Teresa's caretaker and Daniel's benefactor, Charles Widmore. But in a bold act, Desmond just walks right into his office, proving he's not afraid of him. All right, Desmond. Spoil it for you. That's because Desmond just asked him about his ex and the mother of his son, who just happens to be Daniel Faraday. This season tells the tragedy of this estranged family. Well, they don't even have the opportunity to appreciate the family reunion they have in 1954. Desmond wants to prove to Charles he is not afraid of him, but Charles only wants Penny, his other child, to be safe. The two are not on the same page. Charles tells Desmond to go back into hiding. But to Desmond, this can only mean one thing. Charles is once again doubting him. He quickly brushes off the vague threats. What other scary things can come out of the dark after what he saw on the island? But will those things stay on the island? He leaves, learning Eloise is in Los Angeles, on the other side of the globe. Not wanting to get in deeper, he tries to convince Penny he will forget about his memories of the past and stay with her and their son, whose name tells another story.
Doesn't matter, Pen. You're my life now. You and Charlie.
Oh. Their son's name is Charlie. Oh God.
I won't leave you again. Not for this.
When Penny hears the name Charlie, she knows Desmond will not leave it behind. Their son shares a name with the man Desmond could not save on the island. But ironically, he also shares a name with her father, Charles, who Desmond has not only always sought the approval of, but somebody Desmond has taken upon himself to challenge. It's a complex web they've been tangled into, and she knows he needs to see this through, so they head for Los Angeles. Meanwhile, in the past, John has exchanged the compass with Richard, and Faraday has told his mother to bury the bomb. The others have been given cryptic instructions to follow before a light takes those people who gave them the instructions away, and the Islanders find themselves in another time.
Next Wednesday.
He's here to help us. We all need to be together again.
Episode 4, The Little Prince, opens again on The Searcher, like a broken record, where Kate finds a partner in crime in Jack. Like a broken record. She's already a few steps ahead of his plan to lie. She wants to take Aaron and slip into a new life again, like a sad, broken record.
Did you know that Claire was flying to LA to give him up for adoption?
She justifies it so quickly. I'm sure she's already thinking of the benefits it could give her in a trial, but I don't know to what extent. But even without her legal troubles, Kate slips into the same patterns alongside Jack. She's as loosened as he is.
I have always been with you.
Off the island, Kate leaves Aaron with Son while she goes to visit the lawyers threatening to take him. Desperate to avoid an exchange of custody, she will discover some secrets about who they work for.
No one is safe.
Time to prepare yourself. You are going to lose the boy.
Nothing is impossible.
Explain to them what's going on, reiterating the problem as just really bad jet lag.
Really bad jet lag doesn't make you hemorrhage, Daniel.
Nonetheless, John has a plan to get the record turning again, give the frozen wheel under the orchid another spin, fix the broken record. They head out, finding themselves in a familiar time.
And going back.
Are you sure you want to do this? We can go home.
Is just the beginning.
Saw Kate in the jungle.
Sawyer is unspeakably moved when he walks upon the sight of Kate helping Claire deliver Aaron. From way back in season 1, Sawyer thinks? Kate has always been in Aaron's life, a fact that can make us appreciate why she fights to be with him off of the island. Later, John sees the light of the hatch that shined on him the night Boone died. Witnessing the moment from afar, John is given reassurance of his destiny, but now his destiny is to die. John has always seen through Sawyer more than Sawyer is comfortable with and asks him what he saw earlier in the jungle. Sawyer turns the question around on John, asking how it is they knew when they were. John says he recognized the light as a part of his painful journey after Boone's death, stating he needed to experience the pain he felt that night. Not like Boone needed to die though, right, John? Right, John?
No, I needed that pain. Get to where I am now.
After another flash, the castaways have found themselves in a time just a little different from the one they recognize. Their camp has been built, but it's tattered and the food is all gone. They'd be more comfortable if Miles and Juliet hadn't also begun experiencing some nosebleeds. Sawyer finds something unfamiliar, a clue for later in the season, a bottle labeled Ajira Airways, and an outrigger, which they take paddling around the island toward the orchid, all to give that wheel another spin. While out on the boat, Sawyer is calm enough to open up to Juliet about seeing Kate and Claire. He's a little fucked up about it, actually, a little bit more of an honest admission to what he said to John earlier.
That was 2 months ago.
Time travel's a bitch.
They're interrupted by the sound of a bullet zipping by. Another outrigger follows behind. An attack as random as the shark from season 2. They paddle faster, attempting to out-paddle the other paddlers, and suddenly they're saved by another flash.
Thank you, Lord!
They find themselves in another point in time, in the middle of the ocean, in the middle of a storm, in the middle of the night.
Take that back!
having to quickly paddle back to shore. Juliet and Sawyer continued their conversation later, and then asks why he didn't say anything to Kate. Sawyer has an incredibly poetic answer.
What's done is done.
Damn, King. That's some wisdom. As their lives continue, we see how quickly Kate and Sawyer are able to move on. Sawyer can probably imagine a life Kate has created for herself, potentially with Aaron too. In the future, Kate lets Jack come along with her, and the two discover the lawyers are working for Claire's mother, Aaron's grandmother. From their perspective, it's an open and shut case, but Jack thinks this is a family affair. Maybe he can convince her otherwise. He gets his ass right back in the car when he realizes she has no idea who Aaron is, and he's not going to take the time to explain it to her, whether they're family or not. Someone else is going after Aaron and Kate. Ben.
You are going to lose the boy.
We're gonna have to take the boy.
Ben with Saeed meets with the very same lawyers who have now helped settle Hurley's legal problems. They go on to meet Jack and Kate at the docks, where Kate immediately makes the correct conclusion about Ben. He's taking kids again. Claire was kidnapped, Walt was kidnapped, the children from the tail section were kidnapped, and Alex was kidnapped from Rousseau. Jack tries to step in and say, no, Kate, you're wrong. But Ben saves him the embarrassment.
No, you don't understand.
No, Jack, she's right.
Kate tells Ben to leave her child alone, but Ben gives Kate a harsh reminder that'll bring her world crashing down.
Leave me and my son alone.
Because he's not your son, Kate.
Damn, why does he have to say that shit like a little bitch? Escaping the storm, Sawyer and the others discover equipment washed up labeled in French. Off the coast of the island, a young Danielle Rousseau, currently pregnant with Alex, approaches the island with her team 16 years before the first episode. While fiercely paddling through the storm, Rousseau and her team see someone floating and quickly work together to pull him up from the water, revealing a bruised and battered, but very much alive, Jin. Damn, let's just put an epic edit of Jin here. Let's put both boat explosions he's survived in the edit. Everyone knew he was in the cast list, by the way, but it's still an awesome reveal anyway. So weirdly enough, the headline of this episode is not Jin's fantastic return. It's the other outrigger shooting at our guys. Who are they? Who are the silhouetted figures in the outrigger? This innocuous 30-second chase scene features Lost's most notorious unsolved mystery. A scene was apparently scripted to return to this from the other perspective, but it was never shot. Between season 5, there's a lot of people you might suspect it to be, but at the end of the show, the complete DVD box set featured an interesting Easter egg with a peculiar answer. Apparently, the people in the other outrigger are drifters through time, unable to find their way home without the correct compass bearings around the island. It's a pretty creative answer that reminds me of the Twilight Zone episode, The Odyssey of Flight 33. This episode features a passenger jet getting swept up in an airstream that carries them into another time.
Is heading into an uncharted region, well off the beaten track of commercial travelers. It's moving into the Twilight Zone.
They ride the stream again, failing to find their way back home, back to their time, and the episode ends without a conclusion, implying the plane continuously flies, searching for its home. The first passenger jet opened to service in 1951. When the Twilight Zone started airing less than a decade later, the skies were a vast new frontier, sparking passengers' imaginations beyond Earth and deep into outer space.
Contrasted with great conventional aircraft, the 747 will carry 490 passengers.
Yet the ocean is another uninhabitable world right next to our own. Its own mystery box not yet fully explored. A provider of life and a destructive force capable of swallowing an entire world, eroding it into nothing. The perfect mood for the title of episode 5. This place is death.
On an all-new Lost.
You guys are crazy.
Kate.
Jack, don't.
Their destiny.
Damn it, hold on!
Demands.
Jin's still alive, and I can prove it.
Sacrifice.
Move away, Kate. I said move away.
Sun arrives at the dock and confronts Ben with a loaded gun. Maybe she's the one who broke the record. Did she break the record? Ben is only saved by his claim of her husband's survival. Interesting he should know. Anyways, Ben promises to give Sun evidence. Meanwhile, Jin, just like when he was found by the tail section, is once again found by strangers. A young Danielle Rousseau and her distrusting team. Mira Furlan, who portrayed Rousseau, did not wish to continue to travel from Croatia to Hawaii to film her scenes, so Danielle Rousseau was killed off. But Melissa Farman, 35 years younger, does a great job filling in and visualizing the journey of the character before her appearance in season 1. Daniel Dae Kim has always done a great job as portraying the contextual work Jin does to overcome a language barrier, which sells how quickly he considers the possibility of time travel when he hears the name Danielle Rousseau.
I am Danielle Rousseau.
Jin has difficulty describing the complexity of his backstory, and the details seem to contradict. But Rousseau argues for trust in Jin, giving him the benefit of the doubt. They've intercepted the radio broadcast reading The Numbers, read by Jorge Garcia as an Easter egg. But not for any plot significance. Jin agrees to go to the radio tower with them, believing it to be a good place to get his bearings and find his camp. They hike up the mountain where their trek is interrupted by a familiar rattle in the woods. He's only ever heard it once, but Jin would never forget the wail of the monster.
What is that?
Monster.
It quickly catches up to one of Rousseau's mates, dragging him under the barrier walls of the elusive temple. The monster tries to slither underneath with its prey, tearing the man from his arm. And just when Jin thinks it can't get any worse, he's finally conscious to experience the beauty that is being skipped through time. In a flash, Jin finds himself alone in a new time with the man's severed arm, now aged many years. He makes his way to the beach to witness the sad fate of Rousseau and her husband. Just a little while later, Rousseau's music box lies on the beach broken, and the action plays out exactly how she tells it to Saeed when he fixes it 16 years later.
I had no choice. We were already lost.
She aims her gun at him, but he convinces her to put it down. Just as she does, but Rousseau has left the gun unloaded. He wanted to kill her, so she kills him. Rousseau believes the monster made him sick.
He was sick.
But he calls it a security system, and later, Rousseau will say she doesn't believe in monsters.
There's no such thing as monsters.
Maybe she convinces herself it wasn't real. What she saw wasn't real. But then Danielle sees Jin. This once trusting person is now ready to kill on sight.
You're sick too! You're a carrier!
Jin gets away, leaving Rousseau to remember him as a distant, vague memory to feed into her theories about the whispers in the jungle and the others on the island. Running into the jungle, Jin finally reunites with his friends and takes security in the fact Sun has made it off of the island. Jin and Sun become the next couple in Lost to be estranged. Rose and Bernard were separated across the island. Desmond and Penny were separated across the world, and Sun and Jin are separated across space and time. This is a very kind of visceral story to me. Sun initially thinks Jin is dead, but will later realize he's stuck in the past, which is just like when somebody dies in real life. They are always stuck in the past. Sun's journey of revenge keeps her stuck in the past, connecting with her grief instead of her new daughter. One by one, the castaways experience the earliest stages of time travel trauma, but Charlotte is clearly experiencing the worst of it, leaving Daniel unable to describe the gravity of the situation.
Really bad jet lag.
John has a plan to turn the wheel again, so they head out, getting closer to the source of their dislodgement in space-time, causing the flashes to occur more frequently. Daniel watches as he fails to protect Charlotte against the annihilative trample of time, so she pleads with Jin to protect Sun from this place.
No matter what.
Now, 30 seconds ago, Rousseau and her crew have suffered from this mysterious illness, but one by one, we watch as our chronologically confused castaways start exhibiting symptoms of their own mysterious illness. With Teresa in our minds, we dread what could happen, and then Charlotte's mind skips back, a familiar linear inconsistency in her consciousness.
I'm allowed to have chocolate before dinner.
Like, girl, I will get you chocolate, anything. You just ask. You don't have to worry about it right now. Briefly, Charlotte remembers she was born on this island, and when she was young, a man came up to her and warned her to never come back. She was frightened by him then, and is now more frightened by the memory of his face, the memory of Daniel, who will go against his own beliefs to attempt to prevent her impending death, which is now. After the next flash of light, her body is gone, because she is dead. At the Orchid, which definitely should never be rendered in CGI again, the other set looked way better. A flash of time quickly reveals it wasn't worth rebuilding the whole set anyways, because now we're at a moment in time before the Orchid was even constructed. In its place, is a well, which originally led to the frozen wheel. John's intuition lets him know this. So John's gonna go down the well and return with all of their friends for a new season of Lost. It'll be just like the good old days. But Jin has heard enough of this plan. So notably, Jin and John have had maybe one scene together before this in the entire show, and it was back in season 1. It's wild to think about that. Jin has been kept the farthest away from John's bullshit, so when he hears he wants to bring Sun back, he just says no.
I'll see you when I get back.
No, stop. You don't bring Sun back.
In fact, he makes John promise not to bring Sun into this, and even gives John his wedding ring for proof of his death. John promises Jin he will convince her not to come back if she comes to him. But off of the island, John will not get the opportunity to fulfill his promise. John descends down the well, but slips and falls during a jump in time. The light dies down, and Sawyer jumps in after him, but the well has already been filled up, and John is deep underground with no access to the outside. John has broken his leg and is greeted by the reproachful ghost of Christian Shepherd. He tells John that Ben wasn't supposed to turn the wheel. He was. Everything bad that has happened is because of John, and when John asks for help, Christian takes joy in saying no, and then takes joy in the idea of his death.
I suppose that's why they call it sacrifice.
Terry O'Quinn's scream is as desperate as ever. John feels so pitiful, asking Christian for help. I want to reach out and help him. Yet John moves forward on his own, making his way to the wheel, painfully giving it another spin. But not before Christian tells John to say hello to his son.
Who's your son?
We don't see Sun much with her child, but we get a good sense of her parental responsibility when Kate asks where Aaron is. He's in the car. He's just gonna watch Sun murder Ben. Kate gets out of the car, and then Saeed tells Ben and Jack to leave him alone. He won't have any of this going back to the island nonsense. Nonetheless, Sun accompanies them to their next location, the church, where Ben shows Sun his proof, Jin's wedding ring. Somehow, he's gotten ownership of it from John. And this means Ben had lied to Jack about John seeing him, but Ben has a master's degree in semantics.
You said John never came to see you.
That's true, Jack. I went to see him.
Sun believes Ben. Jin is alive, and she is the second to decide to return to the island. Jin's effort to protect her mirrors his old desire to control her. And at the church, they cross paths with Desmond, and they all go inside to meet Eloise Hawking, who has a plan to guide them back to the island, which Sun will go to rescue her husband. Her tragic expression of freedom against her husband's controlling nature. As Lost gets closer to its conclusion, the seemingly endless landscape for story possibilities begins to narrow because we realize the world does in fact operate with some sort of internal level of logic and purpose. It has imaginative boundaries, unlike The Twilight Zone. With the more open format, The Twilight Zone frequently went back to time travel as a lens to explore the sadness of nostalgia, one of the many repetitious themes repeated in the show's 150 plus episode run. Of course, there are tons of bangers. One time travel episode guest stars Buster Keaton, who gets to time travel from his silent film era and get another 30 minutes of screen time. When he takes a time travel hat to the future, when he loses it, that half hour is cut to 15 minutes and is sort of this commentary on appreciating your 15 minutes of fame, I suppose. In another Twilight Zone episode back there,
4 intelligent men talking about an improbable thing like going back in time.
a man finds himself in the past and tries to stop the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln, but he accidentally tells everything he knows to John Wilkes Booth, aiding in the assassination. But when he returns home to the future, he finds small changes have been made. As explained, some things in history are more written in stone than others. By the 4th season, The Twilight Zone doubled its episode length, going to a full hour-long program, with many of the episodes still feeling redundant, but now they were so drawn out. Learning from the mistakes of The Twilight Zone, Lost decided to always maintain its dual narrative structure, not wound off the island too. Okay, maybe that's not a great example. In the Twilight Zone episode No Time Like the Past, a man deliberately builds a time machine to go back in time to prevent a number of historical tragedies instead of just one, and each time he fails. one after the other. We know where this is going. He's not gonna do it.
Loser! You're a loser!
But despite being very repetitious and similar to that earlier episode, I do think they managed to improve upon the ending. He returns to his hometown at an earlier point in history and accepts he can't change the past until he remembers the story of a local orphanage burning down, injuring 12 children. He tries to prevent it, but inadvertently causes it. He has always been the cause. What happened happened. With its endless possibilities, even the Twilight Zone ended up telling a lot of repetitious stories, while Lost often repeated itself because of the limited scope of its narrative. They had to show these characters going through similar motions over and over again. But at the end of the day, Lost took a very important philosophical lesson from the Twilight Zone, that the important part of the story is what events mean to the characters, rather than the mechanical explanation for why those events happened.
A man named Driscoll who came and went and in the process learned a simple lesson. Perhaps best said by a poet named Lathbury, who wrote, "Children of yesterday, heirs of tomorrow, what are you weaving? Labor and sorrow? Look to your looms again, faster and faster fly the great shuttles prepared by the master. Life's in the loom, room for it, room." Tonight's tale of clocks and calendars in the Twilight Zone.
A portrait of a man, aged 27, caught up in his own obsession. Billiam, Mr. Hipster Trash, is currently stuck between a clock and going at his own pace. When he's wrapped up in his own head, the silly island show, time before him, seems to speed on by. Yet when he manages to pull out, things freeze. Even his friends are perfectly still. Nico the editor, Savannah the co-writer, even the new editor, Gabe, who is just walking into this mess, is now frozen in space-time. The perspective of a man caught up with obsession. Dude, just watch another show or something. There's other good shows.
Like previous seasons, the 5th season of Lost highlights and magnifies one of the existing themes in the show, that being the theme of going back.
I think he wants us to come back, Harley.
Ready to go back?
Go back,
We have to go back.
We gotta go back.
You need to come back. We have to go back.
We're never going back. There's nothing to go back.
To go back to the island, go back there.
We have to go back.
We have to go back. Turn around. We can't do it. We need to go back.
By the time the next 3 episodes are finished, the characters will have returned to the island. During this journey, I want to examine what going back often means for these characters. Often, it's only with self-loathing that these characters look back on their past, making the greatest obstacle on their journeys to self-redemption being their own self-judgment. With the backdrop of time travel and the characters returning to a place they're familiar with, they're directly faced with these crossroads of trying to fix the past or make a new start. Now, I'm no philosopher, but I'm a graduate of Lost University, and that's the truth.
Good luck. See you at graduation.
But as of now, I think it's time for you to get off to class. So namaste and good luck.
The presence of philosophy in Lost is overwhelmingly direct, both in a way that flaunts the bookishness of the writer's room, and more importantly, encourages the audience to remind themselves or introduce themselves to the ideas referenced.
Dostoevsky. You don't have any Stephen King?
The first episode of Lost following the pilot is tabula rasa, a Latin phrase meaning clean slate. In the episode, Jack explains to Kate that they are given a new start on this island. They experience a metaphorical rebirth and are given a clean slate, a monologue of which to this day has continued to convince haters of the show that they were just dead the whole time.
Doesn't matter, Kate. 3 days ago, we all died.
Now, IRL John Locke, the philosopher, is credited with describing tabula rasa as something you're born with.
Locke believed that we are all born as tabula rasa, or a blank slate. He argued that all knowledge is obtained through experience.
You cannot be given a clean slate midway through life. That's why Jack says they died. Because as soon as we're born, the way we behave and see the world is imprinted onto us. The show views clean slates as something you can be given midway through life. You can have a fresh start, but through the flashback stories, we also examine the Lockean view of tabula rasa. The characters often have trouble taking advantage of their fresh starts because their backstories inform how they behave on the island.
they carry the past with them. I want to take the next 3 episodes, 316, The Life and Death of Jeremy Bentham, and LaFleur, to re-examine many of Lost's philosophical themes. In these 3 episodes, we explore Lost's leading men, John, Jack, and James, Sawyer. Initially, it's only John, through being healed, that is able to embrace his clean slate, his fresh start. Then Sawyer realizes he's taken the opportunity to make a good life for himself. And finally, Jack realizes the opportunity he was given only after he lost it, loosened it. But he's determined to recapture the past, to get it back.
Their destiny
You're all going back to the island, willingly?
will be
I'm going with you.
their final destination.
You might want to fasten your seatbelt.
ABC's Lost.
In episode 6, 316, Jack's eyes open. After years, he's finally found himself back on the island. His once exasperated gasps are now a sigh of relief. He takes it all in. Reaching into his jacket pocket where he once found his empty liquor bottle, he now finds a torn note, which underlies his feelings about returning. I wish. His wish has been granted. Immediately, Jack feels needed. He runs to help somebody yelling in the distance, excitedly reminded of his glory days. Arriving at the top of the waterfall, Jack gets to swan dive in to heroically aid Hurley and Kate, who have landed in the water below. It's a wet dream. Emerging from the baptismal waters, Jack believes he's had a second awakening on the island. An awakening that will help him to feel whole again. They've made it back. But as Jack will learn, he won't be able to recapture his old life. As the title tells us, all of the pieces for their return have fallen into place in just 46 hours. Our broken record will repeat these 4-post station, located underneath a church, where Eloise explains how they will be making it back to the island. According to Eloise, the station itself was designed by a Dharma Initiative scientist who correctly predicted the island to be moving in both space and time. The lamppost is built on a related pocket of energy to the island's anomaly, and one of the many around the world, such as the one visited by Rose and Bernard in the episode SOS. The lamppost station set is one of Lost's best, with the giant swinging pendulum in the center being a real set piece. The actors had to complete their blocking around it, giving the machine it's attached to this mystical, otherworldly feel. Eloise goes on to say that with predictive mathematical models and this giant pendulum marked with chalk, they've been able to detect windows in time when the island could be located and traveled to. Its science is claimed to be in this world, but again, it feels ritualistic, only further complemented by the superstitious instructions. To go back to the island, they have to recreate the original flight as much as possible. They have to bring everyone back. Desmond hears they want to go back, and he says he's done with this nonsense. He gives the message to Eloise Daniel had requested and leaves, but not before telling his old friend to get out of this game and that neither one of them are players in it. They cannot win.
These people, they're just using us. They're playing some kind of game and we are just the pieces.
Jack is ready to follow until he's told that in the place of the body of Jack's father, they will be taking the body of John Locke. Therefore, with superstitious reasoning, Jack will have to give John something that belonged to his father. It's a step too far-fetched for Jack, who always saw his father in John, for better and for worse. Yet, Jack receives a final message from John Locke, his suicide note, which lets Jack know that John will have the last word in this argument. While taking in the last hours of his normal life, Jack gets a call to go and help someone.
Yeah, this is him. He did what?
It might feel like Jack is about to figure out how to get Hurley out of jail and is going to convince him to come on the plane with them. But instead, Jack is answering a call from someone we've never met before. This dude named Ray, Jack's grandfather. After an escape attempt, Jack helps Ray back to his room at the nursing home, where we see they have a playful, yet most likely complicated relationship. And one of those missing pieces episodes, which we'll talk about in a little bit, Christian gives Jack a watch that his father, Ray, had given to him at his wedding. He never wore it because Ray disapproved of Christian's marriage, perhaps knowing Christian would cheat on Jack's mom. But nonetheless, Christian resented Ray for it. We don't get to know Ray much, but we know he's a troublemaker, and perhaps we're told he might be a little like our friend Sawyer by how he references Kate.
The pretty one with all the freckles. What was her name?
Jack tells Ray he's going away for a while, and he isn't surprised to hear it. He just asks Jack where.
I'd be going away for a while.
Where's away exactly?
Somewhere better than here.
Touché.
When looking through Ray's getaway bag, Jack finds something he wasn't expecting to see. A pair of his dad's shoes, given to Ray after his son died. Jack asks if he could have them, and his grandfather says yes. After all, Christian never wore his watch. There seems to be a great sadness between the Shepherd men, as if they've all had a missed opportunity to get to know each other. Later, Jack arrives at the church, where he sees Ben lighting a candle for Alex. It's strange to think of Ben as a religious person. Perhaps he's not, but he does believe in something. He tells Jack the story of the portrait in the church, the story of Thomas the Apostle, who followed Jesus in life, but earned his fame when he doubted Jesus' resurrection. Jack asks if Thomas ended up believing.
We're all convinced sooner or later, Jack.
Jack goes to give John his shoes, and in the process, fills in the story of one of the show's smallest details. In the first scene in the show, Jack awakes in the bamboo forest and runs by a pair of white sneakers. When he sees the ghost of his father, he's in those sneakers. He laughs at John about how ridiculous this all is. He's giving John a pair of his father's nice shoes, while Jack explains he didn't believe his own father was worthy of a new pair.
He wasn't worth a nice pair of shoes to me.
When he picked up his body, Jack gave him Jack believed was taking personal responsibility away from Christian.
Some people are just supposed to suffer. That's why the Red Sox will never win the damn series.
Instead of taking responsibility for it, he just put it on fate. Said he was made that way.
John blamed his destiny on the death of Boone.
Boone was a sacrifice that the island demanded.
And doesn't share with Jack that he believes this was a mistake.
And somebody died, a kid. Because he was stupid enough to believe that I knew what I was talking about.
John and Jack could have been friends who had a profound impact on each other's lives. Perhaps Jack could have been the son John never had, and John, as Jack is literally finding out right now, could have fit the shoes of his father. It's so on the nose, it hurts. It hurts so much that Jack gives John's letter back to him. Jack is ready to go all in and doesn't need to be convinced anymore.
And yeah, you can have that back.
When Jack arrives back home to his apartment, Kate is already there, distraught. Jack asks where Erin is, but Kate tells him never to ask about Erin again. She'll be going to the island, and they make out. Whoa. She's getting in the spirit. There's gonna be another season of Lost. Kate and Jack arrive at the airport where things seem to be coming together. Not only is Sun at the gate as planned, but Saeed is there as well, being escorted in handcuffs. Ruh-roh, just like Kate before. Hurley shows up at the gate having purchased the remainder of the tickets to limit the non-stop background extras, closed like Hurley had before him. He called Jack bloodied and distraught earlier, having done something he wished he hadn't. Yet despite whatever this altercation was, he's made it, despite Hurley and Saeed fearing his presence. They make it to their seats and the plane takes off, where after we hear an announcement over the speaker from the pilot. Frank Lapidus. They know that guy. And Frank walks out, clean shaven, looking sharp and thinking sharp too. When he sees who's all aboard, he gets suspicion about the flight.
We're not going to Guam, are we?
No, you're not. Jack sits next to Kate so he can express his disbelief in how this all came together, but she tells him to go away. At his own seat, the steward approaches Jack with something they found while inspecting his cargo. John's body, John's suicide letter addressed to him. John's persistence follows him in death, and finally, Jack reads the letter, which simply says, "I wish you had believed me." A message that will continue to deepen and define Jack's regret. Suddenly, the plane is washed with light, blinding all of the passengers. Instead of experiencing a crash, Jack wakes up in the place he's been trying to return to, the island. His friends Kate and Hurley are with him, but they'll quickly learn things are not as they left them. Suddenly, a blue Dharma van rolls up over the pond. They remain cautious. The driver's side doors open, and they're confronted by Jin in full Dharma Initiative garb. Jack wanted to recapture old times, but what the fuck is going on?
Okay, so just to avoid confusion throughout all of this, I am going to be referring to the historical figure John Locke as John Thought from now on.
Fair enough.
In his 17th century book, Two Treatises of Government, John Locke has absolutely no references to Lost. Thought outlined the belief that in a state of nature, men are created equal and have the natural rights of life, liberty, and property. According to Thought, these rights are given by God, and the only role of government should be to protect these rights.
Sometimes called the father of liberalism, John Thought, along with other European Enlightenment thinkers, are often credited for popularizing many core ideas shared by America's founding fathers.
Society should be run by majority rule instead of one absolute ruler.
The island, in a metaphorical sense, represents the pressures of life, and through name-dropping these philosophical figures, their ideas are placed against each other in a sort of battleground.
The new sheriff in town, boys.
Yet, instead of being a study in the sense that we watch the emergence of governments that reflect these philosophical ideals, instead, it's the characters' actions and the way they socialize with the group that end up reflecting these schools of thought, not just John Thought. Life and civilization on the island end up feeling like a characterization of the American experiment and Western democracy. According to John Thought, in a state of nature, no one human being has power over another. And our pal John Locke shows his shared value of personal freedom with his favorite catchphrase.
Don't tell me what I can't do.
Don't tell me what I can't do!
Don't tell me what I can.
According to John Thought, the only legitimate form of government is one that rules with the consent of the people. And if the government acts out of the people's interests, it's within their rights to revolt against their rulers and install a new government. But there's no elections in Lost. On the island, Jack was not made leader by campaigning. Rather, it was forced upon him by this overwhelming consensus from the passengers because Jack the Doctor has provided a sense of security. Despite the overwhelming pressure Jack experiences,
Why can't you?
Because I'm not a leader.
And yet they all treat you like one.
he needs to feel needed, so he chooses to step up in a role of community leader, which at times comes very natural to him despite his personal reservations. However, when there are external pressures outside of the camp, he begins to crack.
It's not loaded.
It's not until Jack almost shoots John Locke in front of the group that consensus starts to splinter. As a leader, we've seen Ben lose this consent to lead. His tenure is less stable than Jack's because he isn't a doctor, nor does he have any essential role in his community besides executive. If you look at his bookshelf, he's kind of like a cultural academic. He may not be a fair or just leader, but he knows the value of the appearance in being so. This is why he has to manipulate John into blowing up the submarine to avoid sending Jack home. He knows if he did it himself, his people would feel as if they've been trapped. But then they think it's kind of cool that John does it, I guess.
I'm sorry, Jack.
Because they welcome him as the next leader. Prior to the group splintering, John didn't necessarily consent to Jack's leadership, routinely allowing John to give himself the permission to go over Jack's head. He chooses to assert his freedom rather than value the trust in their relationship.
Why isn't this combination working, John? Did you change it?
Yeah.
But ironically, John is always searching for instructions. He does not know what he wants to do with his so-called freedom. He needs to be told. Historically, John Thought did not write down his thoughts in a vacuum. He was responding to a lot of philosophers that had contradictory beliefs before his time, and many came in the wake to contradict John Thought's thoughts. When Jack is stranded off the island, he realizes he no longer fits in with civil society, reflecting our second major philosophical name drop, the French woman Danielle Rousseau, whose namesake is the 18th century philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Known for being the most physically attractive of the Enlightenment thinkers, Jean-Jacques disagreed with John Thought on quite a few things. Locke IRL argued that property was necessary because the bounty of nature was useless until harvested. The harvester should get their reward. According to Locke, a state of nature is a state of plenty. Therefore, if you receive your own bounty, you will not be preventing from others doing the same. Idealistically.
They were in my stash when I left. I just took back what was mine.
These belong to all of us, Sawyer, to the group.
On the island, we see how this idealism may not play out perfectly. After crashing, Sawyer hoards the supplies from the plane, a limited bounty that immediately creates a kind of inequality. Later, Sawyer protects his rights to his property by taking all of the guns.
Only thing that matters now
Guns.
And then he asserts his rights over the collective property, the stash in the hatch. However, as Hurley later points out to Sawyer, there is a lot of society Sawyer benefits from that his labor does not contribute to.
You might want to ask yourself about all the good stuff that comes from being a part of this society. I mean, you can't even feed yourself. You use our latrine, drink the water that Steve brings every morning to the trough.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau did not believe that property was an inherent right. In fact, he thought civilization was the birth of evil and the source of inequality, as outlined in his Discourse on Inequality.
Man is born free, but everywhere is in chains. Rousseau believed that people are better off living in a state somewhere between completely wild and completely civilized.
The first man who, having enclosed a piece of ground, bethought to himself of saying, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him. Beware of listening to this imposter.
If you don't have a stash in you, seriously, Doc, you don't want to do this.
This distrust of civilization leads Rousseau to believe that men are naturally good, while society leads for men to act against their good nature. This is pretty directly reflected in the character of Danielle Rousseau, who feared the society on the island, the others. She then refrained from joining the beach camp when she met Saeed, before finally making the choice to stay on the island rather than return to civilization. She dies when running between communities, a choice that could have been avoided had she been more capable of returning to society. Man in a pure state of nature is something that can really only be understood theoretically.
The state of nature is an ever-present possibility of human life. And the question is, how do you build up a society out of a complete situation of collapse?
A theoretical ideal that John Locke himself strives for until he doesn't.
Why are you so angry, John?
Because you're cheating, you and your people. Communicate with the outside world whenever you want to. You come and go as you please. You use electricity and running water and guns. You're a hypocrite.
We never really get the opportunity to see John take a clean shot at leading the others. But when he leads the homies, he takes a pretty firm power grab. Ironically, Mr. Don't Tell Me What I Can't Do becomes Mr. Don't Tell Me Not to Tell You What You Can't Do.
You may think this is a democracy, Kate, because of the way Jack ran things, but this is not a democracy.
Limiting other people's personal freedoms within his barracks on his island that he might just see as his personal property. Seems like we're finding some contradiction in this office cubicle worker's philosophy here. This leads us to our episode about the still bald and continually confused John Locke. Here's a little fun fact for you. The next episode, episode 7, The Life and Death of Jeremy Bentham, was originally written to be the 6th hour of the season, but it was swapped with 316, which I think was a pretty essential choice. The name Jeremy Bentham was first revealed in the season 3 finale through The Looking Glass. A reference to the English philosopher Jeremy Bentham, the name was initially used to be a pretty obvious yet not definitive clue as to which of the castaways had died off of the island.
Why would I go to the funeral?
Revealed, of course, to be John Locke at the end of season 4, also named after a philosopher. When the episode begins, survivors of the Ajira flight piece together their surroundings. They find themselves near the abandoned Hydra station. Caesar here rummages for supplies, finding a shotgun. Alana, who had Saeed in custody, asks him what he found, but he hides the weapon from her, sharing instead a flashlight. There's murmurs of people disappearing off of the plane, and she tells him they have an unexpected guest, somebody who is not on the flight. They head to the beach where the other passengers surround a man serenely seated and exaltedly draped in an Ajira Airways blanket. As if it were a hooded robe, the man removes it from his head, greeting Alana and Caesar and revealing his face to be John Locke, who has been reborn again and resurrected following his return to the island. He's been reborn as John Lost, an incredible yet somehow not unexpected turn of events. John has always said he has a great destiny.
I think this is the best mango I've ever eaten.
John claims to not be wholly aware of his journey here, yet he's aware of his own death.
I remember dying.
Did he even die? Is this somehow a ruse? Or has John Locke come back from the dead. This episode mostly tells the story of when John left the island. We witness John's now mythologized prophetic visits to those who left the island, something we've been hearing of since the end of season 3.
When he came to me and I heard what he had to say, I knew he was crazy.
After John gave the wheel another spin, he awakes in Tunisia just as Ben had months before when he threw up. Ben had found himself alone, but this time cameras are watching John. It films him throwing up. John's unable to move from his leg injury and is stuck there for hours until men come out in a truck to take him away in the cold of night. John is brought to a medical facility where he's treated at the expense of Charles Whittemore, who's been waiting for him ever since Ben took the same way out to escape the island. Whittemore asks John how long it's been for him since they met, since Charles was just a boy, and is amazed to hear from John that it's only been 4 days for him. It's been 50 years for Whittemore. We can tell Charles. After spinning his wheel and following the instructions given to him by the island, John has landed 3 years into the future. Whittemore explains to him that everyone has been back to their normal lives for 3 whole years. 3 years John has sacrificed to service the island. Just gone. John is hesitant to trust the man who sent a militia to the island, but Whittemore insists the militia was for John. It was John's time to lead the others, a claim John is hesitant to believe. Nonetheless, he has no choice but to accept Whittemore's help in recruiting the other homies back to the island. To escort him, John is accompanied by the mysterious character played by Lance Reddick, named Matthew Abaddon, who we've seen popping up in other homies stories, including after John broke his back all those moons ago. They've been watching him for a long time, many moons. The first person John goes to see is Saeed, who seems to be on his way toward finding peace with the many mistakes he's made and the death of Nadia. He's building houses in the Dominican Republic and rejects John's invitation back to the island, but invites John to stay with him to do some, quote, real good. Meanwhile, Saeed is still being watched by Ben, who discovers John is also off the island. The second person John goes to see is Walt, who's in New York City, baby. John waits for him outside of his school, and as Walt walks by, he seems to sense John and approaches his old friend. Walt is happy to see him, but not surprised, as he says he's been having dreams. He's been waiting for some of his friends to come and visit him, but they haven't. John elects not to tell Walt that he believes his father is dead, just as Hurley will when Walt goes to see him.
Last I heard, your dad was on a freighter near the island.
John realizes he can no longer involve himself in Walt's life because Walt cannot be involved in the island. John watched Alex die, and now John has been instructed to fulfill his destiny, to die. Why should he drag Walt into this?
That's so for two, Mr. Locke. Maybe I misunderstood, but I thought you had to bring everyone back.
This is Walt's final appearance in the show proper. It is interesting that John Locke chooses not to drag Walt back into the conflict, but when you consider the philosophical angle to their relationship, it's apparent John is admitting a mistake. John Thought's essay on the poor law outlines his belief on how we should legislate regarding the poor. In this paper, Thought clearly outlines the benefit we could receive as a society if we sent children of the poor to working schools. Therefore, we could benefit from that sweet child labor. As per John Thought, the remedy, of course, would be to have children in working schools from ages 3 to 14, so they can provide for their community and be more industrious with their lives. And with overseers of the poor, the children would be obliged to come. I don't think it's any coincidence when Walt seems to be getting out of a school when John Locke finds him. On the island, John Locke wants to teach Walt the ways of his spiritual island life to help him reach his potential, which turns out to be really indicative of child labor, something made evident as the continual call to serve the island is referred to as work.
You have work to do. You've got a lot of work to do.
You got more work to do, Mike.
John Locke was a hunter, and by teaching Walt how to hunt, he was teaching him that to capture his potential as an individual, Walt had to do the same job he was doing. He was convincing a 10-year-old to perform labor for his community now.
You give my boy a knife.
You should have seen what...
He's 10 years old.
He's been through more than most people in their entire lifetime.
By choosing not to invite Walt back to the island for another adventure, John reconciles what he wants for Walt and what is best for him. Sort of like how the United States has reconciled with child labor, hopefully permanently. John has accepted that his destiny, like pushing a button every single day on a computer, in a hatch or in a cubicle, is to do a job. He thinks maybe he wants a better life for his friend, this child. Just going to school. He seems to be doing okay.
The third person John goes to see is Hurley, who thinks John is dead. At first, he's calmed by John's presence.
He didn't make it. It's cool, no biggie.
But when he realizes John is very much alive, Hurley freaks out.
Whoa, dude. What are you doing here?
He recognizes Abaddon from his earlier visit and doesn't believe whoever he works for has his best intention. Hurley starts panicking, seeking security from his nurses. The fourth person John goes to see is Kate, who hears John out, but like the others, she rejects his request to return. Kate tells John she's a mother now, and having gained some perspective in her life, she feels comfortable telling John advice she thinks he'll appreciate. She says he never loved anyone and no one ever loved him. Dude, what the fuck? Anyways, John tells Kate she's wrong. He tells her the story of Helen.
I'm fine, Helen. I just got the wind knocked out of me is all.
Helen?
The woman who gave him a chance. But unfortunately, his anger overcame his relationship and she broke up with him. John thinks he has perspective now. Kate disagrees.
Look how far you've come.
Previously, John had asked Abaddon to look up Helen, but he claimed he couldn't find her. A claim John doubts, so Abaddon reluctantly takes John to Helen, to her grave. She died of a brain aneurysm during the time John had sacrificed to the island. 3 years he gave to the island just to be told he has to die. Abaddon helps bring John to the car, but suddenly he's shot. John only gets a moment to see the violence, realizing they should have used Lance Reddick for a much better role. As he gets to the driver's seat and floors it, John does not want to die, but LA traffic has other plans. He's knocked out in a side collision.
From death to life.
My name is John Locke.
What do you remember?
I remember dying.
As a sign of fate, John wakes up in Jack's hospital, the final person he goes to see. Jack is angry to see John. He's angry the accident he was in somehow landed him in his hospital. It cannot be fate or even a coincidence at this point. It doesn't matter how, Jack just wants him out of his life. John wants to revel in the fact that destiny has seemed to throw him together. But Jack starts discombobulating, throwing out stats about where John crashed and his proximity to the hospital. Maybe it can be a coincidence.
Maybe you are just a lonely old man that crashed on an island.
Suddenly, John realizes who Christian's son is.
Your father says hello.
Jack has been seeing his father. This is news he cannot reject, yet somehow Jack persists. John realizes they are supposed to do this together. It's supposed to be a two-man job.
I can't do this alone, Jack. I don't want to.
You're the only one who can convince the rest of them. You have to help me. You're supposed to help me.
It's a leap of faith, Jack.
John, it's over!
You leave me alone. And you leave the rest of them alone.
Yet Jack still holds on to what he has, the life that clearly is leaving him so empty.
It's done. We left, and we were never important.
Feeling like he's failed, John believes the only way to bring people back to the island is to take his own life, to die as instructed. He wants to live, yet his faith in the island is telling him to fulfill his destiny, to die so his prophetic message can be heard.
So what's the difference between a martyr and a prophet?
Either way, it sounds like you end up dead.
In a motel room, John prepares to take his own life, taking a moment for Jack to write his final words and a moment to wallow in self-pity. This is where his cult-like belief and dedication to the island has brought him, his quest for answers. And the worst part of all, he doesn't believe he's going to be a part of the adventure back. The island has forsaken him.
Seeing John Locke's dead body in the last episode and him suddenly alive in this episode, I should not have to quote Slate Magazine's review of the episode, The Life and Death of Jeremy Bentham, to note the very direct allusions to Jesus. Yet in the text of the show, John Locke's resurrection is only analogized to Christ, one time when Ben and Jack are discussing Thomas the Apostle. In his own episode, John's self-sacrifice is presented through another lens, that being the name Jeremy Bentham. Jeremy Bentham was an 18th century philosopher who is considered to be the founder of utilitarianism. In his book, An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation, Bentham outlines the greatest happiness principle, a framework for decision-making based on the principle of utility, which can be defined as the greatest happiness for the greatest
amount of people than any other action one can perform in its place. If not, then it is not justifiable.
John Locke believes his destiny serves a greater purpose. So when he's told to die, when he's given the name Jeremy Bentham, he has to consider the greater importance of his death. If his beliefs are true, his death will result in the greatest good for all. Except for him, it will result in the greatest good for the greatest number of people.
John wraps a cord around his neck, ready to take that leap. Yet things are not what they seem. A lifeline is thrown to him. Ben Linus knocks down the door right as John is ready to die. Not the man you want to try and save your life. He tries to talk John down from the ledge, all while John keeps the noose around his neck. John is fearful of Ben's presence. That's the man who shot him, and he has come back into his life during a vulnerable moment. Ben tries to approach John with kindness, but we've seen his manipulation before.
If anything happens to you, John, you have no idea how important you are.
John believes he's failed in bringing everyone back.
Let me help you.
Richard was right, he has to die, but Ben says they can do it together. After all, Jack just booked a flight to Sydney. He wants to go back. John is hesitant to listen to Ben as he is hesitant to listen to Widmore. More than ever before, John finally has perspective on how he's being used.
You can't die. You've got too much work to do. We've got to get you back to that island so that you can do it.
He realizes Abaddon must have been killed by Ben, who says he had to kill him. John tries to believe him, but Lance Reddick was an incredible gift for the show, and it feels like they wasted him. He wants to give Ben a chance, but says Sun is off limits because of his promise to Jin, who Ben is shocked to learn is alive. John comes down from the ledge and talks with Ben as to what their next steps should be. Like, how do they fake his death? That's wild. John mentions how their next move is going to see a woman in Los Angeles, Eloise Hawking. And after hearing this, Ben quickly and decidedly strangles John with the very cord John was going to hang himself with, taking a moment to suffocate the life out of him, just as John was starting to trust him. The death of John Locke is one of the best written scenes in the whole show. His murder results from a complicated mix of Ben's emotions and strategy, portrayed dynamically by Terry O'Quinn as John Locke and Michael Emerson as Ben Linus, who would finally win an Emmy this year for his portrayal of Benjamin Linus, but not necessarily for this episode. John is led to his own death by someone he should not have trusted, just as Boone was led to his death by John. Ben convinces John so easily he's there to help, and I can't help but to feel maybe he entered the room with that intention. Yet, over the course of the conversation, we are reminded of Ben's jealousy of John's specialness, his personal political strategy, his desire to serve the island, and willingness to kill. Ben Linus's murder of John Locke is so complicated that ultimately it feels senseless and as unceremonious as John Locke hanging himself in a motel room. As Ben cleans up the room with the facade of meticulousness, we realize he just needs to wipe his hands clean of John Locke. He was surprised and afraid that John had begun to know more than him. Whatever it is Ben wants, John could have stood in the way. Ben takes Jin's wedding ring along with him to break a promise somebody else made, and says goodbye to John Locke.
I'll miss you, John. I really will.
Good night, sweet, bald prince.
Next Wednesday, the mystery of his death.
The island needs you. What makes you think I'm so special?
Will be
You have to help me. You're supposed to help me. It's over.
revealed.
Jeremy Bentham had wished to advocate for utilitarian principles long after he died. Before the end of his natural life, Bentham published Auto-Icon, or Farther Uses of the Dead for the Living. In the text, Bentham detailed what he believed the most utilitarian use for the human body is after death.
First would be to arrange to have one's body donated to advance medical science. That's like being an organ donor, not too crazy, particularly when compared to what he believed should be done with the body after dissection. Before his last breath, Bentham himself had arranged for his own body to be preserved as an auto icon, a recognizable taxidermied figure to be passed on for generations, a gesture that Bentham had hoped would inspire others to make an auto icon of themselves. I'm sold. This preservation of Bentham was acquired by University College London in 1850, and it displays an unsettling familiarity and a warmness to his frozen character. But on the surface, the true rot cannot be seen. Displayed is a false head manufactured to look like Bentham, a more pleasant image to present than the true head of Jeremy Bentham, held inside the university archives, telling the story of Bentham's botched mummification. His skin stretches over the pockets that once held his flesh, a rotten decay that now only serves as a reminder of his death and perhaps the vanity of pursuing immortality. But what does this mean for our resurrected John Locke? Will he be growing hair soon? What if, when John came back to life, he had hair and a fat ass? On the island, the reborn John Lost watches over Ben, who has been injured in events following the plane's landing. He leaves no question of his knowledge of Ben's responsibility in his being here.
He's the man who killed me.
There is a level of tragedy that Jack and John's search for answers and self-fulfillment always seems to go against their best interest. Between them, there is a conflict articulated by John as a battle between a man of science and a man of faith.
I think that's why you and I don't see eye to eye sometimes, Jack. Because you're a man of science.
What does that make you?
Well, I'm a man of faith.
Jack and John find themselves at some of the oldest philosophical debates ever recorded, that being the nature of reality. In an oversimplification, during the Greek era, Plato believed the reality we observe is a false reality, and we cannot perceive true reality.
Plato held that, at birth, the soul forgot its knowledge of such absolutes as the good and the beautiful. Education was a means of helping the soul to remember them.
Thanks anyway, Plato.
While Aristotle believed the observations we make are indeed a reflection of reality, but reality itself is not bounded to what we perceive.
Aristotle joined Plato's academy when he was 18.
What he probably would have learned from Aristotle is a respect for the world around us, for empirical reality. Aristotle, at that period of his life, was very much interested in investigating the natural world.
The setting of the European Enlightenment really put a lot of thinkers into two different spaces. There were the older rationalists who believed knowledge to be innately held within ourselves, and the empiricists who were jumping on that scientific method bandwagon, arguing that knowledge came from observations and experiences. John Philosopher thought in formulating his idea of tabula rasa was rejecting rationalism. For a blank slate to hold beliefs and have knowledge, it must be imprinted on through experiences and observations. I'm Hank Green. In Lost, subversely, it's our man of faith, John Locke, who plays the empiricist, and our man of science, who plays the rationalist. Jack's struggle with the island has always been trying to rationalize his observations, to explain away the unexplainable. Oh, my dead father? Dehydration. The island disappeared? No, it didn't. He's doubted the things he's seen with his very eyes, just as he doubts himself and his ability to lead, or to be a good partner to Kate, or a good father to Aaron, or a good uncle to Aaron. Meanwhile, when John regains feelings in his leg, he's made an observation he cannot reject, an observation that gives him too much confidence in his belief and in his own destiny, to the point where he cannot reject the instruction to die, to drink the Dharma aid, the others' aid, the island aid. But maybe dying was the right move. I mean, he's alive now. I've seen it with my own eyes. Lost mostly references empiricist thinkers who may have viewed somebody like Rene Descartes, a rationalist, as an old geezer from another era. He was born decades before Locke, which is why I think it's kind of fitting that the only reference to Descartes in Lost comes from the writings of a Dharma Initiative scientist named Rosinski, a predecessor to Oceanic Flight 815. Rosinski is explained to have been the Dharma Initiative scientist who taught Kelvin to press the button, who in turn taught Desmond to push the button. As Kelvin explains to us, one day Rosinski took a shotgun and stained his brain at the top of the ceiling.
That's Rosinski.
Before that, he left a lot of messages on the walls of the hatch, and we'll get into all of the blast door ramblings later in this video. We're getting to the end, people, but amongst them is Lost's single reference to Rene Descartes. Descartes argued reality in the self was something that developed outside our ability to perceive. The outside world was not true reality.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Doubt is such a hallmark of Descartes' beliefs that historians have painted him as neurotically rejecting all of reality before coming to one sure conclusion.
In his book, Meditations on First Philosophy, he declared, "Cogito ergo sum." I think, therefore I am. It's one of the most famous realizations in philosophy.
I think, therefore I am. Then, through only thought and rationalization, Descartes would basically come to recognize all of the beliefs he held before, just through this new lens. In Lost, on the hatch walls, Rosinski would write, "I think, therefore I suffer." Doubt is one of the greatest conflicts in the show. The story of the button ends up being a story in doubt, which we will watch play out again sometime before the show ends. Rosinski's doubt is told through his neurotic rambling in the hatch, which would lead him to abandon the button that saves the world. He's abandoned reality, or rather life itself.
That's Rosinski.
Later, Kelvin, trying to leave the island in his ultimate plea to Desmond, is another attempt to escape reality.
Screw the button, man.
Desmond's feeling of betrayal and desire not to be alone leads him to kill Kelvin. Even later, Desmond would be brought to a similar crossroads, ready to take his own life and abandon reality. It's only the knock of John Locke that saves him. Desmond shines a light on John, and without meeting each other, the two independently realize life is worth living. Desmond's realization is rooted in other people, and John's realization is rooted in his already established beliefs that he's fulfilling his destiny. Desmond is like, people are cool. John is like, a light. I have been blessed for killing that boy.
Boone was a sacrifice that the island demanded.
Desmond Hume's namesake is that of the 18th century philosopher David Hume.
We cannot know anything beyond what we can experience through our senses. An atheist and religious skeptic, he argued that the source of morality is to be found in human sentiments rather than reason or religion.
David Hume was a contemporary of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and a fellow empiricist following in the footsteps of John Thought. In his text, Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, Hume refuted Descartes, stating that although our perception isn't completely representative of an outside world, our mind is programmed to give form to the external world. We perceive a level of reality, but it's reality. Hume described our limited ability to observe reality as the constant conjunction. We're always in a state after a cause and before an effect, and that it is difficult but not impossible to grasp the continuum of causal events. When they are given evidence against its nature, John and Desmond doubt the purpose of the button. The film From the Other Hatch, From the Pearl, states the Swan in the 108-minute protocol is only an experiment.
These team members are not aware that they are under surveillance or that they are the subjects of an experiment.
Desmond is seen as trusting his senses, and like an empiricist, he follows John Locke into an experiment. They are going to test what happens when they don't push the button. Yet it is when Desmond finds evidence supporting a particular disastrous cause and effect that he changes his mind.
I think I crashed your plane.
He realizes his failure to push the button on September 22nd, 2000. As the story unfolds, we recognize that everybody in Lost has their lives causally linked somehow.
Just an interesting name to choose is all. Who'd you get it from?
Who says I got it from anybody?
Tom Sawyer, Lewis Jackson, Paul.
Tom Sawyer.
Her name was Claire. You never even knew she was your sister.
Yes, of course. How is your father?
Excellent. Thank you.
I can't take about this.
But you have to.
There was one thing Hume was certain as being a cause for human action. There is causation between how we think and what we do and how we feel, and that our emotions and sentiments determine what we view as rationality. When we reason, we typically only do so to support a preconceived notion. Thus, according to Hume, appeals to emotion are more effective than appeals to reason, because they're basically the same thing. Back to the button. Even though Desmond provides John with written evidence of his claim, once John believes he's been made a fool of, his emotions get the better of him and he destroys the computer before ultimately realizing he's made a mistake. He should have continued to believe in the button, in reality. Being told he has to die, John is put in a spot where no matter what he does, he will be a fool. If he lives, he's rejected what he's claimed to believe for all this time, and if he dies, he's been used by this power he's serving. Back in season 2, Desmond chooses to turn the failsafe key and blow up the hatch, believing in the Swan's purpose and life itself, which Desmond believes is worth living because he will be reunited with his love once again, and later he is proven right. David Hume argued that reason was not intuitive, though he argued that it did have a practical aspect in the sense that you could label things as unreasonable. Yet he argued reason should always be the slave to passion. When Desmond tells Eloise Hawking and the rest of the gang that he's out of this island business, he is walking away from the thing that seems to have brought Jack and John so much misery.
But the island isn't done with you yet.
When he rejects Eloise, Desmond knows from his time with Charlie, he can only delay this business isn't quite sure of.
These people, they're just using us. They're playing some kind of game and we are just the pieces.
Desmond tries to reach Jack, but now he's blinded by his submission to two of these things out before the good doctor. Finally, in episode 8, La Fleur, we get to Lost's unlikely leader, James Sawyer Ford. He's traveled to the past and now he has no time to look back.
What time is it? No time to look back.
Everyone around him except Jin, who could only know Sawyer so well with the language barrier, are people very recently introduced into his life. As he's grown, he's surrounded himself by people who don't really know the old Sawyer. We see John go back down the well. After another time skip, the well is gone. Sawyer holds onto a rope leading to nowhere except directly into the ground. He starts to dig for John desperately and hopelessly, but Juliet tells him to stop.
James. Stop.
They look up to see their surroundings and see something very unsettling, yet impossible to look away from. The back of a colossal statue standing, looming over the ocean. Count its toes! Because they saw that big 4-toe foot.
I don't know what is more disquieting.
In season 2.
The fact that the rest of the statue is missing?
Could it be the same?
Or that it has 4 toes?
Underground, we see John turn the wheel, causing one last skip in time before stopping. As their headaches fade, they figure it's for good. As everyone looks to Sawyer, he tells them they should wait for John to bring everyone back. And Julia asks him for how long.
As long as it takes.
As we fade to black, unbelievably so, the next words to follow are 3 years later.
But nothing will compare to the moment you've been waiting for.
Was 3 years long enough to get over someone?
ABC's Lost.
We learn Sawyer and the others have stopped in the past during the height of the Dharma Initiative. Inside a security room, a Dharma officer dances with a cute gal. They let it boogie while also letting the monitors go unwatched, only to be interrupted by Phil, who says there's an emergency. As they look onto the monitor, we're reintroduced to Horace, the leader of the Dharma Initiative. What we know of him so far is that he was kind to Ben Linus when he was a child, and that he built a cabin to get away
away from his people, away from the stresses of the job. And from him now, he doesn't seem to take the stresses of the job very well. Horus is tossing dynamite outside the sonic fence that acts as a perimeter to their camp. Who gave him this job? They have to go get the head of security, a man named LaFleur. Knowing we're marching toward Jin being in that Dharma uniform, this episode does a great rug pull by showing us just how involved our pals were with the Dharma Initiative. They're nervous to wake LaFleur in the middle of the night, but nonetheless, they knock on his door, which is answered by Sawyer, who's known as LaFleur around these parts.
Son of a bitch.
Sawyer has become the head of the Dharma Initiative security, working alongside Miles, who help Horus to get back home as discreetly as possible, as not to ruin his people's confidence in their leader. Sawyer and Miles have developed quite a rapport, and Miles trustingly goes along with Sawyer's request to keep this incident quiet.
Since when does Horus drink?
He doesn't, so we're gonna keep this on the down low.
Sawyer brings Horus back home to his pregnant wife, Amy, and she doesn't think twice about confiding in her friend, LaFleur. She tells Sawyer she's worried about her husband. These people are vulnerable with him. They trust him. They know him. The name Sawyer is one revealed to be held by the character because he associates it with anger and grief that he's unable to let go of.
Sawyer's my name, too.
Sawyer is the con man who our Sawyer blames for the death of his parents. He pulled a con on his mom, and then his dad shot his mom, and then himself. But his new friends all call him James, or rather Jim. They all know him on a more personal level than the other characters do, the ones we know better. 3 years earlier, Sawyer leads his friends from the well. His people are scared, and Daniel remains in shock after Charlotte's death. When they traveled through time, she disappeared right in front of his eyes because she was dead. He promises he won't scare her when she's just a child. He won't try to warn her of her own death and attempt to change the past and bear a huge weight of responsibility on just a child. Sawyer does not know what to do, but he knows his people are looking to him, and Juliet does as well, so she decides to have his back. Sawyer thanks Juliet for agreeing with him, and quickly and bluntly she replies,
You should thank me. It was a stupid idea.
They're just walking back to the beaches again, but the two of them are working together well. At the sound of a gunshot and a woman screaming behind the tree line, the two of them draw their rifles. Miles tries to argue not to interfere, but Daniel tells them it just doesn't matter. They can't change the past. They can do whatever they want because they already did it.
It doesn't matter what we do. Whatever happened, happened.
Yeah, thanks anyway, Plato.
Sawyer walks in, ordering the hostiles to drop the guns, but they're still trigger happy. Sawyer would be shot, but Juliet is watching his back, hits the other first. The woman they saved turns out to be Amy, who realizes they just violated the treaty between the hostiles and the Dharma Initiative. To avoid conflict, she pleads with them to bury the bodies and take the man's body back with them, who she reveals to be her husband. She takes them back to the Dharma village, but when Daniel almost walks into their sonic perimeter fence, Juliet reveals more than she should know.
Daniel, stop!
Juliet is not our alibi person.
Turn it off.
Turn what off? Whatever that is. It looks like some sort of sonic fence or something.
Amy hesitantly deactivates the sonic fence, but it was just a ruse. They're all knocked out, and when he wakes up, Sawyer has found out his friends have all pointed to him to do the talking. The master con man. Conning again. Sawyer tells Horus that he's a treasure hunter and that he and his friends were looking for a ship called the Black Rock. He introduces himself as a captain, Jim LaFleur, and says they need to stay on the island to look for their missing people. But Horus apologizes and say they must leave in the morning. In the near future, we ironically watch as Jim LaFleur and Juliet find themselves in the most trusted of circumstances. Sawyer talks to Amy about what's going on between her and Horus, and then her water breaks. He takes Amy in to deliver her baby, but a few hours in, they're having complications. Women die in childbirth on the island, and Sawyer only knows one person with experience on this. He goes to the motor pool where Juliet is fixing up vans. He asks her to come out of retirement, but she's traumatized and hesitant.
Don't you understand that every time I try to help a woman on this island give birth, it hasn't worked?
But Sawyer suggests something. Maybe the problem Juliet was brought to the island to fix hasn't happened yet. Trusting Sawyer, Juliet goes into the OR and walks out, happy and relief become a happy place for them. In the past, the tide turns in their favor when the alarms start blaring throughout the Dharma camp, indicating a hostile breach. Richard Alpert walks into camp demanding answers for his 2 missing men. Horace walks out into the town center, revealing not to have much fidelity in dealing with this kind of situation. He comments on Richard being able to get past their fence, but Richard doesn't even believe they built the fence to keep people out.
That fence may keep other things out, but not us.
Horace knows he can't play it cool enough, so he goes back inside, and Sawyer, being much more physically imposing than anyone else here, walks right outside to talk to Richard. He introduces himself as Jim LaFleur and explains he's the one who shot his men. Richard is surprised at his honesty, and Sawyer continues to explain the scene he saw. And then Sawyer tells Richard he's not from the Dharma Initiative.
Hey, my people, boss.
He asks Richard if they ever buried the bomb. Richard tries to play it cool, but then Sawyer helps him out, reminding him of John Locke and their brief stop in their camp all those moons ago. Richard remembers, but tells Sawyer he needs an explanation for his people. Sawyer walks back inside the house, having made an unpopular decision. He's promised Richard they'd hand over the body of Amy's dead husband, which will tell a story of self-defense. Amy cries in protest, but Horace convinces her this is what's best to keep peace, and she agrees. Richard goes back to the others, and Horace thanks Sawyer, LaFleur, telling them that they can stay to look for their people. And all these years later, they've become a part of the Dharma Initiative's people. Horace here wakes up from his drunken bender, and LaFleur here delivers the good old good news, bad news. Horace is a father, but he missed the birth of his son. Horace is disappointed by this, devastated. So LaFleur tries to get to the bottom of what's troubling him, what's ailing him. Horace tells Sawyer he found something of Amy's deceased husband, an Ankh necklace, which made him feel insecure about their love 3 years later. He got drunk to sulk about a question he can't figure out. He asks his friend Jim, is 3 years long enough to get over someone? Immediately, we know the parallel in Sawyer's life. The woman who he felt like could look him in the eyes and love him for who he was. Kate Freckles. Sawyer easily opens up to Horace about Kate, about his love for her, a surprising level of candidness. We know Sawyer has learned to emotionally communicate more, which makes us believe what he says next. Sawyer says when he thinks about her, Kate, now he barely even remembers what she looks like, and he means it.
Was 3 years long enough to get over someone? Absolutely.
In the past, Juliet decides she's going to leave since Horace is giving them the opportunity, but Sawyer asks her to stay to keep him company. She says she'll give him 2 weeks until the next submarine comes, but just like how she ended up trapped on the island for 3 years, we soon realize she has now chosen to stay for 3 whole years. In 1977, Sawyer has never looked better, playing a new part, yet ironically feeling more comfortable in his own skin than ever before. He stops to smell the flowers, grabs one, and saunters his way over to his very own house in the Dharma village. After years on the island, he has finally made it a home. Inside, he sees Juliet, who, over the years and with time, has become the love of his life. A mature relationship we see without seeing the stages of them trying to figure it out. We just see how the seeds take root. A relationship with a quality that exceeds what either of these characters were capable of when they were introduced. Everything seems perfect because just like the trucks in Juliet's shop, it's all manageable until the day finally comes. The news they once hoped for now threatens to upend what they've built. Sawyer wakes up to a surprising phone call. Juliet asks him what this is all about, but Sawyer chooses not to tell her about the call he just got. Alone, he drives out to the North Valley of the island, where he's greeted by his old friends hopping out of Jin's vehicle, Jack and Hurley, and of course, Kate, who Sawyer has to take his glasses off for to get a good look at her after all this time, to see that face he's forgotten. And maybe, for the first time in a while, he's asking if he's really over her.
ABC's Lost. All new 2 weeks from tonight at 9/8 Central. And now an all-new Life on Mars on ABC.
Previously on Billiam.
Mystery Grill. A Wawa bagel.
The single most overwhelming part about doing this retrospective has been uncovering all of the expanded material Lost has alongside the TV show. Franchise expanded material can be very hit or miss. Generally, the question you have to ask is whether or not the person who originally created the franchise is involved with the expanded material. I think the most famous kind of this ancillary content is The Secret Diary of Laura Palmer, which was released between seasons 1 and 2 of Twin Peaks and later written into the show itself. Star Wars has always had an active expanded universe that used to follow guidelines written by George Lucas, accompanied by the occasional input or rule change. Stranger Things has a fucking prequel stage show in London, so if you want to get the whole Stranger Things experience, pack your bags and get those papers ready. The quality and importance of this material, I would argue, is not necessarily dependent on the input of the original creators. And that's kind of true for Lost. A lot of this stuff is really interesting and fascinating, and a lot of this stuff is bunk. We're going to be covering the novels, online alternate reality games, webisodes, and finally Lost, the games. The board game, the video games. Some of this stuff is really silly, and the parts of it that are important are actually really pertinent to the story of season 5, so I figured this would kind of be the ideal time to examine it all. Kicking us off, we have 3 original novels set in the world of Lost's first season. Released between November 2005 and May 2006, each of the books is formatted like an episode of the show. Chapter to chapter, we alternate between action on the island and then in a flashback, with each book following one of the non-central crash survivors who disappear into a sea of background extras. Kate, Jack, and then Walt and John are our cover stars, but in this story, they're the background characters. Written by Kathy Hapka, Endangered Species begins when Faith Harrington wakes up in the jungle after the crash of Oceanic 815. She quickly encounters a woman dazed in the forest, Kate. Faith asks, "Are you okay?" But Kate never stays in one place for too long and runs off without answering, disappearing into the foliage. What I love about focusing on characters who don't have a speaking role in the show is that you get to really see how socially inept the main cast is. Before the crash, Faith Harrington was a biology student who was not afraid to handle the most dangerous of snakes. But on the island, she's a little shy around her fellow castaways. After washing her wounds in the ocean, Faith timidly asks Jack if her wounds need special tending. Jack responds, "Fortunately, I don't think you need stitches." Faith noticed that he glanced at the other woman as he said the last part, a shadow of a smile across his face. The woman smiled back, making Faith feel uncomfortably out of the loop. Were they making fun of her? Before the crash, Faith was studying under her professor, Dr. Agrillo, but her boyfriend Oscar informs her that Agrillo was involved in a shady chemical company. All of this drama ends with the 3 of them in Agrillo's office, where Oscar stabs him. Faith flees to the airport, boarding Oceanic 815. Drama bomb. Luckily for her, on the beach, she is usually comforted by Hurley, Claire, and John Locke. Although Faith denies his invitation to play backgammon. If this were my fanfiction, Faith would say yes, and the game would be Bakugan. Faith has to go find this extinct bird she thinks is out in the jungle, the Paradise Parrot. It reminds her of her dead sister. Faith catches a glimpse of the parrot, but when she sees the bird, no one else sees it. This real estate developer named George learns about Faith's love for wildlife. He gets uncomfortably angry, randomly outbursting, calling Faith a tree hugger, and kills a harmless spider in front of her in her rage. Then he just forgets about the encounter, like nothing's wrong. Ladies, has this ever happened to you? As Faith searches through the jungle, she hears a call for help. It's that hostile man, George, who's come face to face with the Death Adder, a not very good snake. This is her moment of truth. She comes up with the solution that saves everyone. Faith screams, "Jump, you idiot!" She saves George, and now he respects her because she saved him. Faith tries to catch a glimpse of that bird one last time, but then it turns out the bird is not even real. What? Locke follows Faith around and says, "Faith, did you actually see a paradise parrot?" And Faith, defeated, admits, "No. A place like this, well, it can make people see what they want to see." What the? Why the fake bird? The island could have a bird on it. Next, also written by Kathy Hapka, is Lost Secret Identity. This story is not about Jack. Allow me to introduce you to Dexter Cross. After the crash, Dexter is strapped into his seat, stuck in the wreckage of Oceanic 815. Boone, Anne, who won money in an insurance scheme. She got crushed by a supermarket display. Once her compensation money started rolling in, she had no trouble paying for his college, but took control over his life. At school, Dexter meets his girlfriend Daisy and lies to her, saying his family was always rich, but he spills his guts while on Australian vacation. And being lied to only makes her angry. She storms off, and the next day on Flight 815, Dexter doesn't see Daisy. Is she even on the plane? Dexter says he's afraid Daisy is dead, but Boone thinks otherwise. He says, Dexter, you should care more about your dead girlfriend. But you are dehydrated, so I'll cut you some slack. He's just like, you're fucking lying. On the island, Dexter is confused when people keep suggesting they just saw him a moment ago. First Claire, then Dr. Arts, but it all comes together when Dexter Cross meets his evil doppelganger. Huh? I'm Dexter, and you better not ever forget it, because I'll always be the real Dexter, no matter what you do. George, from the first novel, comes back. He finds Dexter's luggage, and to everyone's surprise, Dexter's last name isn't even Cross. It's Stubbs. He feels all the beach camp has eyes on him, so he races out into the jungle. In the jungle, he sees his doppelganger for the last time. What do you want from me? To remind you where you came from, who you are. I'm talking about you, Dexter Cross. You forgot that Dexter Stubbs ever existed. His last name is Stubbs, not Cross. That's the twist. So now we get the kind of book that I think we would have gotten more of in the show if Lost just kept going on forever and didn't like have a clear direction of what it wanted to do. That's Signs of Life. This shit is like not good, but it's fucking awesome. Signs of Life was written by someone new, Frank Thompson. Someone is out there. Nick Hadley did some terrible things. All right, so this one's about a character named Nick Hadley. The first lines are, Jeff Hadley stared into the creature's eyes. Who's Nick Hadley? A publisher's heir. Unlike the first two novels, Signs of Life doesn't start right after the crash. We find Jeff living in the jungle in a natural hut made from the canopy. Jeff calls it his studio. Before the crash, Jeff used to be an art professor. There he meets Savannah, his student, and begins to sleep with her. The relationship becomes a huge scandal. He tries to escape the accusations by boarding Oceanic 815, and we know the rest of the story. Trust me. No, you fucking don't. Jeff has these nightmares about Savannah being stabbed by red-eyed creatures while premonitions of cryptic symbols fill his head. I'm a tortured artist on this goddamn son of a bitch of an island. He whittles a talisman from the dream he had, and then someone encroaches for the first time. Dude, it's Hurley! Yay! We get a whole paragraph with Hurley! Hurley stood behind him, his large frame dominating the space. He was built along the lines of a refrigerator, not exactly the body type one would expect to be able to easily slither through such a forbidding opening. When Jeff stood next to Hurley, he felt like Stan Laurel beside Oliver Hardy. Fat-headed fatty fan! This is on page 2, by the way. Hurley expresses something strange to Jeff. He's seen these symbols before. Jeff impulsively says yes to going hunting with Hurley, Locke, Charlie, and Michael, despite being a loner. But it's there where he learns that Michael is an artist like him. But moments later, the group hears a familiar metallic roar. It's the monster, and he chases them into a cave system. Locke lights his homemade candle, illuminating the cave and his crafty attitude. They gaze at the wall and notice a familiar symbol. It's Jeff's talisman. Finally, the other characters are cluing into the weird stuff happening to the main character in the book. Jeff runs back into the caves to see it, but then it disappears. These fucking books. He asks Locke what's up with these symbols and why everyone else is being so cryptic.
Don't worry, we can fill you in on this stuff later. Although, I must say, you're probably better off not knowing.
Well, whatever it is I need to go there. Something incredibly strange is going on, and I have to find out what it is. I'll go there. I don't need your permission.
You don't need my permission. but I'll stop you if you try to go. And believe me, Jeff, if I don't get you, the caves will.
What does John Locke know about these caves and these symbols? And why was his threat so fucking hard? Jeff ignores the warnings and sneaks off into the caves, where he feels as if he has entered the place of his recurring nightmares, feeling the presence of the creatures with the red eyes and hearing their guttural bellows. Michael comes up from behind to say hello, and oh no, Michael is dragged off by the red-eyed cave demons. What the fuck? They also make a point to say this isn't the smoke monster. Savannah manifests herself to Jeff and tells him he must protect his friends. The creatures are going to stab Michael just like they did Savannah in the dream, but this is real life and Jeff has to be a hero. Jeff believes the talisman's purpose will ward off the creatures. But like everything in these books, it has no meaning. So Jeff just walks past the demons and saves Michael. The cave starts to collapse, but right before they escape, a demon scratches their back. Ouch! Back at the camp, Jeff is greeted by Walt, who gives him a drawing of Jeff carrying Michael in his arms while flying over the beach camp. Beautiful. And apparently, Savannah was a being from another dimension. I can't explain it anymore. I just know it's so tragic. These books are very strange, and that was not something lost on Darlton. In a June 2007 interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Carlton, away from his beloved Damon, gave his input on the disconnected brand image of Lost outside the TV show. Hughes said that being a showrunner now is much different than it was 10 years ago. You have to be more of a brand manager, he said. There are 37 ancillary parts to the Lost brand, from t-shirts to mobile phone applications to a planned video game. It led to a discussion of several missteps, including the tie-in novel Bad Twin, that Q said didn't meet their bar. Books were one thing. These things are very strange. But I think Lost's comfort space for expanded material was the internet. From the get-go, Lost had taken advantage of the internet to encourage fans to engage with the show beyond its scheduled airing time. Sponsored by J.J. Abrams himself, the Fuselage was the main hub for the Lost cast and crew to interact with fans, who had the whole forum as their discussion grounds for the show. David Fury, who had previously been a writer on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, joined the first season of Lost and wanted to carry over the messaging board concept they had developed for the Buffy and Angel franchise, the Bronze Beta. The Bronze, of course, comes from the name of the teenage-friendly nightclub of the Buffy series. Creatives on Lost would often frequent the Fuselage, including Jorge Garcia and Gregory Nations, a writer who would earn the title as the show's living Bible. And in the earlier days of the show, seasons 1 and 2 writer-producer Javier Grillo Marxowax was a frequenter of the Fuselage. I used to eat lunch with Lost fans every day, and the next thing you know, I was blogging on LiveJournal. There wouldn't be a Facebook for a while, but I have always been a very accessible person, so I come by it naturally. By the end of the second season, a brand new, sparkly website called Twitter would continue to redefine how people interact with celebrities as a whole, including creative people, niche celebrities. Damon Lindelof in particular was very vocal on Twitter until after the end of the show, when he famously quit the website because it made him depressed. Because of the evolution of social media, the Lost Writers Room had unprecedented access. I am hard-pressed to find a TV show with more bonus material, with more press coverage, with more critical coverage. Yet Lost as a franchise also used the internet to have a lot of interesting, peculiar peripheral material. Lost's relationship to the internet is really indicative of a very exciting time on the internet, when companies were experimenting with some weird shit because it was all so new. The first attempt to expand the story of the show was hosted on ABC's official website. During the first 2 seasons, pages from a diary kept by 2 of the background characters were released to abc.com. These were theoretical characters. Perhaps any one of those background extras could be Janelle Granger. As Janelle wrote in her diary, on day 3 of the crash, she was searching for her surfboard. Found my check-on bag today, all clothes, no toiletries. So now I have a bathing suit, still no sign of surfboard, always fantasized on being stranded on an island, and it's not really so bad. Worst part is hunger. My jaw dropped when I read that Janelle was searching for a surfboard because on page 29 of Lost: Secret Identity, they introduce a girl who surfs named Joanna. And then on page 30, they name drop Janelle. Like, why wasn't the surfer character Janelle? Why introduce Joanna? Unless Joanna stole Janelle's surfboard because she never finds it in her diary. Janelle mysteriously went missing, and by the time season 2 started airing, suddenly somebody else was writing in the diary. This is concerning because Janelle stopped writing mid-sentence, leaving her fate unknown. Somebody keep an eye on Joanna. But perhaps she just loosened the journal. Unlike Janelle, Chris Dobson's diary has not been archived or located beyond a few photos on Lostpedia. He mysteriously began writing in the diary after Janelle stopped, made even more concerning because he said Ben Linus, then known as Henry Gale, was his brother. But this was just a red herring because, as Jack later explains to him, Chris had buried his brother in the crash. Jack helped him bury his brother, and he invented this story as a coping mechanism for his loss. Just as quickly as ABC added this cracked non-canon story to their website, they removed it. Unfortunately, most of Chris Dobson's diary entries are now loosened media. But fortunately, many aspects of the following sites have been archived. Between the first and second seasons, ABC launched OceanicAir.com, an in-universe website featuring a message from Oceanic, saying it would be ceasing operations following the crash of Oceanic 815. By clicking around this web maze and interacting with the booking tools, you could discover Easter eggs and downloadable screensavers. By entering the numbers, users would be redirected to OceanicFlight815.com.
Guys,
a website built on Flash Player where you can solve maze puzzles to explore different parts of the island, unlocking video clips from the show, including a sneak preview for the upcoming second season.
Okay. I'm going to resume my binge of Billiam's Lost content offline. I've been online for 6 hours and I need to eat something. So, for those of you on Twitch, let's see who I can raid. Looks like there are only 2 people streaming, and one of them just started. So, let's go ahead and... Rot Ryujin. Follow. Let's get tuned in on his...
Want to check out my trades? I should just actually get the link up in there. There's my username. Go
Also, I do